Halo, cek sound, 1, 2, 3.
Check, test, check, English channel. Am I audible? Check, test, check, English channel. English channel, am I audible? Check, test. Check, test, check, English channel. Okay, thank you.
Sejak tahun 1961, tren kenaikan suhu rata-rata global berbanding lurus dengan peningkatan frekuensi kejadian bencana alam hidrometeorologi. Hingga tahun 2023, telah terjadi lebih dari 4.000 kejadian bencana alam di Indonesia yang didominasi oleh kebakaran hutan, cuaca ekstrim, banjir, tanah longsor dan abrasi, hingga kekeringan. Bencana hidrometeorologi memiliki akar permasalahan utama yang disebabkan oleh urbanisasi yang berdampak pada lingkungan dan alih fungsi lahan. Hal ini telah mengurangi kapasitas daya serap karbon dan air dari hulu hingga hilir. Urbanisasi juga meningkatkan emisi gas rumah kaca dan potensi perubahan iklim yang disebabkan oleh berbagai aktivitas manusia, termasuk aktivitas industri.
Ultimately, the emergency climate comes down to a single number: the concentration of carbon in our atmosphere. The measure that greatly determines global temperature.
Bencana alam yang ditimbulkan karena perubahan iklim tidak hanya menimbulkan korban jiwa, tetapi juga kerugian ekonomi dan menurunkan tingkat kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Je regarde la salle, je vois que la réaction est positive, je n'entends pas d'objection. L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
Pada tahun 2015, Paris Agreement disepakati untuk menghadapi potensi perubahan iklim dengan menjaga kenaikan suhu rata-rata dunia agar tidak mencapai 2 derajat Celcius. Sehubungan dengan hal tersebut, Indonesia juga meningkatkan kebijakan iklimnya dalam Enhanced Nationally Determined Contribution guna mengurangi emisi karbon pada tahun 2030 yang setara dengan mengurangi emisi karbon sebanyak 912 juta ton karbon dioksida. Sehingga, komitmen keberlanjutan terhadap lingkungan perlu dijunjung tinggi dalam segala aktivitas manusia. Perusahaan pada umumnya rentan terhadap dampak perubahan iklim, sehingga perusahaan perlu menetapkan sistem tata kelola perusahaan untuk mengidentifikasi dan mengatasi resiko perubahan iklim secara tepat, sesuai dengan kerangka pelaporan berstandar. Perusahaan juga perlu merumuskan strategi untuk memastikan bahwa perusahaan akan beroperasi dengan komitmen keberlanjutan, guna mewujudkan perekonomian global nol karbon dan berkontribusi pada upaya pengurangan dampak perubahan iklim. Untuk itu, satu platform hadir sebagai solusi ESG Management and Carbon Accounting yang bertekad membantu perusahaan Anda untuk mencapai dan meningkatkan nilai keberlanjutan dengan pedoman dan standar nasional maupun internasional. Negara-negara di dunia kini mewajibkan perusahaan untuk mengungkapkan jejak karbon serta potensi dampak lingkungan. Dan satu platform hadir untuk membantu perusahaan Anda mengelola ESG dengan mematuhi peraturan dan beradaptasi menghadapi tantangan perubahan. Dengan semangat keberlanjutan, satu platform akan membantu perusahaan Anda menghasilkan Sustainability Report dan GHG Report lewat berbagai fitur di antaranya manajemen pengelolaan aspek ESG perusahaan Anda, penghitungan emisi karbon skop 1, 2, dan 3, penetapan target dan pengurangan emisi karbon, pemantauan jejak audit dan performa real-time data ESG dan emisi karbon Anda, serta manajemen kolaborasi entry data dan dokumen kontrol. Dengan berkomitmen pada keberlanjutan, kami melayani berbagai industri di antaranya barang konsumen, infrastruktur, teknologi dan komunikasi, sumber energi alternatif dan terbarukan, serta industri lainnya. satu platform, Anda dapat meningkatkan reputasi perusahaan, meningkatkan loyalitas pelanggan, dan berpegang teguh pada prinsip keberlanjutan. Demi masa kini dan masa depan, ciptakan komitmen bersama jaringan satu platform hari ini dan mulailah mendorong perubahan nyata untuk bisnis Anda. Wujudkan keberlanjutan bersama satu platform, your ESG Management and Carbon Accounting Solution.
XY Zone Media, bagian dari grup utama XYZ Creative Media, hadir sebagai media yang mencakup informasi untuk generasi X, Y, dan Z. XY Zone Media berfokus pada media online dengan menciptakan ekosistem digital. Berawal dari media lensa berita Jakarta atau disebut LBJ, dari tahun 2021, LBJ konsisten menghadirkan berita-berita peristiwa, kriminal, dan politik secara aktual, baik dari Jakarta maupun dari seluruh Indonesia. Akhirnya, pada awal 2024, XY Zone Media berdiri menaungi LBJ. XY Zone Media dibangun oleh tim berpengalaman dan telah bersinergi dengan kurang lebih 50 komunitas dari segala generasi. Saat ini, portal media xyzonemedia.com telah hadir dengan wajah baru, dengan beberapa kategori yang lebih luas, seperti entertainment, sport, technology, lifestyle, and community. Bringing X, Y, and Z generation together, uniting all in one zone.
Energi merupakan kebutuhan pokok bagi kehidupan manusia. Dengan energi, manusia bisa menerangi rumah, memasak, dan bahkan berkendara. Energi juga merupakan ujung tombak sektor kehidupan dunia, mulai dari pertanian, pendidikan, kesehatan, transportasi, dan bahkan ekonomi. Sayangnya, dengan adanya penggunaan energi yang masif, dihasilkan pula limbah yang sangat besar, yang saat ini telah merusak lingkungan kita. Apalagi sampai saat ini, dunia masih sangat bergantung kepada energi kotor yang tak terbarukan. Hal ini membuat bumi diracuni polusi, membuat lingkungan rusak, dan mengakibatkan emisi gas rumah kaca meningkat. Dengan kata lain, kehidupan kita sedang terancam, dan apabila energi yang kotor ini tidak segera ditangani, maka iklim dunia akan semakin parah sehingga perlahan tapi pasti akan menghancurkan kehidupan di bumi ini. Salah satu penyebab masalah tersebut adalah masih lambatnya laju transisi dari energi kotor menjadi energi baru terbarukan, terutama di Indonesia. Namun ironisnya, masyarakat sendiri masih kurang terpapar akan informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan. Padahal mereka merupakan penggerak bagi transisi energi kotor menjadi terbarukan. Maka dari itu, di era kemajuan informasi ini diperlukan platform yang mampu mensinergikan antara sumber informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan. Menjawab tantangan zaman, zonaebt.com hadir berdiri sejak April tahun 2021 sebagai platform media informasi dan edukasi terkhusus energi baru terbarukan. Zonaebt.com menyajikan informasi-informasi hangat mengenai perkembangan energi terbarukan di Indonesia yang tentunya dikemas dalam konten menarik. Kami percaya masyarakat memiliki andil yang besar untuk menggerakkan perubahan, dimulai dengan hal kecil, yakni kesadaran akan keberlangsungan energi terbarukan di sekitarnya. Guna memberi informasi dan edukasi menyeluruh kepada masyarakat, kami mengulas berbagai informasi energi terbarukan dalam beberapa kategori, yakni aneka energi baru terbarukan, kendaraan listrik, bisnis terbarukan, lingkungan, dan lain sebagainya. Saat ini, jangkauan informasi Zona EBT sudah tersebar ke penjuru negeri. Sesuai dengan moto kami, sebar terbarukan. Mari ciptakan masyarakat yang sadar akan energi baru terbarukan bersama Zona EBT.
yakni Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue Forum 2018.
Merasa acara ini sangat baik ya, kita bisa ada forum untuk bisa membahas transformasi.
Kita akan bisa membuat sebuah arah kebijakan energi baru terbarukan yang baik, yang wabil khusus untuk tenaga surya ini. Bagaimanapun nanti dari power plant yang energi dengan coal yang harus diberhentikan pada timetable yang sudah disusun oleh PLN.
Greetings Energizers, let's take a look di Jelajah Energi Jawa Barat Day 3.
PT KATEX is a garment and textile company. PT KATEX production includes the production of polyester chips, clothing, sauce, polyester fiber, and other textile products. PT KATEX is currently implementing clean energy by utilizing 100% biomass energy and solar panel.
Now, we are in the boiler of PT KATEX, and the boiler utilizing 100% biomass from palm shell oil.
PT Surya Energi Indotama or SEI was established on December 6, 2007, and on January 14, 2009, it became a subsidiary of PT Land Industry. PT SEI was the first solar module factory in Indonesia in 1997. Then, starting in 1999, it continued to develop until now in increasing its production capacity and had a spin-off production facility.
Our last stop today is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, precisely in Kamo, Jakarta. Here, we have a building named Geothermal Information Center that we can sightsee and enjoy while educating ourselves more about this power plant. Mojang Geothermal Power Plant.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, demi menjaga kelancaran acara kita hari ini, perkenankan saya mengingatkan housekeeping rules.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our event today, I would like to remind you about the housekeeping rules of IETD 2024. This event is held hybrid from the ballroom of Mandarin Oriental Jakarta and also can be seen online in the IETD.info website. All of the series of the event will be held in Indonesian, and if you are joining through website IETD.info or Zoom, we provide translation service or interpretation service that can be accessed by clicking option change audio and click the globe logo on your screen. And for those of you who are attending here with us, we also provide receiver that you can use for the interpretation services.
This forum will be conducted in Bahasa Indonesia. We provide translation services from Bahasa Indonesia to English and vice versa. You can enable this feature by clicking the Change Audio button or globe logo on your screen. And for those of you who join us here, we provide a set of receivers that you can use. Bagi para panelis yang berada pada Zoom, pastikan Anda tetap menyalakan kamera dalam mode senyap dan mengaktifkan mikrofon.
Who are attending on Zoom, and make sure that your microphone is on mute and unmuted during your speak.
Climate comes down to a single number: the concentration of carbon in our atmosphere. The measure that greatly determines global temperature.
Bencana alam yang ditimbulkan karena perubahan iklim tidak hanya menimbulkan korban jiwa, tetapi juga kerugian ekonomi dan menurunkan tingkat kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Je regarde la salle, je vois que la réaction est positive, je n'entends pas d'objection. L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
Pada tahun 2015, Paris Agreement disepakati untuk menghadapi potensi perubahan iklim dengan menjaga kenaikan suhu rata-rata dunia agar tidak mencapai 2 derajat Celcius. Sehubungan dengan hal tersebut, Indonesia juga meningkatkan kebijakan iklimnya dalam Enhanced Nationally Determined Contribution guna mengurangi emisi karbon pada tahun 2030 yang setara dengan mengurangi emisi karbon sebanyak 912 juta ton karbon dioksida. Sehingga, komitmen keberlanjutan terhadap lingkungan perlu dijunjung tinggi dalam segala aktivitas manusia. Perusahaan pada umumnya rentan terhadap dampak perubahan iklim, sehingga perusahaan perlu menetapkan sistem tata kelola perusahaan untuk mengidentifikasi dan mengatasi resiko perubahan iklim secara tepat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam
Greetings,
Kebajikan.
Om Swastiastu, Namo
Selamat
Buddhaya.
datang pada acara Indonesia
Greetings of virtue.
Energy
Welcome to
Transition
Indonesia
Dialogue
Energy Transition Dialogue 2024, working out the energy transition plan and
Senang
opportunities.
sekali, Bapak Ibu sekalian.
We
Saya
are very
Muhammad
happy,
Aulia,
ladies and
bersama
gentlemen.
dengan
I'm
rekan
Muhammad
saya,
Aulia with my partner,
yang akan
Benita
memandu
Sasya,
rangkaian acara pada hari ini,
that will be the
hari
MC
Rabu,
for
tanggal 6
today,
November
Wednesday,
2024.
November 6th,
Semoga Bapak Ibu yang hadirin
2024.
sekalian yang
We
hadir
hope
secara
that all
daring
of you,
maupun secara daring
who are
selalu
attending
dalam keadaan
here,
sehat.
both on site and
Baik,
online,
hari ini kita telah
are
memasuki hari
always
ketiga
in health.
Indonesia Energy
We
Transition
are
Dialogue
already going
2024.
in day 3 of
IETD
the
merupakan
IETD
acara dialog
2024.
tahunan
IETD is
yang
an
diselenggarakan
annual
oleh
dialogue
Indonesia
held
Clean
by
Energy Forum,
Indonesia Clean Energy
ICEF,
Forum,
berkolaborasi
ICEF,
dengan Institute for
collaborating with
Essential
Institute for
Services
Essential
Reform,
Services Reform,
IESR, dan
IESR,
Kementerian Energi dan
and
Sumber Daya
Ministry
Mineral
of
Republik
Energy and
Indonesia.
Mineral Resources of
Pada
the
tahun
Republic of Indonesia.
2024,
On
IETD telah memasuki edisi
2024,
ke-7
IETD
dan
is
kembali menjadi
going to
platform
the 7th
diskusi
edition. It is
nasional
a
bagi
national
para
dialogue
pembuat
platform
kebijakan,
for the
pemimpin
policy
bisnis,
makers,
ahli
business
masyarakat sipil,
leaders,
sivitas akademika,
CSO
dan
leaders,
berbagai komunitas
academics, and
untuk
also
berbagi pengetahuan terbaru
various
serta
communities
membangun
to share
pemahaman
knowledge
bersama
and to
dalam
build
upaya mewujudkan
understanding
transisi energi
in
di
achieving
Indonesia.
energy
Pada
transition
tahun
in
ini,
Indonesia.
Indonesia Energy
This
Transition
year,
Dialogue
Indonesia
memfokuskan
Energy Transition Dialogue
kompleksitas
focus on
transisi energi dari berbagai
complexity
perspektif,
of the energy
sehingga
transition
dapat
from
menciptakan
various
proses
perspectives
transisi
to able
energi
to
yang
create
adil dan
energy
teratur.
transition
Selain
that
itu,
is
dialog ini juga
equitable
memberikan
and
kesempatan bagi semua sektor dan
directed.
lapisan masyarakat
We are also discussing
menyuarakan
from
peran,
many sectors of the
harapan,
community
dan
to voice
keterlibatan dalam
out
transisi
the
energi,
role and
khususnya bagi
expectation
kepemimpinan
and
baru pasca
engagement in
pemilu
energy transition,
2024.
especially
Melalui acara
post
ini, IETD
presidential
bertujuan
election
untuk menjadi sumber
2024.
informasi dan
Through
ruang
these
dialog
events,
lintas
IETD
sektor
would like to be a space of cross-sector between ministry, international financing institution, business actors, CSO, academics, to be able to formulate and achieve collaborative action to achieve the national target of zero emission on 2060 or before that. Very true, Mbak Sasha, and this is also supported by our community partner, which is Satu Platform, Society in Renewable Energy Universitas Indonesia, Green Narration Foundation, and Teens Go Green, and also a few of our media partners, which are Tanah Air, Zona EBT, Kompasiana, and XY Zone Media.
Baik, Bapak Ibu, kita akan masuk ke
Ladies and
sesi
gentlemen,
workshop
we will go into the first workshop session, Accelerating Green Hydrogen Economy. And in this session, this workshop is supported by British Embassy Jakarta. And in this session, we will listen to the presentation and will be continued with panel discussion. So without further ado, Mbak Sashaya, we will enter the first session with the title Regulatory Framework for Enabling Green Hydrogen. That will be delivered by Mr. Dr. Muhammad Al-Hakur Rahman Isa as the Service Coordinator and Monitoring of Aneka Usaha EBT from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Please, sir.
Oke, baik Bapak Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Ladies and
wabarakatuh.
gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Greetings to us all, for us all. Firstly, I would like to convey my gratitude to IESR that has invited us in delivering a few information related to regulatory framework for enabling green hydrogen in Indonesia. So, as we will convey that currently we are formulating or building a foundation to develop hydrogen in Indonesia. Therefore, we need to cooperate between stakeholders, ministries, and business entities, and universities and community in general, association. The objective is to accelerate the development of the ecosystem to form in Indonesia.
Oke, baik. Sorry. Ya, di slide ini Bapak Ibu ya, sebagaimana kita ketahui bahwa
as we all know, that in the new administration under Mr. Prabowo, we acknowledge the vision and mission of Asta Cita, in which there are 17 programs. That is the priority programs. So Asta Cita is the vision and mission, which objective is to strengthen the security system and also to encourage national self-sufficiency through food, energy, and water self-sufficiency, and also creative economy, green economy, and blue economy. And one of the priority program is states that we have to reach self-sufficiency from food, energy, and also water. And in other side, in the international way, we also have a promise, a commitment to the international world that we will support the mitigation efforts from climate change. We have the commitment that is formulated the NDC that in 2030, we must reduce
emisi gas rumah kaca ini
GHG
sebesar
emission up to 32%
dengan upaya sendiri ya,
with
atau
our own
sebesar
effort
43%
or
dengan bantuan
up to
internasional.
40% with
Dianggakan ini
international
sekitar
assistance.
358 hingga
In the calculation, this
446
is
juta ton CO2
400 to
yang harus kita
600 million
turunkan
tons
pada
CO2
tahun
that must be
2030.
reduced by
Nah, Bapak Ibu,
2030.
hidrogen ini sangat berpotensi ya
Hydrogen
untuk mendukung
has
tadi ya,
potential to
dari
support.
sisi nasional kita
From
punya
the
visi
national
misi
side, we have
Astacita
the
ya,
Astacita
untuk
vision
melakukan
and mission to
swasembada energi, dan juga dari
conduct
sisi
energy self-sufficiency, and
internasional kita
also from
juga
the international side, we have
hidrogen dapat mendukung ya
hydrogen
upaya
can support
dekarbonisasi
the
khususnya
decarbonization
di sektor
effort,
energi.
especially in the energy sector.
Bapak Ibu, ini adalah gambaran dari
This is
potensi
a depiction
energi
of the
terbarukan
renewable
Indonesia.
energy potential in
Kita tahu
Indonesia.
bahwa Indonesia sangat
We all know that Indonesia
dikaruniai
is
potensi yang cukup
blessed
besar ya,
with
besar,
a huge
tersebar,
amount of
dan
potential
beragam.
that is dispersed and
Potensi
various.
teoritisnya ini mencapai
The
13,7
theoretical
terawatt,
potential
ya,
reaches
di mana pada saat
13.7
ini
terawatt, and
baru
currently
sebesar
it is only up to
13.781 megawatt yang telah
13,721 megawatt that
digunakan.
is utilized.
Jadi kalau kita hitung, ini baru
13,781.
sebesar
So if we calculate this is only 0.37%
potensi
of
energi
the
terbarukan
renewable
yang sudah
energy potential
dimanfaatkan.
that has been utilized.
Nah, kalau kita melihat dari jumlah yang
If
cukup besar
we
ini,
see
ini
from
dapat
this
diartikan Indonesia
big
ini
amount, what we can see is that
menjadi
Indonesia has the
negara
potential to be
yang dapat memproduksi
a
green
country that
hydrogen,
can produce
ya,
green
menjadi negara
hydrogen
key
and
player
to be
untuk
the
memproduksi hidrogen
key player country to
secara
produce hydrogen
nasional, gitu ya. Sebab
in
itu,
nationally.
hal inilah yang menjadikan
This is
hidrogen ini menjadi
what
salah satu
makes
strategi yang
hydrogen
sangat
one of
penting
the
dalam
very
upaya
important
transisi
strategy in the transition
Indonesia
efforts of
menuju net zero emission tahun
Indonesia
2060
heading
atau
towards
lebih
net
cepat.
zero emission in 2060 or before that.
Kita masuk ke dalam
And
net zero emission 2060 lebih cepat ya, bahwa
in
kita
net zero
sudah
emission
memiliki
2060 or before
roadmap
that in
ya,
Indonesia, we have a roadmap
untuk mencapai
to achieve
net zero
net zero
emission 2060 atau lebih cepat.
emission
Ya, di sini
2060 and
dalam
before that.
konsep
So in this net zero emission 2060 concept, we will reduce 95% of GHG emission in 2060 from business as usual.
Ya, ini dengan cara mengoptimalkan sumber
By
daya
optimizing
energi baru terbarukan, ya,
new and
kemudian
renewable
juga
energy resources
mengoptimalkan
and to
program-program
optimize
efisiensi energi.
energy efficiency programs.
Nah, di dalam roadmap net zero emission
And
ini,
in this NZE roadmap,
ya,
the
total
target
kebutuhan
is the total
amonia
of
dan
the
hidrogen
ammonia and
ini
hydrogen need
mencapai 60
reaches
gigawatt
60
tahun
gigawatt
2060.
in
Ya, di
2060,
mana amonia ini
in which
diproyeksikan
ammonia is
akan
projected
menggantikan
to
pembangkit yang
replace
berasal dari batu bara. Ya.
coal power plant.
Dan kemudian untuk hidrogen ini
And for
diproyeksikan akan
hydrogen, it is
menggantikan
projected to
pembangkit yang
replace
berasal dari natural gas.
natural
Totalnya
gas
ini
power
mencapai
plant.
38
The total
gigawatt untuk
reach
amonia dan
38
hidrogen
gigawatt
mencapai
for ammonia, and
22
for
gigawatt
hydrogen
di
is to
tahun
reaches to
2060.
22
Nah, ini mulai
gigawatt in
digunakannya
2060.
berkisar antara tahun 2040
So this will begin to be
ya,
used
mulai
in
masuk
around 2040.
co-firing untuk
Co-firing
pembangkit listrik dari
will
amonia dan
begin
hidrogen.
for ammonia and hydrogen power plant.
Untuk kapasitas
For
ya,
the
total
capacity, the
di
total
tahun
capacity in
2060 ini
2060,
diperkirakan mencapai 355
it is projected to
gigawatt
reach
yang terdiri dari
355 gigawatt.
45% EBT
That is from
atau
45%
dan juga 55%
NRE and
yang
also
non-VRE,
55% that is
seperti,
non-VRE,
air ya, yang non-VRE.
such as water, yeah, for the
Jadi
non-VRE.
nanti Bapak Ibu ya,
So
kita di tahun 2060
in 2060, the
sudah
plan is
didominasi
that
oleh
it is already
yang
dominated
berasal dari
by
energi baru dan terbarukan.
new
Nah,
and
beberapa
renewable
upaya untuk
energy.
mencapai net zero
A few
emission
efforts
ya,
to achieve net
strateginya
zero
adalah,
emission, some of the strategies are
meningkatkan demand
to
ya, di
increase
sektor
demand
elektrifikasi,
in the
kemudian
electrification sector and also
renewable energi terbarukan,
develop
kemudian
renewable energy
moratorium dari
and moratorium from coal, and utilization of new energies such as hydrogen and ammonia, and implementation of the CCS, CCUS technology, and also what I mentioned just now, energy efficiency.
Ya, selanjutnya Bapak Ibu ya.
Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen,
kita sudah punya saat ini
we currently already have
strategi nasional kita sudah kita launching pada Desember
national
tahun
strategy that is
2023.
launched in 2023, Indonesia's hydrogen national strategy, where there are three main strategies.
Yang pertama,
and the first one is hydrogen will be used to support NRE development. So the first strategy is a strategy that can support Astachita, as I mentioned, that hydrogen can support the utilization of NRE so that we can achieve energy self-sufficiency. As we all know, that as an archipelago, Indonesia faces challenges. Yeah, there are mismatch between the supply and demand. So there are many locations that has high potential for NRE resource with low demand. Hydrogen can be an energy carrier and can be transported. So we produce in potential areas with high resources and we transport it to locations with high demand. This can answer the challenges of Indonesia as an archipelago. And the next strategy is hydrogen will be used to achieve decarbonization target. As we all know, in international, we have the target to reduce GHG emission. And the third is that hydrogen will be used to as a commodity, an export commodity, such as Japan, Korea, Singapore. These are countries that has the potential for us to enter in export. And aside from that,
di pelayaran jalur
pelayaran located in the strategic marine traffic. Indonesia is in the location of the marine traffic, yeah, as a transit for ships that are going through and going to big or large economy countries. So there's a potential to develop hydrogen and can support decarbonization from shipping, sailing. And on the other side, hydrogen can support the electricity system, especially for storage. We all know that hydrogen has superiority in long-term storage compared to battery. For battery, sooner or later, they will go through degradation, but for hydrogen, the longer it is storage, they will not experience degradation. And this can also answer the challenge from the aspect of environment. In a battery, we still have some concern related to waste, but for hydrogen in the storage, it is long-lasting and is more environment friendly.
Kemudian juga hidrogen ini menjawab tantangan
can also
terkait dengan modal investasi yang awalnya cukup besar
the challenge on investment that is initially very large, such as in hydropump storage. If we compare this with other storage technology, hydrogen is more superior and has the potential to be developed in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have calculated in the roadmap that we will publish in hopefully December 2024, the projection of hydrogen will grow after 2031. So currently we are still in the initial process, and it is projected that it will grow from year 2031 onwards.
Kemudian Bapak Ibu ini adalah gambaran
And
dari
this
roadmap
is a depiction of the
hydrogen dan ammonia,
hydrogen
di
and
mana
ammonia
kita
roadmap,
saat ini
in
sedang
which
melakukan
currently we
finalisasi ya.
are in the
Kita
finalization stage,
rencanakan
and
untuk
we plan to
launching roadmap dan
launch
amonia nasional
the
ini pada Desember
National Ammonia Roadmap on
2024.
December 2024.
Roadmap ini kita bangun dengan
This
metode
roadmap
demand
is
driven
developed
ya.
with the
Jadi saat
demand-driven
itu kita
method. So
lakukan
at that time, we
FGD,
conducted
kemudian kita kumpulkan
FGD
data-data
and we
primer ya
compiled
dari
primary
berbagai
data
stakeholders ya,
from
di
various
antaranya
stakeholders. Some of
Pertamina, ya,
them are
kemudian
from
Pupuk
Pertamina,
Indonesia,
Pupuk
Krakatau Steel
Indonesia,
ya,
Krakatau Steel,
Kaltim,
PLN,
dan
Kaltim,
lain-lain.
and other
Kita
industries.
lakukan
And we
perhitungan
conducted
dan
calculation
simulasi
and
ya,
simulation
untuk di tahun 2060
for
demand
2060.
dari hidrogen
The demand
mencapai
from the hydrogen
9,2
will reach
juta ton hydrogen
9.2 million
ya,
ton hydrogen,
dengan
with
potensi
the potential
proyeksi dari
of the
produksinya
projection
sebesar
of the production
17,7
is
juta
17.7 million ton hydrogen in year
setiap
2060.
5
So we
tahun ke depan.
calculate
Nah, ini
it in
gap
every
ini
5-year interval.
menunjukkan
So this
bahwa
gap
kita
shows
berpotensi
that
menjadi
we have the
negara
potential
pengekspor
to be
hidrogen.
a hydrogen export country.
Nah, dari awal sampai dengan 2060 kita
From
bagi
the
menjadi
beginning since
3
2060, we
ya, Bapak
divide
Ibu,
this into
bahwa
3 terms
untuk
that
mencapai tadi
to
angka-angka tadi
achieve
kita
those
menjadi kita
figures that I
membagi
mentioned,
menjadi 3
we
tahunan,
divide
3 tahunan,
this
3 periode ya.
into
Pertama
3
short term,
period. Yeah, the
medium
first
term,
one is
dan
short
long
term
term.
and medium
Nah,
term
short
and
term
long
ini
term. So for the short
juga
term,
disebut sebagai
we
initial
can
step
call
ya.
this as
Ini tahun
initiation step.
2025 sampai
This is
2034,
2025 to
kemudian di medium term
2034,
kita
and the
bisa
medium
sebut
term
sebagai
we can
development
call
and
this
integration
development and
phase ya.
integration
Ini
phase.
2035
This is
sampai
2035 to
2044.
2044.
Ya, untuk di tahun
And
awal di
in the initiation
ya
phase,
kita fokusnya adalah untuk
our focus
membangun
is to
ekosistem
develop
ya,
ecosystem,
pembuatan peta jalan,
is
ya,
to make the
kemudian
roadmap
juga
and
studi kelayakan, kemudian
feasibility
juga kita
study,
menyusun kerangka
and we
regulasi, baik
also
standar,
formulate
proses sertifikasi,
regulation framework,
kemudian juga
standard,
skema insentif
certification,
ya,
and also incentive
kemudian
scheme,
juga
and
mendorong kemitraan
to
internasional.
encourage
Nah, semua hal
international
tersebut ya
partnership.
kita lakukan
All of these
di
things will
tahap
be carried out,
inisiasi.
will be conducted in the initiation phase.
Dan kemudian ini adalah
And
gambaran dari
this is
beberapa program atau
an
aktivitas
elaboration
yang
of
telah
the
dilakukan
program or
oleh Kementerian
activities
SDM
that
ya.
is carried out by the
Pertama,
Ministry
kita sudah
of
menyusun National Hydrogen
Energy and Mineral
Strategy, ya,
Resources. We
kemudian kita
have
sudah punya komite teknis ya.
formed Hydrogen
Kita juga
National
sudah
Strategy.
punya 3
We already
standar
have Hydrogen
nasional
Technical
terkait dengan
Committee. We
hidrogen.
already have 3
Kemudian kita
national
juga
standard
sudah
related to
punya
hydrogen, and
kajian
we already
ya,
have studies
untuk
to
mendukung pilot project
support
atau mendukung
the
upaya
pilot project or to
komersialisasi
support
transportasi pada tahun 2030.
commercialization
Kemudian juga
effort
kita
and
akan
transportation in 2030, and we will also launch the national roadmap for hydrogen and ammonia, and we also currently are formulating guidance for HSE for HRS, and we have already proposed the new standard industrial classification, and currently we are formulating
perubahan regulasi ya pada
regulation
PP nomor 14
change
tahun 2012
in
ya,
the government regulation number 4 year 2012, and this is so that we can conduct electricity purchase from hydrogen sources. So that is all, and yeah, because time is up, I would like to conclude and convey my gratitude. Wassalamualaikum.
Kita berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi
Let us give a
untuk
round of
Bapak
applause
Al-Rahman
to
Isa, dan terima
Mr.
kasih
Al-Rahman Isa,
kepada
and
Bapak
thank
Dr.
you to Mr. Dr. Muhammad Al-Rahman
atas
Isa
pemaparan yang sangat
for
insightful.
the very insightful presentation, and also thank you, Mr. Haki, that in the presentation, yeah, we now know that this hydrogen technology is more durable and environment friendly compared to other battery technology. And also the Ministry of Mineral and Energy and Mineral Resources have already prepared roadmap that will be launched in 2024. And that is from the side of the government. Yeah, there's already a regulatory framework. Moving forward, we will listen to the presentation that will complement Mr. Haki's presentation, which is presentation by Ibu Wangi Pandansari, PhD, as industrial engineering expert from the Energy Study Center from Universitas Gajah Mada, Green Hydrogen Ecosystem for Industrial Decarbonization. To Ibu Wangi Pandansari, we welcome you on stage.
Baik, selamat pagi Bapak Ibu dan hadirin
Good
sekalian.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Wangi Pandansari. I'm from the Machine Technical and Industry Faculty of Universitas Gajah Mada. Today, I will represent my colleagues from the Study Center of UGM, and I would like to share a bit about our studies on green hydrogen ecosystem for industry decarbonization. The first one here is we can see the various colors of hydrogen. Yes, that was, I don't think was discussed yet. Yeah. So the colors are various, depends on the production process and the feedstock. Currently, the majority of hydrogen production in the world is dominated by SMR production process using natural gas. This is what we call green hydrogen. And the other majority is using coal, using gasification process, and this is what we call black or brown hydrogen. For green hydrogen, is processed using electrolysis process with feedstock from renewable energy. And we see here the comparison between three production methods. The first was from green hydrogen, black or brown hydrogen, and also green hydrogen. So from what we see here, to produce 1 kilogram hydrogen using natural gas will emit carbon dioxide emission of 10 kilogram. If we change this to gasification using coal, the carbon dioxide emission is twice. But if we use electrolysis using electricity, we see here that there are no carbon dioxide emission as a result because the byproduct is oxygen. And because we use, our focus just now was in the industry decarbonization, so that we need to review or to look again, what is the number in the Indonesian case, and these are the calculation that we have conducted. We compare this between hydrogen that is processed using steam reforming, SMR, and for 1 kilogram hydrogen, the emission is around 8.4 to 11.3. So as we see, using electrolysis does not generate any carbon dioxide from the process. But if the electrolysis, we get the electricity from grid, turns out that there are carbon dioxide that is generated, and the number is far above SMR. This is 6 times. And what we need to emphasize here is that we produce hydrogen using electrolysis, but what we have to emphasize here is the source of the feedstock must be from renewable energy.
Ini nggak bisa di enter ya. Kalau di enter udah langsung next. Padahal ini yang ingin saya tunjukkan di pojok
What I
sana.
want to show here is at the right corner, there's an electricity from grid electricity, which value is far above. So this actually on the right side, there's electrolysis using renewable energy, and right there, it's carbon dioxide emission that should be zero. And we also try to map various emission from few fuel types. So what we see here is that the winner is from electricity. The value is far above gasoline and diesel. Why? Because when we conduct calculation, we do not only calculate between utilization from the electricity or tank to wheel, but also include calculation on the emission that might can be generated from the well to tank process, so that here the winner is electricity coming from grid, because the majority is still from coal.
Nah, kemudian di sini kita mencoba
And
melihat
here we try to see the competitiveness of hydrogen. As we all know, hydrogen can be used for many applications and was already highlighted by Mr. Haki. So we can use this for a fuel cell as an environmental friendly electricity source, and we can use direct combustion, which is material for co-firing, and we can also use this as commodity used in petrochem industry process or metal refining, or it can also be used to produce ammonia that will be used as a feedstock, let's say in the fertilizer industry. So there are many demand for hydrogen, and also was highlighted by Mr. Haki, and specific for the case in Indonesia, there is already a demand for hydrogen. Here we have a few industries that already use hydrogen. So when we would like to conduct transition in the beginning, we can focus first on industries that are already using hydrogen. So how they can have a transition from using gray to using green. And the next step is that we can explore the potential of the industries that have not yet used hydrogen, but might use hydrogen. In this case is iron and steel industry, or it can also be for transportation, for aviation, marine, and others. And in here, briefly, we try to cover for the market interest in Indonesia. We already have the market for Indonesia as explained by Mr. Haki, because Indonesia, we are one of the country that produces ammonia, and so the demand for hydrogen is there. But when we see from the global market that it is already appealing, this is the data from countries that import hydrogen, and the value and the market size of this market is around $18.5 billion. So it is quite large, and Indonesia has a potential here to conduct hydrogen export to countries that import it. But if we want to export, we have to adjust with the hydrogen standard that applies in the destination country. Moving forward, we have already seen about the demand of hydrogen. We already have the market, but what about the technology? Here, if we are wondering how competitive hydrogen is compared to renewable energy as solar, wind, hydro, the question is not actually relevant yet enough, because we should not compare between hydrogen and renewable energy, because they are not competitor, but they are complementary. So here, renewable energy is direct power, and hydrogen is energy carrier that can be used for long-term storage. When we want to compare, we can compare with similar technology with similar application, and also we conduct cost-benefit analysis.
Nah, jadi di sini mungkin secara singkat aja ya saya
So here,
highlight. Kami
uh,
mencoba
as a
membandingkan
highlight,
antara ya green hydrogen
we
storage dengan
try
battery.
to
Juga tadi
compare
menjelaskan ya
hydrogen
kenapa
and also batteries,
hydrogen
and
dibandingkan
also
dengan baterai.
explain
Mungkin dari segi
why
cost
do we
masih
compare
question
this.
mark ya, karena kalau kita lihat
From the
misalnya
cost side is
benchmarknya
still a question mark.
hydrogen masih jauh
It
di
seems
atas
that
ya. Tapi
green hydrogen
harapannya
is still
ketika
above it,
teknologi itu makin
but the
berkembang,
expectation is when
harga
the
ini
technology is
bisa
developing,
signifikan turun.
these prices could
Kemudian
be
menjadi harga yang
significantly
lebih baik.
reduced, and
Tapi
there could
dari
also be some
aspek
incentives.
yang lain ya,
But from
contohnya
other
time
aspects,
duration,
from lifetime or
itu
duration,
hydrogen lebih unggul karena tadi tidak
hydrogen
ada degradasi
has
ya. Kita
more
tidak perlu memikirkan
strengths,
waste.
because
Ya,
we don't need to
mungkin
think
kalau
of the
baterai sudah
waste,
habis life cycle-nya
because
ya,
if
tidak
the
ada
batteries have
degradasi,
run out
kan harus
its
kita pikirkan lagi
cycle,
mau
we have
diapakan
to think
sampah
about what
baterai
to
itu.
do next,
Kemudian dari
what to do with the
aspek area
battery
ini
waste,
juga lebih unggul
and
karena gini.
also
Kita lihat ya
aspect per
pojok samping
area.
itu
If you look at
adalah
the part
kedapatan
in the
energi ya
corner,
untuk
we can see
hydrogen
that
dibandingkan
the
dengan
energy
baterai ya.
for
Jadi baik
hydrogen
dari
compared
segi
to
volume maupun
batteries,
dari segi
be it for the volume and the mass, and also density,
Kemudian
hydrogen
kami juga sudah membandingkan cost
is
effectiveness
better, yeah.
untuk
And then we also
beberapa
compared the
skenario.
cost
Di
effectiveness
sini
for
sistem
different
hitungannya
scenarios, and based on our
selaras dengan yang
calculations,
tadi dijelaskan.
and in line with
Jadi
what
yang
Pak
paling
Aki
yang paling
explained
kompetitif
before.
itu atau
So
yang carbon
what's
reduction-nya
the more
paling
competitive
tinggi
or
per euro investment yang kita keluarkan
the better one
itu
per euro
adalah di bidang
investment is
heavy duty transport dan
in heavy
juga
duty
industri. Nah,
transport
di
and
sini
also
kami coba
industry.
melakukan perhitungan
And
terhadap
here we
industri
try to do
amonia.
calculations for ammonia industry.
Nah, kemudian selanjutnya kita
And next,
coba telaah dari sisi
we would like to
harga ya,
see
levelized
from
cost of
the
hydrogen.
levelized
Nah, di
cost
sini
of
data dari
hydrogen.
Bloomberg itu
So this is
mengestimasi harga
data from
hydrogen ada
Bloomberg
di range 5
that
sampai 10
estimated
dolar per
the range
kilogram.
of prices is
Kemudian ada
around
data
5 until
dari
$10
IWC
per
ya yang jauh
kilogram.
lebih optimistis
And
yaitu di
there's
angka 5
another
dolar per
data from
kilogram
PwC,
yang
which
itu
is
nanti
more
akan
optimistic, yeah, around
akan
5
turun hingga di bawah
dollar per kilogram. This will
Nah, kami juga
reduce to
melakukan
2 kilogram, yeah.
perhitungan gitu ya,
And we have also done
menvariasikan
calculations, yeah,
LCOH
to
untuk
see
hydrogen
the
ini.
LCOH for hydrogen.
Kami coba hitung OPEX, CAPEX-nya
We
gitu,
tried
kemudian
to
menggunakan
calculate the OPEX and
skenario
CAPEX and
apabila
also used
transitnya dari PEM ataupun
scenario if
dari
when the
lain gitu ya.
hydrolysis is from
Nah,
PEN or
ya bottom
others.
line-nya
So the
adalah kalau
bottom line
misalnya
is
kita menggunakan alkaline
if
itu
you use
slightly more
alkaline,
expensive gitu ya.
it is slightly more expensive,
Majority cost
but the
itu
majority
berasal dari
cost
electricity-nya.
is from
Jadi
its
harga
electricity.
electricity-nya.
So the prices
Jadi
for
kalau kita ingin
electricity. So
menurunkan
if we would like to
LCOH,
reduce the
itu berarti
LCOH,
LCOE
so
dari renewable
LCOA
energinya.
for the renewable energy.
Oke, sedikit lagi. Nah, ini terakhir di
Just a little
bagian
bit more, and this is the last one from the supply chain side.
Nah, jadi kalau kita melihat value chain untuk
So
green
if you look at
hydrogen-nya,
the
kita bisa
value
bagi
chain of green
menjadi
hydrogen, we can
3
divide
bagian
this
ya.
into 3 parts.
Upstream itu di
So
bagian feedstock
upstream
dan juga
in the pit
produksi,
stock and also
kemudian
production,
midstream itu di
and
bagian handling, storage,
mainstream
dan
it's the handling,
transportation,
storage, and
kemudian di
transportation,
downstream-nya itu
and in
utilization-nya
downstream
ya.
in the
Nah, kita bisa
utilization.
melihat
So we can
sebagian memang
see
sudah ada yang
half of it
ada gitu ya, present dan
is in
available
place or
secara
is
komersial.
present and
Sebagian yang lain
available
di
commercially,
midstream
while
itu
half of it midstream
ada komersial tapi sekarang
it's
mungkin
commercial
difokuskan
as
untuk
well,
yang
but the focus
green hydrogen gitu
is
ya.
not
Dan
for green
sisanya lagi
hydrogen, yeah,
masih
and
dalam
half of it
tahapan studi atau pilot project.
is still in
Oke,
the
di
study
sini
process or
sebenarnya
pilot
ya kita
project.
punya capability
So it
untuk
means that we do
mengembangkan
have the capability to
green
develop
hydrogen
green
ecosystem di
hydrogen
Indonesia.
ecosystem in
Nah, hanya
Indonesia.
saja memang kita
However,
integrasi gitu
we
ya.
need
Jadi
integration.
perlu menyambungkan
So we need to
gap
connect
between
the dots
dari upstream,
from the upstream, midstream, and downstream.
Nah, di sini kita coba lihat.
So we can see here
Nah, kalau existing ideas-nya kan ini
for
kita
the
renewable
existing
energy,
ideas,
maka
we
kita
have renewable
membangun
energy so that
hydrogen
we
plant
build
nearby
hydrogen
gitu ya.
plants
Nah,
nearby.
kita mempunyai hydrogen plant,
So we have
kemudian kita
hydrogen
distribusikan
plants,
ke
and then
user.
we
Nah,
distribute
distribusi bisa
hydrogen
kita
to
lakukan
our consumers,
bisa jadi
to
lewat
distributors.
tangki,
Yeah,
gitu ya,
this
bisa
could
jadi
be
lewat
through
pipeline, bisa jadi
trucking or
lewat shipping,
pipelines
train dan
or
lain sebagainya.
shipping trains and
Jadi the
others.
best option ya
So
harus
the
kita
best
study
option
berdasarkan dari dua
is
faktor yang kita
studied
lihat.
based on 2
Throughput
factors.
dari hydrogen itu sendiri, jadi
So
kita
from the
lihat
hydrogen
berapa
side,
volume yang harus
like
kita antarkan
how
ke
much the
satu port,
volume of the hydrogen
plus
delivered
berapa
per
jauh
time unit,
transportasi itu harus kita
and
lakukan.
how
Nah,
far the
karena
distance
fokus
of
kita
the
ada di
transportation.
industri decarbonisation
Because our
dan jangan
focus is the
sampai kita
decarbonization industry,
sebenarnya kita tidak menghasilkan emisi gitu ya, tetapi di
we
midstreamnya jangan
don't
sampai kita
we
menghasilkan
do not
emisi
produce
yang
emissions in the
ternyata malah
upstream,
lebih tinggi
but
dibandingkan dengan user membuat
we
pabrik
might
hidrogen gitu
produce
ya
more
di industrinya
emissions in
dan
the
menggunakan
midstream. Yeah,
coal atau
maybe they use coal
natural gas
or
gitu ya.
natural
Nah, itu kan
gas.
berarti kita take one step forward
So
tapi two steps back gitu ya.
it's
Itu
like
yang harus
taking
kita
one step
hindari.
forward
Sehingga
but 2
kalau
steps
kita
back. Yeah, this is something that
mencoba
we have to avoid.
kita mencoba mengevaluasi
So we try to evaluate the decarbonization industry. We have to do this as a whole from all the life cycle. Another option here, besides the first option, we have to evaluate whether we need to transport the hydrogen. The hydrogen could be made in the user's plants or industry. So what we transmit or transport is the electricity. The electricity must be green electricity. So for green electricity, if you use the existing transmission, there needs to be certification. certification that validates that these sources of electricity are green electricity, so that the hydrogen produced is also green hydrogen. Another option is that we could also use dedicated transmission, meaning that for this option, we do not have to have certifications. Certifications are optional, yeah, because they are separated between fossil-based and renewables. So this could be guaranteed, yeah, that the hydrogen processed is green hydrogen. Or another option is
usernya yang pindah gitu ya.
it's the users that move, yeah, to go to the renewable energy resources, and the plants are built there. So the three entities are located in the same facility. So for each option, obviously there are pros and cons. There are investment that we need to bring, yeah, which one is the best? We need to review this once again, and it depends on each case. So what kind of industry, where is it located, what's the energy and the location, we need to review this, yeah. So for the concluding remarks, so if we would like to realize the green hydrogen ecosystem, we need two. Yeah. The first is the driver to boost the demand for green hydrogen. And second of all, we need enabling environments. So this enabling environments, there needs to be clear governance that is not overlapping, that regulates from upstream to downstream. And there needs to be supporting regulations and also policies. For instance, the availability of incentives, carbon taxes, and so on and so forth. So that concluded my presentation.
Sekian, terima kasih.
Thank you very much.
Baik, terima kasih.
Well, thank you very much. Give a big round of applause to Ibu Wangi Pandansari.
Menarik sekali ya.
Very
Jadi
interesting.
berdasarkan penjelasannya
So based on Ibu Wangi's explanation, the green hydrogen ecosystem is possible and to be prepared and also executed in Indonesia, as long as we have drivers and also enabling environments. They also need to be prepared. And Mas Haul, actually, for some industries, carbon-related industries like steel, transportation, I have also heard this a lot, that green hydrogen could also penetrate into those sectors. Yeah, so this could be an effective strategy, yeah, for how to abate sector. Yeah. And from the competitiveness, Bu Wangi mentioned that from the price side, it is quite competitive, yeah, around $5 per kilogram, and this is cheaper than DL's bread price, yeah. And also, let's look at or see the next presentation with the title of Appointing the Right Role for Green Hydrogen Case Studies. This will be presented by Bapak Fabian Barrera, Program Lead TDX Agora Energy Winde. To Bapak Fabian Barrera, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation, especially to ICESR, and it's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. I'm going to introduce to you a little bit of some work that we are developing in Southeast Asia or certain aspects of hydrogen development. I think many of the things that I'm going to be mentioning today have been already mentioned by my colleagues in the last presentations, so we have some common ideas that we want to introduce today, and yeah, I hope it's going to be very interesting for you. First, just a little bit overview of what we are. We are Agora Industry. We are a think tank, part of the umbrella of the Agora think tanks. We work in different areas promoting the decarbonization and the achievement of a net zero future. We have Agora Energy Vende working in the power sector. We focus in Agora Industry on the industry sector. We have also Agora Agriculture for the agricultural sector, and our partner organization, Agora Frequency Vende, working in the transport sector. In this way, we cover the main sectors causing greenhouse emissions, and in that sense, we try to mitigate emissions in the main emitters. We are a think tank that initially started in Germany, but we are now an international organization at this stage with offices in Berlin, Brussels, Beijing, and in Bangkok, where my colleagues are with me today in the event. So based on this, I'm going to focus my presentation on some of the outcomes and the key messages that we have analyzed in our more recent publication for the region. This is the Insights of Hydrogen for Southeast Asia edition that you can find in our website. We published this report early this year and analyzing different trends and different options for hydrogen development in the region, including certain policy recommendations for the private and the public sector. First, I'm going to start talking about the role of clean hydrogen in climate neutrality. So for this, we can see here on the left side of the slide different scenarios of hydrogen demand by 2050. We see certain discrepancy among the scenarios, and especially is given in the different applications that hydrogen has been maybe estimated. The power sector is one of the sectors that has the most variation around the scenarios. There is a lot of different technologies that could be used for the decarbonization of the power sector. What is interesting here is that the share of hydrogen in the final energy by 2050, these are global scenarios, is in most of them below 20%, around 15%. So hydrogen will have an important role, but it won't be so relevant compared to other decarbonization strategies such as renewables. We're going to see that a bit ahead. We have been facing several geopolitical challenges, especially, for example, the war in Ukraine has created a gas crisis, a peak of gas prices. We have seen how it has affected also the global supply chain for some products such as fertilizers, and that had created that many countries are looking into new and more diverse suppliers for certain products. So we see how countries like Japan, like Korea, like Germany has positioned themselves as importers of green products, as importers of hydrogen, and that's why they have started this, what we call the hydrogen diplomacy. So they are looking for these potential suppliers, they are looking to secure future supply and diverse supply of certain green products. And this has caused that more than 50 countries worldwide has developed hydrogen strategies and roadmaps. And we have seen similar trends already also in the region. And we have the presentation before from Mr. Haki highlighting the roadmap for Indonesia and in hydrogen. With this in mind, I would like to highlight that the role of hydrogen in climate neutrality is going to be very relevant, but it's going to be secondary to electrification. It means that the production of hydrogen is very inefficient, and that's why hydrogen shouldn't compete with electrification technologies in different sectors. We try to capture this idea in this table that you can see here that aims to targeting policymakers in providing a guidelines of what kind of applications should be promoted and should be prioritized for hydrogen. We have the no-regret applications. We mean these applications are those uses of hydrogen when you won't have any regret in promoting them. And these are applications that you don't have any electrification alternative or any electrification pathway. So you need to use hydrogen to decarbonize those applications. We have the line on controversial applications. So are those applications where hydrogen could be used in different contexts, in different geographies, depending on the availability of the resource. And we have also those applications that are definitely a bad idea because we have already an electrification alternative in place. Where for instance, the use of cars. So we have already battery electric vehicles in place that have been developed. That, for example, in Southeast Asia have been already manufactured. So there is no competition for this electrification alternative for this technology, and hydrogen could be much more inefficient and expensive. This is very important, not only when we talk about efficiency of our resources, but also efficiency of the use of the energy and mineral resources in the countries, because producing hydrogen will require a large amount of energy demand. If it be renewable or if we talk about fossil fuels, it's going to require a higher demand, and that's why it needs to be like a better use of the energy resources, especially if we want to continue the decarbonization pathways. Now we're going to look a bit more on trends and technology for hydrogen development. This is a first calculation. I think Ms. Wangi had a similar slides talking about the LCOH of the cost of hydrogen. This is a calculation we did for Indonesia, and we see that the main cost component for hydrogen is the electricity cost. renewable electricity, not only in Indonesia, but in the region, is still quite expensive, and that's why hydrogen is yet less competitive compared to other regions like Latin America or like Africa. So that's why promoting renewable energy will be a key component in also making renewable hydrogen much more competitive in the region. The second more important cost component is the cost of electrolyzers, especially in this first stage of development of the hydrogen economy. Electrolyzer cost is going to play a very important role. And for this, for example, policies targeting the development of local technology in the countries, or tax exemptions that maybe mitigate a bit the cost of electrolyzers at the first stage could be very efficient to mitigate a little bit the cost and make it more competitive. The other important cost component is financial risk or risk of investment that is usually measured by the weighted average cost of capitals in the countries. Most of the countries in the global south has much more risk of investment or higher risk of investment compared to other regions. So that's why risk mitigation mechanisms are very key to achieve the more or to promote a more competitive or cheaper cost for hydrogen development. So with this in mind, with the promotion of renewable energy as the key prioritization also to contribute and to facilitate the hydrogen production, we're going to talk a lot also about the role of fossil-based hydrogen with carbon capture and storage, or blue hydrogen, because it's also another technology that has been assessed and analyzed by different countries in Southeast Asia. The big risk here is that the region itself is going to be a net zero importer of fossil gas in the future. We have seen how the fossil gas supply chain has been disrupted, for example, with the war in Ukraine, the price, how it's been affected, and in different moments and different periods. So this was going to expose the region more and more to the external gas prices, external gas market, and this therefore is going to affect the energy security. So what renewable hydrogen could do here is to mitigate a bit this dependency on global gas prices. Certain countries in the region, such as Malaysia and also, for example, Indonesia, that has gas resources, could maybe analyze or evaluate the use of this technology pathway. But as we have in these calculations, renewable hydrogen has a better potential to reduce costs in a shorter period of time. By 2030, costs of renewable hydrogen in the region can be very competitive if correct policies and regulations are taking place, and the mechanisms for promoting renewable hydrogen are very well implemented. As we see in the figure here on the left, we see, for example, in the last couple of years, how the gas price peaks of imports in the region sometimes had periods that even gray hydrogen was more expensive than green hydrogen. So we see that this trend can be also within the years. We see a lot of geopolitical turmoil, especially in the Middle East, that is an important region for supplying hydrogen worldwide. So we don't know exactly how the global market of gas is going to take place. So that's why we see a bit of a higher risk in maybe controlling the price of hydrogen in the future. Well, as we saw in the other presentations, hydrogen can be a very important component, especially for the industrial sector. So we see that renewables and renewable hydrogen could be a good way of also mitigating the dependency on fossil fuels. And of course, it will have also other benefits in terms of emission mitigation. Another technology trend in the region is the use of green ammonia for co-firing with coal as a way of mitigating emissions in the power sector. However, studies have shown that the share of ammonia in coal power plants should be about 50% to be really to have really efficient emissions mitigation in the power sector. We did some calculations also of what is technology so far potentially achieving 20% of share of ammonia in coal co-firing for countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, and Japan. And we see how renewable energy is much cheaper for the two countries, and also renewable energy could mitigate emissions in a more efficient way that coal ammonia co-firing. Another risk of promoting ammonia co-firing with coal is that the demand for ammonia in the energy sector, especially in the powers or for the energy use, could grow very fast. Ammonia currently is mostly used for fertilizer industry. So if we put more energy use for ammonia in the shipping sector, in the power sector, we're gonna have maybe some certain risk of having an appropriate supply, and it could affect the fertilizer production, which has, of course, impacts in the food supply. So that's also a risk that need to be assessed, especially when promoting strategies or practicing strategies of ammonia co-firing in Asia in general. However, we see a very potential for hydrogen as a boost of decarbonization in the industrial sector in Asia. We see here some numbers of ammonia fertilizers production and exports for Indonesia and Malaysia, who are two of the main producers of ammonia and fertilizers globally. So these countries have the potential to leverage on this chemical industry to produce and to promote more of decarbonization, and also use the existing facilities for hybrid production of green ammonia. Yesterday, we saw the presentation in the afternoon from Pupuk that they are already evaluating this strategy. So it's kind of a low-hanging fruit that countries like Indonesia have for the promotion of green hydrogen. And in this way, it can create long-term socioeconomic benefits because you are creating more low-carbon and resilient industry. This is also very important when we talk about trade, because trade of hydrogen derivatives, or what we call PTX, can have more potential of better impacts or socioeconomic impacts. So promoting the use of hydrogen in the industrial sector or already existing, for example, is a very good strategy for hydrogen development and also for low carbon industrial development. The last part of the presentation, I'm going to focus on the policy support for renewable hydrogen. As I mentioned earlier, we have been seeing hydrogen hype. In Southeast Asia has not been an exemption. Most of the countries have already developed a strategy, a roadmap. Some other countries, like the case of Thailand and Philippines, are on the way towards the development. So in the short term, we're going to see most of the countries already develop a policy framework promoting the use of hydrogen. This is a good news. What we see among the countries is a bit of non-alignment in the type of applications that they are promoting. Also, some countries are promoting different technology pathways, such as blue hydrogen or green hydrogen. The applications for hydrogen in different sectors also differ among the countries. So it's something that we will need to, or we would like to better understand and better also align, because it could be also a good way of countries for promoting cooperation, also for position themselves in a global market, especially with this proximity that they have to other markets such as Korea and Japan as potential traders for hydrogen and its derivatives. And with this, I would like to just close the presentation with our key findings for the report, and also that I tried to highlight during the presentation. So the first one is highlighting the prioritization and importance of renewable energy development, not only as a driver for secured, affordable electricity costs, but also as a driver of mitigating and making hydrogen more competitive in the region. In this direction, also the need to prioritize hydrogen applications on what we call no-regret applications, but also can be a way of using hydrogen and energy and mineral resources in a more efficient way. So not to compete with technology that are already there for electrification, and especially not to compete with renewable energy. I think Ms. Wangi also presented in her presentation an important point that renewables and hydrogen shouldn't compete, but should be a complementarities. In that sense, also the use of hydrogen in the heavy industries, especially in Southeast Asia, that is an industries that are growing really fast, has a very important potential for development, to develop a low carbon industrial sector that could also provide socioeconomic benefits and also open new opportunities for the countries in terms of trade, long-term resilient trade with low carbon technologies, and a bit mitigate the dependency on fossil fuels. And talking about trade, also the importance of estimating and assessing the opportunities, the trade opportunities of the region. The proximity to Asian markets, East Asian markets, such as Japan and Korea, is an advantage for Southeast Asia. But at the same time, there are other regions also willing to export hydrogen derivatives with maybe more competitive costs at this stage. So it's good to also do a balance on when to promote hydrogen developments for domestic decarbonization, but when also can be an opportunity to attract foreign investment in the form of trade. And with this, I think that I would like to close my presentation, and happy to discuss more during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Baik, sekali lagi berikan aplaus untuk Bapak Fabian Barera.
Once again, give a big round of applause to Bapak Fabian Ferreira. Thank you, Pak Fabian, for your insightful presentation. Next,
Selanjutnya kita akan masuk ke sesi
moving on,
diskusi panel yang
we will
pertama.
move on to the
Dan
first
diskusi panel ini juga didukung
panel
oleh British
discussion
Embassy
session, and this is
Jakarta
also supported
dan
by
akan dimoderatori
British
oleh
Embassy
Ibu Erina
Jakarta, and this will be
Mursanti,
moderated
Green
by Ibu
Energy
Erina
Transition
Mursanti, Green
Indonesia
Energy
Program
Transition
Manager
Indonesia Program
IESR.
Manager
Kepada Ibu
of
Erina
IESR.
Mursanti,
To
kami
Ibu
persilahkan.
Erina Mursanti, the floor is yours.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu MC.
Thank
Semangat
you,
pagi.
MC. Morning spirit.
Masih pada semangat. Alhamdulillah senang.
Still motivated, everyone, yeah? Because the topic is quite heavy, since yesterday we discussed about the challenge of regulation and investment. It's like chicken and egg, yeah, which one comes first? But today we'll be discussing something different. We'll discuss green hydrogen. Can I make a word play or rhyme first?
Jadi biar agak santai sedikit, tapi kita nanti
So we'll be a bit relaxed, but have a serious discussion. Yeah, I made a word rhyme this morning. So this is like an Indonesian word play. And I will just inform you, interpreter note, I will just inform you about the
betapa pentingnya transisi energi
point of the rhyme.
kita terjaga.
Energy transition is important for us to safeguard and protect our Earth.
Jadi sebenarnya pantun
Thank you
ini
for the response.
baru dibikin tadi pagi oleh anak saya, SD.
My child, who is in elementary school, just made this rhyme this morning, yeah, and I asked my child, yeah, to make this rhyme. I just wanted to test, yeah, whether the elementary student can do this, and my child did this in 2 minutes. Therefore, we see the potential of the youth, the children nowadays, even your children, they are very enthusiastic for energy transition. We have some kind of responsibility to create environment that is
emisinya harus rendah supaya pertumbuhan ekonomi buat
emission reduction is low, so that we can protect the environment for the next generation. And with this initiative,
kami IESR,
we IESR have the initiative to carry out Green Energy Transition Indonesia activity. In this project, we have 2 work streams. Yeah, one of it is related to Indonesia Green Energy Accelerator. So this initiative is supported by British Embassy Jakarta, and we would like to do things that can accelerate the implementation of green hydrogen itself. As was mentioned by Mr. Haki, that there are already national green hydrogen strategy that is already launched in 2023. So together with ministries, government, and business actors, CSO and academics anywhere to cooperate to accelerate this issue by holding a discussion, because this is a new issue, right? Maybe it's new in Indonesia, especially for green hydrogen. And I cannot be doing a monologue here. I would like to invite Dr. M. Muhammad Al-Hakurahman Isa, or his stage name is Mr. Haki. Please, Mr. Haki. Mr. Haki is the Coordinator of Services and Business Supervision of various new renewable energy from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Please, Mr. Haki, join me. And then the second one, we have already listened to Ibu Wangi Pandansari as the industrial technique expert from PSE University of Gajah Mada. And the third one, Gajah Mada University, apologies.
Mr. Fabian Barera to join us in the stage. Sebagai Project Manager PTX dari Agora Industri. Oke, jadi ini kita ngobrol sambil santai saja.
We will have a relaxed discussion, just a chat.
Nanti akan ada sesi pertanyaan yang
there will be a QA session. I will give opportunity to you to ask your question to the speakers that are here and have given their presentation. But I would just like to ask one question just to clarify the presentation that you have presented just now. Maybe to Mr. Haki, because you are as the representative from the government and you have your main duty and function is on business management.
Dari presentasi Bapak itu
So from your presentation, I saw that green hydrogen was planned to grow in 2031, and now is actually the demand. We already have existing demand, yeah, based on the information from Ibu Pandan and Mr. Fabian.
Saya ini ingin mengulik Pak dari presentasi Bapak.
I
Bagaimana
would like to ask further on your presentation, sir. You mentioned about national
ini
roadmap.
kan waktunya sangat sempit ya Pak ya, bisa dibilang 5 menit.
We don't have
ya, 5
much
sampai
time. Yeah, it's 5 years, so it's not a lot of time. So how do you design this business management in regards to coordination? So what is the current coordination, the coordination that is currently being designed by the government to regulate business actors, government institutions? Because from government there are also many that are related, yeah, from energy and others, yeah, industry and others, and also for sector, there's the power plant sector, transport sector, and industry. So how do you regulate the coordination of all of this, sir, Mr. Haki?
Baik, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you,
Moderator.
Madam Moderator.
Jadi betul ya, memang saat
Yes,
ini
it's correct that currently, as
dari strategi hidrogen nasional,
the further action from hydrogen strategy, we are currently finalizing the roadmap.
Jadi roadmap itu
So
makanya
this
tadi
roadmap,
mungkin dapat kami sampaikan, kami
as
tidak
what we
ingin
mentioned just now, we do
roadmap
not
ini
want
nanti
this
hanya
roadmap
sebuah
to
dokumen
be
yang sia-sia gitu ya.
merely a
Oleh sebab itu
document.
kami menyusun roadmap ini
So that
dengan
is why we
satu metodologi yang memang
compile this document with a methodology that
disarankan oleh IEA
is
gitu ya. Ini metodologinya kita
proposed by
menggunakan
IEA. So
konsensus.
we use
Gitu.
consensus.
Nah, jadi pada saat kita
And
menyusun
when
roadmap
we
ini, kita sudah melakukan koordinasi
compile
secara
the roadmap, we have
intensif
already
ya
conducted
ke seluruh
intensive
stakeholders, baik
coordination with
kementerian,
all of the
kemudian
stakeholders, which
badan
is
usaha, kemudian juga
government, business entities,
universitas, gitu ya,
universities,
asosiasi, semua kita
association.
libatkan.
We
gitu ya.
engage all of them,
Data-data itu pun kita
and
ambil
we
dari,
also
kita
get
tanyakan
the data.
langsung,
We take the data, yeah,
baik
which is we
secara FGD, kemudian
request
kita
directly
lakukan
through
juga one-on-one
FGD and
meeting ya
also
dengan
through
badan
one-on-one
usaha.
meeting with
Kita
business
tanyakan apa
entities. So we
namanya
ask
target dan rencana
their
pengembangan
target
mereka
and
khususnya untuk
their
green hydrogen ke depan.
development
Gitu ya.
plan
Kemudian
for
kita
hydrogen,
lakukan
especially in the future. And we also
simulasi ya.
conduct a
Kemudian
simulation,
kita hitung
and
berapa
we
pertumbuhan
calculate
hidrogen
what is
setiap
the
5
growth
tahun
of
sampai dengan
hydrogen
tahun 2060.
every 5 years
Nah,
up to
setelah kita
2060.
mendapatkan angka,
After
kita
we have
lakukan
the
konsensus
number,
gitu ya.
we conduct a
Sebelum kita
consensus.
konsensus,
So
kita
and
juga
prior to
lakukan
consensus,
FGD
we
ya.
also
Kita
conduct
kumpulkan semua
FGD. We
stakeholders.
compile,
Kemudian di saat konsensus kita tanya
we
kembali. Ini
invite all
bagaimana
of the
nih
stakeholders
target-target
and
yang
we
sudah kita
ask
susun
again,
bersama gitu
what
ya.
about the target
Nah,
that we
dari
have compiled
konsensus yang kita lakukan ini
together? Now,
sebesar
based on this consensus,
approval ratingnya itu
the approval rating is
87%. Artinya
87%.
semua
This means
stakeholders
that
baik
all
dari
of the
kementerian,
stakeholders,
kemudian badan
be it
usaha,
from the governments, business
universitas,
entities,
asosiasi,
universities,
ini mereka
associations,
menyetujui angka yang
they
sudah kita
agree
hitung bersama.
on
Nah, angka ini nanti
the
akan
number that we
menjadi
have
satu
calculated together. And this
pedoman ya,
number will
satu
be
panduan
a
bagi
guideline
seluruh badan
for
usaha,
all of the
kementerian
business
gitu ya,
entities,
untuk
government,
kita sama-sama
institutions, so that
mencapai
we can
target gitu ya.
collectively achieve
Nah,
the target.
bagaimana peran masing-masing
What
kementerian dan
what is
lembaga
the
dalam
role of each
mencapai target
ministries and
tersebut? Memang ini
institution to
belum
achieve
kita
this target?
rincikan
We
secara
have not
spesifik ya.
detailed
Karena
this
kita saat ini juga sedang
specifically because
menyusun
currently we are
naskah akademis ya
compiling
untuk
academic
kita
paper
menyusun
for us
satu regulasi payung untuk hidrogen.
to make an
Rencananya nanti
umbrella
akan disusun
regulation for
diatur
hydrogen. So we
melalui
plan
PP. Nah, ini
to
juga kita
regulate
minta
this
bantuan
through
dari PSI
government
UGM ya
regulation.
untuk
We also
menyusun
ask
naskah
assistance
akademisnya.
from PSI
Nanti di dalam
UGM
naskah
for
akademis
the
itu akan
academic
diatur itu
paper.
tadi
And
ya
in here,
apa namanya
there is also
peran dari masing-masing kementerian lembaga
regulated the
seperti
role of
apa
each
gitu.
ministries and
Kemudian juga
institutions
nanti
and
skema insentif gitu
the
ya, kemudian
incentive scheme,
safety, kemudian juga nanti akan
safety,
diatur juga
and
terkait
it
dengan
will also be
apa usaha-usaha penunjang ya untuk
supporting
mempercepat
business
ekosistem
that is regulated
hidrogen
here, yeah,
terbentuk.
to
Ya di sisi
accelerate
lain
the
juga
ecosystem of
kita
hydrogen.
sudah
And on
apa
other
namanya
side,
mengusulkan
we have
KBLI
already
baru ya
proposed
tentang hidrogen. Nah, di dalam
new
konsep KBLI
regulation
baru
about
yang kita
hydrogen.
usulkan
In
ke
the
BPS ya
KBLE
untuk
that we have proposed
didiskusikan tentunya di
to
tahun
BPS or
2025,
Statistic
ini
Agency for
sudah memasukkan
2025,
peran-peran
we
dari
have already
kementerian
included
dan
role
lembaga
from
lain ya.
ministries other ministries and institutions, such as for Ministry of Industry, we have given the role for them to that there is a need to increase the industry to support hydrogen sector, let's say from electrolysis industry. And also from the Ministry of Transportation, we give them the role on how they can play the role in transportation, because one of the factor to distribute hydrogen is through land transportation, some through sea, some through gas pipes. So this is from the side of transportation. We give them the role to give the role to the Ministry of Transportation in this manner. And from the pressure, yeah, this is from the Ministry of Workforce, and from the KBLE that we have discussed for 2025, we can already see the role of the ministries, related ministries and institutions to support the development of the hydrogen ecosystem in the future. Thank you, sir. I noted two things that I would like to ask about the new KBLE. So far, standard classification in Indonesian business field, yeah. So the existing company that is already in hydrogen, is there any specific concern because later this will affect their business for standard classification of Indonesian business field? And for incentive scheme, I would like to ask to Ibu Wangi, the incentive scheme, and also to Mr. Fabian, because this is incentive scheme. Usually, people straight away talk about incentive scheme, but actually from the presentation, what I saw, the biggest component is the price of the electricity. If we wait for the incentive for the renewable NRE electricity, the debate will go very long in the past few years. But maybe there are other incentive scheme that is being formulated based on Ibu Wangi's presentation. Aside from NRE electricity, maybe the usage of alkaline. Maybe to Mr. Fabian specifically, the incentive scheme, yeah, probably there are
because you told that Brazil has a good example for a hydrogen ecosystem, so maybe you have something related to tax incentives. Silakan Pak Haki atau siapa duluan?
Please, Mr. Haki wants to go first.
Oke. Oh, tadi tentang insentif tadi ya.
About incentive, ya Ibu Herina. So for incentive, that we try to highlight is there is carbon tax. For the incentive scheme itself, the detail is we still need to discuss this further because we cannot all at once decide that this is the best scheme. And what was highlighted, yeah, from the COH component, which is from electricity. So this is a debate, yeah, an ongoing debate, as you have mentioned. The key is that if we want to
menurunkan harga levelized
decrease the levelized cost of hydrogen price, we have to decrease the LCOA price. So, and what is interesting from Ibu Masita's presentation yesterday, she also highlighted that in other countries, there are already a significant drop for LCOA price renewable, but in Indonesia, it is still a bit stagnant because as was mentioned yesterday, there's still demo, yeah. So for coal itself, it is still a more appealing option for the business actors. So whether we want to or not, we need to address that first before we can decrease the hydrogen price. Yeah, more or less, that is my answer. So aside from NRE electricity, that is a must, yeah. And the second is carbon, maybe, because the component is 70% itself. 70% from the hydrogen production cost is from electricity. So if we can reduce that significantly, it means that the price can be half of that. And if we can reduce that as technology advances, then the electrolyzer price is also expensive, but it turns out not as much as the electricity component from the NRE. So whether you want to or not, NRE is number one. Okay, I note this down. Before we go to Mr. Haki, I would like to ask for the point of view from the others so that the government can listen to the aspiration from others, and then we see the response from Mr. Haki. Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Irina, for the question. And I wanted to bring here a bit of international perspective also, like some other countries, how they are moving, especially countries from the global south with similar conditions in Indonesia. And that's the case of Brazil. I mean, in general, the electricity costs for renewables in Southeast Asia is a key component that makes hydrogen still expensive. And that's, for example, maybe a bit different in the case of Brazil, that has a more advanced renewable market, more advanced decarbonization process. Already 90% of the power is produced with renewables, with a really growing solar and wind process. But what is interesting is that Brazil has two components that are similar to Indonesia, is the geopolitical position. It's also a G20 country that has very relevant geopolitical position, and is using that to position the country itself as a leader in energy transition, to attract also certain investments, to make certain agreements in a way that can bring financial incentives for the country. And they are directing them and linking them to the industrial sector. So they see hydrogen development as a potential way of growing the industrial sector in a low carbon development. So what they are doing is, together with the industry and the energy ministries, they have developed a series of incentives and programs that target the development of hydrogen hubs. So attach the hydrogen development, something that also you mentioned in your presentation, like how to maybe create industry around the resources that you can produce hydrogen. So you mitigate certain barriers in terms of transportation, logistics, or higher investments. They are combining public funding with international funding, so they have more, like a larger financial incentive for those for the industrial development based on hydrogen. And they are also trying to make it a more so Brazil had this phenomena that they suffer a bit of loss of industrial complexity in the last 20 years. So they are pushing for what they call a neo-industrialization. So it's an industrialization based on renewables, on renewable hydrogen to produce green products, and that at the same time brings socioeconomic benefits to the country. So they are looking to, for example, trade more medium and high-level industrial products that can bring something better to the country, and not just exporting minerals, basic minerals, as is the case that has been so far. And I think in that sense, also the mineral resources and the energy resources for Brazil and Indonesia are also something that can be very similar. So it's just an example. I think is relevant in the promotion also of South-South cooperation, but also learning our experiences of how other countries are taking advantage of hydrogen to promote not only the decarbonization, but also the socioeconomic growth that is very relevant for global South countries.
Thank you, Fabian. It's really interesting. So I just remember about you mentioned also about hydrogen diplomacy. So since Brazil also used its political position in G20, so perhaps Indonesia also can take a benefit of that position also. And I also note that the case from Brazil also used the combination of public finance and also private finance. So it can also a good combination here if Indonesia is really serious in develop green hydrogen ecosystem. Silahkan Pak Haki kalau ada.
Please, Mr. Haki, if you have any response.
Okay. Terkait insentif ya.
Related to
Jadi
incentive.
Tadi ya disampaikan bahwa 70%.
So as was mentioned, 70% of the hydrogen price is from the NRE electricity price. Currently, government is trying to develop NRE massively. That is the first one. The point is how we can develop NRE massively. We have presidential decree year 2022 number 122 it is issued to accelerate the development of NRE, and on one side we also
batu bara baru gitu ya.
do not give permit for the development of a new power plant. So there we regulate or we manage the price, and the government have already determined the highest price for the development of NRE. So this is so that the development of NRE is interesting. Currently, we are also calculating to revise the new price. So probably there will be a revision that is planned to amend Presidential Decree 122, and we will include new prices adjusting to the latest condition. And this is one of the effort from the government to accelerate the development of NRE. And we have also issued ministerial regulation about rooftop solar power plant, and this is successful. The success rate is moderately good based on the result for the first phase. The quota is almost 92% that we can distribute to the consumer. And currently, we are also calculating the quota for floating solar power plants. So these efforts, floating PV, this is to develop NRE massively. So what is expected from rooftop solar PV? There will be pilot project to produce hydrogen, and from floating PV, there are efforts to produce hydrogen. And this can result in a decrease of price if this is already massive. Yeah, even if the price is decreased, then the hydrogen production will also be low. And other side, aside from the price of NRE, is also the price of carbon. We know that the carbon price in Indonesia is not implemented fully yet. The plan is in 2025. But if we see the plan for the carbon price in Indonesia is still quite low, yeah, 30,000 per ton. If we see in other countries or from other literature studies, to support the hydrogen ecosystem, it is needed at least 300,000 up to 500,000 per ton. And we are also currently thinking or discussing how this carbon price can be driving force for the hydrogen ecosystem in the future, so that the various incentive and carbon price is in consideration right now, being considered right now. So the price of NRE, the carbon price, is something that is crucial, yes, sir. And from what was mentioned by Fabian on hydrogen diplomacy, I would like to know whether the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, what is the relation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Because we have many cooperations ongoing there, south to south, and others, and other donor countries that directly go into technical, such as in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Do you also see this as an effort to accelerate the hydrogen ecosystem, the low carbon hydrogen or green hydrogen specifically? Yes, certainly. We are frequently invited to international events to convey or to deliver the progress, Indonesia's progress on this. And the donor institutions that is affiliated to certain countries such as GIZ also help us a lot. We had a cooperation with Holland to calculate green hydrogen in Indonesia, and also there's a cooperation with NEDO, JICA in Japan. So it means that the role of the countries that are now more advanced in hydrogen also see the Indonesia's potential as a producer country, because our NRE potential is quite big, and it means that diplomacy and also international cooperation becomes key factor for the development of ecosystem, because in the roadmap, in the initiation phase, we encourage diplomacy, cooperation, international cooperation to make a strategic step for the development of the ecosystem. Any additional question related to the follow-up response, or I can give the time to the audience if anyone want to give any response?
Okay, So saya buka pertanyaan mungkin buat
So I will open the floor for two questions.
bertunjuk tangan. Satu Bapak yang di depan dan satu
The gentleman in front and also the gentleman with the glasses.
Silahkan boleh dibantu.
Please, maybe the committee can help by handing out the microphone.
Kalau ada dua mic, boleh langsung dibantu Bapak yang.
If you have two microphone, if you can just hand it out to the gentleman sitting at the back, so it will be faster.
Boleh sebutkan nama dulu Pak.
Please mention your name first, sir. And what do you want to address your question to?
I have two questions for everyone's. First, how do you compare in terms of distribution costs of hydrogen for transportation versus for fossil oil? That is my first question. The second is, Japan has already developed hydrogen fuel cell for cars. I think more than 10 years. But I'm wondering, what is the obstacles that the progress is not that significant? Thank you. That is my two questions.
Tadi yang pertama compare distribution cost dengan apa Pak?
The first one is to compare distribution cost and
for transportation versus fossil.
Yang kedua Bapak di belakang.
And the second one, the gentleman seated at the back. Do we have only one microphone? Maybe you can get my microphone here.
Hello, my name is Stefan Demmel. I'm independent consultant, expert in hydrogen, amongst others in Europe, involved in the allocation of public funding for hydrogen projects. So I want to mention the discussion in Europe on hydrogen that has quite evolved over the last 5 years or so. 5 years ago, everyone was very enthusiastic about the potential of hydrogen, but then we realized, well, it's not everything so good and so green as we expected it to be. 3 main points. Hydrogen production is extremely inefficient. Electrolysis, then you add on top of electrolysis inefficiencies, the compression, transport, liquefaction, if you need that, which makes it extremely expensive. Second point is that the equipment, you need tons of equipment for the production of hydrogen, so the compressors, electrolyzers, and so on. And that we saw that the total projects costs are just really high. And also that we see that the total projects cost don't go down the way we expected them to go down. And the third point that we saw is that you really need a system where you have almost 100% renewables in order to produce cost-efficient hydrogen. Because you can only produce the hydrogen while you have renewable electricity in the grid. And if you only have 20% of renewables in the grid, your expensive equipment is running only 20% of the time, and this makes the cost just unaffordable. And those are the reasons why now we have seen in Europe many projects fail and also stepping back, being cancelled, because it's just too costly, even though there are so many incentives. The question is, we are in Indonesia, more than 80% of electricity generation is from fossil fuels. This might reduce to some extent in the next 10, 15 years, but we'll not be in a situation anytime soon that we have 80% renewables. Why should we give the prioritization to this discussion right now and not say, let's wait for 10 years and then we can step on the boat?
Thank you for the questions. So I think those questions can be answered by 3 of the panelists. So who can answer first?
Oke, mungkin saya coba address pertanyaan nih dari Bapak.
I will try to address the question from Mr. Agus, the first one. The distribution cost, right, sir? So from the value chain is on midstream, yeah?
Jadi kami memang sudah melakukan
So we have conducted study that hydrogen, for hydrogen, the transmission can be from trucking or pipeline or shipping.
Nah, sebenarnya kita punya
So we
datanya Pak
actually
untuk
have the
sebenarnya
data on
maintenance
this,
cost
yeah. Let's
masing-masing
say for
dari
maintenance cost of
alternatif
each
tadi ya. I don't have the
alternatives.
number on top of my head gitu.
I don't have the number on
Cuman
top of my head,
basically kalau misalnya
but
kita lihat
basically if we see
basically
tracking, yeah,
pressured
basically
gas ya
the
untuk
pressured gas only for
volume ya,
low volume
volume per waktu,
per
kemudian
time,
jaraknya juga
and the distance is also below 1,000 kilometers. And for if the volume is higher,
kita menggunakan
we
pipeline.
use pipeline.
Sekarang pipeline-nya itu
Now,
tergantung
the
ya untuk
pipeline
industri.
depends, yeah, if it's for
Karena
industry,
kalau misalnya
what kind of
industri
industry? Because if it is
pupuk gitu ya, mungkin
for
mereka udah
fertilizer
punya
industry, they
existing
probably already have
hydrogen-nya
existing
karena kan mereka
for the
sudah
hydrogen
menggunakan
because
hydrogen.
they are already using hydrogen.
Untuk
For
distribution, untuk seperti
distribution,
vehicle gitu ya,
such
light
as
vehicle
vehicle, yeah, light vehicle.
and hydrogen versus
Hydrogen versus
fossil fuel.
fossil
Berarti
fuel. Okay.
wrong answer ya tadi.
So
Nah,
I answered wrongly just
kita
now, yeah.
sudah menghitung
Okay,
juga
so
ya
we
Pak.
have
Mungkin
already,
bisa
we have also
ditampilkan
calculated,
lihat
maybe if you
slide-nya
can put
untuk
on
cost
the slide
effectiveness-nya.
for the cost
Nah, jadi
effectiveness.
kami menghitung itu ada
We have
beberapa
calculated that there are a few
asumsi ya. Saya
assumptions.
mohon maaf ini tidak bisa melihat
Apologies, I
grafiknya.
cannot view the data
Kalau tidak
now.
salah itu
If I'm not
kita
mistaken,
menghitung
we
jadi
calculated
dari misalnya
from, let's say, for
untuk light vehicle ya. Ini untuk light
for
vehicle
light
apa
vehicle. Is this for light vehicle or
anything ya Pak ya?
any vehicle?
Ketika
Okay,
kami
so
menghitung
when we
untuk misalnya light
calculated
vehicle,
this
karena
for,
light
let's say,
vehicle itu
light
kan
vehicle, because light
biasanya
vehicle
butuh
needs
berapa refueling per kali gitu
how
ya.
many times
Nah,
refueling
itu kami
per
lihat
times
kita butuh
per trip.
berapa
So we need to see how many
refueling station.
hydrogen fueling station.
Nah, itu kami
And
bandingkan
we
emisi
compare
gas
the
yang
emission
dengan
produced
cost
with
reduction-nya.
the cost
Nah, itu memang
reduction.
angkanya jauh lebih
And the number
rendah
is
kalau kita
far
lihat
lower
dari
if we
heavy
see
duty. Karena
from
kan kalau
heavy
heavy duty
duty, because in heavy duty,
kapasitinya itu bisa
the
lebih
capacity
besar
can
ya Pak.
be
Kapasitinya lebih besar dibandingkan
larger
dengan light vehicle.
compared to light
Kemudian
vehicle.
refueling
And
stationnya itu juga bisa lebih
the
sedikit.
refueling
Jadi
station
antara
can
mungkin
also be much less, yeah, probably
distance yang bisa
between
di-cover
the
itu
distance that
jauh
can be covered
lebih
is
banyak.
much
Nah, nanti misalnya untuk
further.
perhitungannya mungkin
And for the
kita bisa
calculation, we can,
setelah ini
yeah,
kita
after
bisa
this, we can
sharing gitu ya Pak. Karena untuk
share,
perhitungannya
because the
saya
calculation
angka-angkanya
itself, yeah,
itu masih
I
nggak mengingat gitu.
do not remember the
Cuman nggak bisa ditampilin ya tadi ya
numbers
untuk
exactly.
slide-nya. Tapi
If
memang cost
you can
effectiveness-nya ya
put
nggak
on the
apa-apa. Cost
slide again, yeah, it's
effectiveness-nya
okay.
memang
But for the cost
yang
effectiveness,
cost effectiveness.
for the cost
Nah, jadi di sini kan memang sudah
effectiveness slide.
menghitung
So
ya.
we have
Ini
already
untuk
calculated here, yeah,
transportasi ya,
for
untuk transportasi.
transportation.
Jadi ada skenario
So
light vehicle
there is
itu
a light
dengan
vehicle
misalnya
scenario with
full
full
vehicle cost
vehicle
gitu ya, jadi kita bayar
cost,
sendiri,
so that we
atau
pay ourselves,
light vehicle
or
itu
light
ada
vehicle
subsidi.
that
Jadi
that
antara
has a subsidy
harga vehicle normal,
between the price of a
kemudian kalau
normal
misalnya itu
vehicle
dengan
and
hydrogen kan ada
with
subsidinya. Nah,
hydrogen,
subsidinya itu yang di cover
there
gitu ya sama
is
subsidi. Itu memang carbon reduction per euro investment-nya
so the
naik
carbon
gitu ya.
reduction per
Tapi
investment goes
karena
up,
kapasitinya itu tadi kecil
but
dibandingkan
because
dengan
it is smaller compared to
heavy duty ya,
heavy
seperti
duty in the difference of it,
kereta,
such as
kemudian untuk di
train
marine,
and
sehingga
in marine,
cost reduction
so
per
that the
euro
cost reduction
itu
per euro
jadi jauh lebih kecil sih
becomes
untuk light vehicle ya.
far
Makanya tadi mungkin dari
smaller if
Fabian
compared to
juga
light vehicle. So
no-go ya
that's why
for
from Fabian
light
also mentioned that it's
vehicle.
a no-go, yeah, for light vehicle.
It's at the bottom of the slide ya. Oke, mungkin kurang lebih seperti itu Pak untuk
So
pertanyaan
more or less
pertama.
that
Kalau
is
pertanyaan kedua,
my answer for the
mungkin
first
pertanyaan
question. What is the
keduanya bisa
second
langsung
question? Maybe the second question
dijawab
can be
Lutfi ya.
answered
Jadi
by
pertanyaannya
Yeah, so it is a similar question for the second question. So it is if we can, Japan has already developed fuel cell for a long time. So what are the obstacles or the challenges for it not to develop further? And also in Europe, there are many projects that are failed. So currently, Indonesia, why must we shift to hydrogen? Yeah, to green hydrogen when many other countries such as Japan and Europe have implemented this for a long time and not stable yet, and many have failed. Yeah, so why do we need to shift here? We do not want to repeat the failure of other countries. So what can be done?
In terms of, okay, I will go. In terms of passenger vehicles, yes, the technology is developing in Japan, and they have already some vehicles running in certain countries. But we have seen the trends of electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles, and the sales of battery electric vehicles are much more higher in many other markets. So the battery electric vehicles are taking over the market in many countries. And in Southeast Asia, we also see the same, that many countries are even starting manufacturing battery electric vehicles, as the case of Thailand, for example. And this is one of the main reasons is the inefficiency of using hydrogen in passenger vehicles. Using hydrogen in passenger vehicles can be even, I think, more than 60% less efficient than battery electric vehicles. And also hydrogen as a fuel is very expensive. So that's why we have already an alternative for electrification, and that's why we see a bit more the market is also deciding that itself. This last year, we saw a reduction of sales of fuel cell cars, even in Japan and Korea, which are the main countries promoting the technology. So we expect that this trend is going to be seen in many other countries. So of course, we will see certain use of fuel cell vehicles, but it's not going to be such a massive application, and it shouldn't be also promoted, or maybe in a sense use public funding to support the application of fuel cell vehicles, because it's not efficient. It's not a very efficient way of using the energy resources in the countries. So that's why we had it, as you mentioned, in the bottom of our table as a bad idea of use hydrogen application, because we have already a more efficient and well-developed and well-established electrification technology for decarbonizing that sector.
Ya, mungkin saya menambahkan ya Pak, kan
So I want to add a little bit here. Japan has developed light vehicles, but it hasn't taken off. But if you look at the customer side, if we would like to purchase a car, the infrastructure must be adequate first. When the infrastructure is sufficient, even though it is sufficient, we may not choose hydrogen, because we also look at other factors like batteries and also other vehicles, fossil fuel-based vehicles, batteries. Even though we do have the infrastructure, but this must be efficient or sufficient. Yeah, if 100 kilometers we have a refueling station, then customers are not willing to pay, yeah, to buy this. And to build one infrastructure, it is very expensive, and it is not compatible as well if we address it for light vehicles. And as mentioned by Mr. Fabian, per non-overhauled, it is per port. Yeah, the ships are large, so in the port we can make the big one, and it is only for intercontinents, and it is much more cost effective, even though the infrastructure is expensive, but it's not going to be as much as if it's used for the general public. So yeah, it might sound a bit pessimistic, yeah. We have been really excited about hydrogen for years, but now we might become a little bit pessimistic, yeah. For me, hydrogen starts from the demand, yeah. The demand has the industries. If you look at cars, we try to come up with a replacement for the existing fossil fuel cars. While for industries, they do have the market and they must need hydrogen. Now, this hydrogen needs to be made into a more environmentally one. a more environmentally friendly one, yeah, more green, yeah. So how we can develop it, yeah, so that the prices could be more competitive, as mentioned by Pak Haki, and so that hydrogen prices could drop, yeah.
Oke, makasih.
Yes,
Jadi
thank
gini ya,
you.
untuk harga ini kan
So in terms of
memang kami
prices,
belum menghitung secara
we haven't
spesifik ya,
really
ada kajian
calculated
spesifik, tapi
specifically,
kalau
or
kita
we
lihat
haven't really had a
dari
specific study
beberapa
on this,
literatur
but based
bukan
on several
kita bisa ambil
literatures,
ya.
we
Eh,
can take some
Jadi
points.
kalau dibandingkan ya memang energi
If we
yieldnya
compare
hidrogen
it,
ini kan
yeah, the energy yield of
122
hydrogen is
kilojoule per kilogram.
122
Jadi
kilojoules per
2,75
kilogram,
kali
so
lebih besar dari bara bakar
1.27
hidrokarbon ya.
times
Nah,
higher
berdasar
than
sumber
hydrocarbon,
tahun
yeah.
ini
And based on the literature,
untuk kendaraan yang
for
dioptimisasi
vehicles,
untuk mobilitas ya,
for
prestige ya,
mobility,
di mana
not
jarak 400
prestige, yeah,
km
400
ini
kilometers
membutuhkan
distance
24
requires
kg bensin
24
untuk
kilogram
bensin combustion.
gas
Ya.
for combustion
Kalau
machines.
untuk hidrogen
For
combustion engine itu
hydrogen,
membutuhkan 8 kg
combustion
ya.
engines, it requires
Dan
8
4
kilograms.
kg untuk
And 4
electric
kilograms
vehicle
for
yang
electric
menggunakan fuel
vehicles
cell, Pak. Nah,
that
perbandingannya
use
seperti
fuel
itu.
cells. Yeah,
Nah,
that's
ini
the
ada juga
comparison.
perhitungan dari PLN ya,
So
Pak.
there's
PLN
also
ini kan juga
calculation from
punya hydrogen
PLN. So
refueling
PLN
station
has
ya. Tapi
hydrogen
memang
refueling stations,
perlu
but
digarisbawahi bahwa
it needs to be underlined
PLN
as
ini kan
well that
dia sudah
PLN
punya infrastruktur ya. Jadi mungkin
has the
capexnya itu
infrastructure, so the
sudah di
capex
bawah ya.
is actually
Nah,
below.
dari
Yeah.
hydrogen refueling station yang
So
ada
from the hydrogen
di
refueling
Senayan,
stations
ini
available in Senayan
asumsinya
area,
BBM
so the
ya,
assumptions are
ini
for
1.300
fuels
rupiah per kilometer
1,300
dengan asumsi
rupiahs
RON
per kilometer
92 dengan
with
harga
assumption of
3.000
RON
per liter.
with the price
Ya.
of
Kalau dia
1,300,
menggunakan
13,000 per liter.
mobil listrik,
If they use
ini
electric vehicles,
555 rupiah
it's
per kilometer.
550 per
Kalau
kilometer.
menggunakan green hidrogen
If we
refueling
use
station yang ada di Senayan,
hydrogen green
ini
refueling
bisa
stations in Senayan,
276 rupiah per
it
kilometer. Ini memang lebih murah, tapi
176
memang perlu
rupiah
kita
per kilogram. Yeah.
garis bawahi
But
bahwa
it is it
green
is cheaper,
hidrogennya
but
PLN ini kan
the
nggak
green
spesifik
hydrogen
cost ya.
of
Jadi
PLN
capexnya itu
has
sudah
its
dibuat
infrastructure, yeah. So the
rendah gitu
capex
ya.
is considered to
Artinya
be low.
energy density hidrogen ini
So
memang
it means that
lebih
the
baik
energy
gitu ya
density of
dibandingkan
hydrogen
dengan
is better than other types of
Terkait
hydrocarbon.
dengan pertanyaan kedua,
Now related to the second question,
kami tidak melihat ya kita berpikir optimis ya. Oleh sebab
so
itu tadi kami
we
sampaikan
think
bahwa dalam menyusun roadmap kita
optimistically,
libatkan semua
when we
stakeholder.
design a roadmap, we
Jadi kita tidak
engage all
menghitung
stakeholders,
hanya
so we do not
berdasarkan
just
simulasi dan
calculate
asumsi
based on the
gitu ya.
simulations and
Kita
also
libatkan
assumptions.
mulai dari
We
menghitung
engage
demand,
them
kemudian kita
to
libatkan
calculate
dari
demand
dalam menyusun
and also to
strategi
formulate
action plan dan
strategies and
kegiatan
also
yang harus
action
dilakukan.
plans and
Ini
also the
kita libatkan
activities that
seluruh
we will
stakeholders.
carry out.
Jadi
We
sekali
engage
lagi
all the
kita juga
stakeholders,
menghindari
and
roadmap ini hanya sebagai dokumen yang
we
tidak
don't want this roadmap
terpakai ya.
to be a document that is
Target-target bisa
useless,
dicapai bersama.
so we could
Kita
achieve our
optimis ya
joint targets.
hidrogen ini bisa
We are
menjadi salah
optimistic that
satu
the hydrogen
hal strategis untuk
could
mendukung
become a
transisi
strategic
energi di Indonesia dan juga untuk
thing
mobility
that
ini
to
akan
achieve energy
menjadi
transition in Indonesia.
pilihan ya karena
And
ada
for
mobil
mobility,
listrik
this
yang
will be an option
bisa
because we
digunakan
have
gitu ya.
electric vehicles that
Tapi
could
hidrogen ke depan ya
where
untuk
this
hard
could also
to
be
abate
used,
sector
yeah.
ya, kemudian
But
untuk
hard to
hard
abate
hydrogen
sector and
untuk
for
ekspor. Nah,
hard
ini kita
hydrogen
bicara
and for
seperti itu
export.
untuk ke depan.
That's what we need to think about going forward, yeah. So we have run out of time. Apologies, yeah, there's no more question. But you could ask them questions in person, yeah. I would like to ask you to give a closing statement, yeah, not too long, please. This closing statement is about why hydrogen is important for decarbonization and why can it support the economic growth, yeah, of 8%. Please, maybe from
Iya,
Bapak first.
pertama kita kan saat ini
Yes,
sedang memasuki
so
masa transisi
now we are
energi.
entering the energy
Dari
transition era.
unsur kimianya saja kan
So if we look
hidrogen
at the
memang zero carbon
chemicals,
gitu ya.
hydrogen is
Karena
zero
ini sangat
carbon,
penting
and this
untuk
is very
mendukung
important to
dekarbonisasi
support
tadi.
decarbonization, as you
Kemudian
mentioned.
juga sangat penting
And it
untuk
is also
mendukung tadi ya
important to
kemandirian
support
energi. Karena tadi sifatnya
self-sufficiency in
sebagai
energy
energy
because
carrier ya.
this
Dia
serves
bisa
as
menjawab
energy
tantangan
carrier.
adanya mismatch antara
This
supply
could
dan demand karena
solve
kita
the
negara
challenges, yeah, between
kepulauan
supply and demand
ya.
because we are an
Kemudian
archipelagic
juga
country.
tadi ya sudah disampaikan
And as
ada
also
beberapa
mentioned,
potensi ekspor
there
yang
are
bisa kita
several
lakukan.
export potentials that we can do. So these are some important points. Indonesia has a lot of potentials for renewable energy, and outside there are also other potentials that we could utilize. So hydrogen is very important to be used as one of the Indonesia's strategies to support the 8% growth. Yeah. From the university side, yeah, just a little bit from me. In addition to what Pak Aki mentioned, it was comprehensive. Now it's about hydrogen. Yeah, we need to also take into account the value chain, because for decarbonization industry, there are different scenarios that I have also explained in my presentation. We need to review this. We need to study this. Which scenario would be able to produce the lowest emissions? So Indonesia's target to achieve decarbonization could be realized. From agro industry.
Thank you. I think also trying to answer the last question on this, and I think hydrogen is an opportunity for countries, especially in the global south, to attract investment, attract development, and something that has been highlighted a lot during this meeting or this event is the importance of overcoming this middle income trend. So I think the development of a low carbon industry and long-term resilient low carbon industry is very important for countries like Indonesia. Especially Indonesia, country with an important chemical industry, as Mr. Haki mentioned, has the potential to already start using hydrogen. It's already a hydrogen user, so start using renewable or low carbon hydrogen in the chemical sector. Can open opportunities not only for social economic development, but also for trade opportunities and a new business for the country. So in that sense, hydrogen can be very important. And of course, as I think we all agree on the importance of mitigating emissions in the industrial sector, in the transport sector. So in that sense, hydrogen is necessary, especially for those applications, as we mentioned, the no-regret applications. So that's the importance of hydrogen that I see.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Hydrogen opens up the business opportunity. Oke, baik, terima kasih banyak atas perhatian
Well,
Bapak
thank you
Ibu.
very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions, just go to the panelists in person to ask your questions. For this session, I would like to thank you all, and I would like to hand over the floor to our MCs. Thank you very much.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Ibu
Thank you very
Erina
much to
dan
Ibu
para
Erina,
panelis. Ibu
and
tetap
for
berada
all
di
the
atas panggung
panelists,
dulu
please
karena kita
remain on the stage
akan sesi
because
foto
we will
bersama
take a
terlebih
group
dahulu.
photo.
Silakan Bu, mungkin bisa di depan
Ma'am,
mejanya.
you can stand up
Ya,
in
rekan-rekan
front
media
of
akan
your
membantu sesi foto
table. Ya.
juga.
Baik. Baik, untuk sesi foto akan saya guide dari sini. Baik, 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3.
Ganti gaya boleh Bapak Ibu. 1, 2, 3.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu.
Sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk
moderator
tangan
dan panelis.
untuk Ibu Erina Mursanti dan juga para panelis.
Baik, Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Selesai workshop pertama kita.
So we have
untuk
come
Bapak dan
to
Ibu hadirin sekalian,
the
silakan
end of our
menikmati
first
coffee
workshop.
break yang
So
telah
ladies and
disajikan di
gentlemen, please
foyer
enjoy the
ballroom.
coffee break available
Kita akan kembali
in the
lagi
foyer room.
10 menit.
And
Jadi
please
kita
be
akan
back
kembali
in 10
masuk ke dalam
minutes.
ruangan
So
ini lagi
we'll be
jam
back in the room at
11.15 untuk
a
lanjut ke
quarter
sesi
past
berikutnya.
11 to continue to the next
Terima
session.
kasih.
Thank you.
Sejak tahun 1961, tren kenaikan suhu rata-rata global berbanding lurus dengan peningkatan frekuensi kejadian bencana alam hidrometeorologi. Hingga tahun 2023, telah terjadi lebih dari 4.000 kejadian bencana alam di Indonesia yang didominasi oleh kebakaran hutan, cuaca ekstrim, banjir, tanah longsor dan abrasi, hingga kekeringan. Bencana hidrometeorologi memiliki akar permasalahan utama yang disebabkan oleh urbanisasi yang berdampak pada lingkungan dan alih fungsi lahan. Hal ini telah mengurangi kapasitas daya serap karbon dan air dari hulu hingga hilir. Urbanisasi juga meningkatkan emisi gas rumah kaca dan potensi perubahan iklim yang disebabkan oleh berbagai aktivitas manusia, termasuk aktivitas industri.
Ultimately, the emergency climate comes down to a single number: the concentration of carbon in our atmosphere. The measure that greatly determines global temperature.
Bencana alam yang ditimbulkan karena perubahan iklim tidak hanya menimbulkan korban jiwa, tetapi juga kerugian ekonomi dan menurunkan tingkat kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Je regarde la salle, je vois que la réaction est positive, je n'entends pas d'objection. L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
Pada tahun 2015, Paris Agreement disepakati untuk menghadapi potensi perubahan iklim dengan menjaga kenaikan suhu rata-rata dunia agar tidak mencapai 2 derajat Celcius. Sehubungan dengan hal tersebut, Indonesia juga meningkatkan kebijakan iklimnya dalam Enhanced Nationally Determined Contribution guna mengurangi emisi karbon pada tahun 2030 yang setara dengan mengurangi emisi karbon sebanyak 912 juta ton karbon dioksida. Sehingga, komitmen keberlanjutan terhadap lingkungan perlu dijunjung tinggi dalam segala aktivitas manusia. Perusahaan pada umumnya rentan terhadap dampak perubahan iklim, sehingga perusahaan perlu menetapkan sistem tata kelola perusahaan untuk mengidentifikasi dan mengatasi risiko perubahan iklim secara tepat, sesuai dengan kerangka pelaporan berstandar. Perusahaan juga perlu merumuskan strategi untuk memastikan bahwa perusahaan akan beroperasi dengan komitmen keberlanjutan, guna mewujudkan perekonomian global nol karbon dan berkontribusi pada upaya pengurangan dampak perubahan iklim. Untuk itu, satu platform hadir sebagai solusi ESG Management and Carbon Accounting yang bertekad membantu perusahaan Anda untuk mencapai dan meningkatkan nilai keberlanjutan dengan pedoman dan standar nasional maupun internasional. Negara-negara di dunia kini mewajibkan perusahaan untuk mengungkapkan jejak karbon serta potensi dampak lingkungan. Dan satu platform hadir untuk membantu perusahaan Anda mengelola ESG dengan mematuhi peraturan dan beradaptasi menghadapi tantangan perubahan. Dengan semangat keberlanjutan, satu platform akan membantu perusahaan Anda menghasilkan Sustainability Report dan GRI Report lewat berbagai fitur, di antaranya manajemen pengelolaan aspek ESG perusahaan Anda, penghitungan emisi karbon skop 1, 2, dan 3, penetapan target dan pengurangan emisi karbon, pemantauan jejak audit dan performa real-time data ESG dan emisi karbon Anda, serta manajemen kolaborasi entry data dan dokumen kontrol. Dengan berkomitmen pada keberlanjutan, kami melayani berbagai industri, di antaranya barang konsumen, infrastruktur, teknologi dan komunikasi, sumber energi alternatif dan terbarukan, serta industri lainnya. Melalui satu platform, Anda dapat meningkatkan reputasi perusahaan, meningkatkan loyalitas pelanggan, dan berpegang teguh pada prinsip keberlanjutan. Demi masa kini dan masa depan, ciptakan komitmen bersama jaringan satu platform hari ini dan mulailah mendorong perubahan nyata untuk bisnis Anda. Wujudkan keberlanjutan bersama satu platform, Your ESG Management and Carbon Accounting Solution.
XY Zone Media, bagian dari grup utama XYZ Creative Media. Hadir sebagai media yang mencakup informasi untuk generasi X, Y, dan Z. XY Zone Media berfokus pada media online dengan menciptakan ekosistem digital. Berawal dari media lensa berita Jakarta atau disebut LBJ, dari tahun 2021, LBJ konsisten menghadirkan berita-berita peristiwa, kriminal, dan politik secara aktual, baik dari Jakarta maupun dari seluruh Indonesia. Akhirnya, pada awal 2024, XY Zone Media berdiri menaungi LBJ. XY Zone Media dibangun oleh tim berpengalaman dan telah bersinergi dengan kurang lebih 50 komunitas dari segala generasi. Saat ini, portal media xyzonemedia.com telah hadir dengan wajah baru, dengan beberapa kategori yang lebih luas, seperti entertainment, sport, technology, lifestyle, and community. Bringing X, Y, and Z generation together, uniting all in one zone.
Energi merupakan kebutuhan pokok bagi kehidupan manusia. Dengan energi, manusia bisa menerangi rumah, memasak, dan bahkan berkendara. Energi juga merupakan ujung tombak sektor kehidupan dunia, mulai dari pertanian, pendidikan, kesehatan, transportasi, dan bahkan ekonomi. Sayangnya, dengan adanya penggunaan energi yang
Bapak
masif,
Ibu
dihasilkan
hadirin yang
pula
kami
limbah
hormati,
yang sangat besar, yang
mohon
saat
izin
ini
menginformasikan,
merusak
Ladies and
lingkungan
gentlemen,
untuk acara akan kami mulai sebentar lagi.
we are about to start our next session. So for those of you who are still outside of the room, please proceed to the room. You may also bring your food or snacks in, because we are going to start our next session soon. Thank you.
iklim dunia akan semakin parah, sehingga perlahan tapi pasti akan menghancurkan kehidupan di bumi ini. Salah satu penyebab masalah tersebut adalah masih lambatnya laju transisi dari energi kotor menjadi energi baru terbarukan, terutama di Indonesia. Namun ironisnya, masyarakat sendiri masih kurang terpapar akan informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan. Padahal mereka merupakan penggerak bagi transisi energi kotor menjadi terbarukan. Maka dari itu, di era kemajuan informasi ini diperlukan platform yang mampu mensinergikan antara sumber informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan. Menjawab tantangan zaman, zonaebt.com hadir berdiri sejak April tahun 2021 sebagai platform media informasi dan edukasi terkhusus energi baru terbarukan. Zonaebt.com menyajikan informasi-informasi hangat mengenai perkembangan energi terbarukan di Indonesia yang tentunya dikemas dalam konten menarik. Kami percaya masyarakat memiliki andil yang besar untuk menggerakkan perubahan dimulai dengan hal kecil, yakni kesadaran akan keberlangsungan energi terbarukan di sekitarnya. Guna memberi informasi dan edukasi menyeluruh kepada masyarakat, kami mengulas berbagai informasi energi terbarukan dalam beberapa kategori, yakni aneka energi baru terbarukan, kendaraan listrik, bisnis terbarukan, lingkungan, dan lain sebagainya. Saat ini, jangkauan informasi Zona EBT sudah tersebar ke penjuru negeri. Sesuai dengan moto kami, sebar terbarukan. Mari, ciptakan masyarakat yang sadar akan energi baru terbarukan bersama Zona EBT.
Ya, baik. Sekali lagi, Bapak Ibu yang
Ladies and
sudah
gentlemen, once again,
melakukan coffee break dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali.
for those of you who
Kursi yang
have
masih kosong.
taken your coffee or
Dan
snack,
juga untuk
please
Bapak Ibu yang hadir secara daring, kita
return
akan
to your
segera memulai kembali
seats. And
acara kita pada
also
siang
for
hari
the
ini.
participants online
Baik,
as
Mbak
well,
Tami,
we
setelah
are going to
kita
start our
lanjut
next
coffee
session
break ya,
soon. So
semoga
after the
juga
coffee break, hopefully
teman-teman maupun hadirin yang hadir
all the
energinya sudah
participants,
kembali
ladies and
terbarukan
gentlemen,
untuk
hopefully you
kembali
now
mendiskusikan
can feel more
workshop
energized
series
to
kedua.
discuss the
Karena
second
setelah ini kita akan lanjutkan
series of the
beberapa rangkaian
workshop.
presentasi dan
And after
juga
this, we
diskusi
will have
pada
more
sesi kedua
discussions and
ini
also
yang
presentations
berjudul Establishing Domestic
entitled
Advantage in Renewable
Establishing
Energy
Domestic
Supply Chain.
Advantages in
Yang
Renewable
mana pada
Energy
sesi
Supply
ini
Chain.
kita akan menyimak
And in this
presentasi
session,
dan
we
kemudian
will
dilanjutkan
be
dengan sesi diskusi.
listening to some presentations followed by some
Semoga
discussion.
para peserta yang hadir di acara ini
Hopefully,
sudah
all the
segar lagi ya,
participants
habis ambil coffee
now
break,
feel
habis
more
minum teh,
energized
kopi,
after the
dan
coffee
snack.
break. Yeah, after you've taken your
Dan
coffee or
seperti yang
tea
Mas Aul bilang
and
tadi,
snacks, as
tanpa
mentioned
berlama-lama kita
by
akan
Howell.
masuk ke sesi
Without any
selanjutnya,
further
yaitu sesi
ado, let's move
presentasi
on to the next
dengan
session.
judul
The first is
Priorities
the
and
presentation
Opportunities for Domestic
with the
Renewable
title of
Energy Supply
Priorities and
Chain
Opportunities for
yang akan
Domestic
disampaikan
Renewable
oleh
Energy
Bapak
Supply
Dr.
Chain that
Farid
will be
Wijaya,
presented by Bapak
analis
Dr.
senior
Farid
bidang
Wijaya,
material dan
Senior
energi
Analyst in
terbarukan
Material and Renewable
IESR.
Energy of
Kepada
IESR.
Bapak Dr.
To
Farid
Bapak
Wijaya,
Dr. Farid
kami
Wijaya,
persilahkan.
the floor is yours.
Selamat pagi, Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Izinkan saya di sini untuk membawa sedikit pemaparan.
With your permission, I would like to give my presentation on priorities and opportunities for domestic renewable energy supply chain. My name is Dr. Farid Wijaya, a senior analyst in IESR.
Adapun konten dari pemaparan pada
So the content of today's presentation is comprised in 4 points. First is the SWOT analysis, and also the current conditions of technology in Indonesia's renewable energy sector, the downstream program, and regulations and policies. The needs for renewable energy are getting bigger, be it as obligations and also means to maximize benefits. Yeah. The main drivers are climate change. We have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in order to fulfill or meet the global standard. Yeah. And next, it is how we can produce energy so that the energy could be competitive and could be accessed in a cheap manner and affordable manner. This would affect the use of technology in Indonesia and also all over the globe. And another important factor is that to guarantee the security of energy could be sustainable. So out of these three factors, this will be derived into how important new renewable energy is. So energy transition to renewable energy is urgently needed in order to improve due to high demand. Second of all, on how the environmental benefits from the development, and the third is the economic benefits, and the fourth one, it is how this could be utilized in different sectors, and also the evolving renewable energy global adoption policy framework. Looking at the landscape of renewable energy in Indonesia, we can see some technologies. Yeah, we have wind turbines and solar PV. For the ecosystem of solar PV, this has been established, but we can see that for wind turbines, this is still an initial stage. So if you look at this, there are still a lot of supply chains that are broken. Learning from other ASEAN countries, it's pretty much the same. So the ecosystem has been established, but there's still some limitations as well. If we look at the global scale, we dominate almost all components of solar PV and also wind turbines, and almost 83% yeah, for wind turbines. And in the previous years, there was oversupply for solar PV that caused the price reductions in solar PV globally, including in the US and Europe. They experience economic issues. And if we look at the regulations, in 2023, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources issued a regulation. So there are about 47 minerals that are classified as critical, yeah. So we know the ones that need to be monitored and also controlled. And we could also see that Indonesia has different mine commodities in the form of minerals. We see that there are 5 sources of critical minerals, and Indonesia is part of the global producers and also other commodities. And this is very important to be developed as raw material for new renewable energy, and the process requires the use of these critical minerals, one of which is batteries for EV and also solar PV and also wind turbines. This is important for Indonesia to utilize these potentials through the downstreaming program, and different from other energies for solar PV and wind turbines. These are projected to be used in most countries, yeah, because this could be accessed anywhere, and this is a point plus, yeah, for this. Moving to SWOT analysis here, we are mapping out first is the potential. We or the strengths. We look at this from different perspectives. Yeah, for the strengths, we have identified 2 main factors from the market approach, and second of all is from the sources of materials or resources. We see that the capability of Indonesia hasn't been fully utilized in terms of demand. Indonesia itself has the target by 2060, 150 gigawatt, yeah, for solar PV. for solar energy and 37 gigawatt for wind energy. And this hasn't been fully utilized yet. So only 50% has been achieved from this. And this is so important, yeah, for the downstreaming project, yeah, to add values to the values of critical minerals in Indonesia. And Indonesia also has high economic stabilization, around 5% in 8 years, yeah, and this will improve, yeah, to 8%, especially with the newly elected president. So new renewable energy could become an important part to reach the economic growth as wished by our country. And we could also see the drastic usage, yeah, for electricity and the utilization of solar PV and wind turbines, yeah, for the production of green hydrogen, as mentioned by the previous presenter. So if you look at the mineral resources and also natural resources, Indonesia has good capability to adapt to build supply chains from all the technologies of new renewable energies that it has. And from the weaknesses, we have identified there are two factors that really contribute to the weaknesses. First is on the manufacturing industries and R&D. We still have weaknesses from the core technology. So we still have to rely on transfer of technology and also knowledge, and from the capability of human resources as well. And from R&D, yeah, this has run quite well in Indonesia, but it's still very low, yeah, because this is still in the scope of commercialization. So this could be fulfilled or mitigated using opportunities, yeah, that will be explained further. For the market itself, there are limitations. Sometimes we have to deal with TKDN, yeah, or the domestic points, yeah, that could be seen as slowing down investment, yeah. This is really needed to be established, yeah, in the supply chain of new renewable energy. So TKDN is the domestic component level. And next is the incentives and also financing. So it's still limited, yeah. The access is still limited, or to achieve stabilization in the capability of financing. From the opportunity side, we have mapped out at least there are three perspectives that we look at: the planning, policy, and also the manufacturing industry and R&D, and also from the market, yeah. If you look at the opportunities are big because we see the global trends. For the globally, we need to achieve net zero emission by 2060. And from several aspects, we will also give more benefits, like for the potentials for workforce or energy resilience and others. Yeah. From the threats, there are several issues that we are facing. Some of these are highlighted here. One of which is we do not have the roadmap, the clear roadmap for the problems of new renewable energy, like the limitations of supply chains and also the resources, and also climate change issues. The climate change issues, climate change happens quickly, yeah. So like 10 years ago, we may have not thought about new renewable energy, but now we are accelerating the process of the adoption. And also, what's the perspective of the general public for the changes or transition of energy into renewable energy? Another thing is
Bagaimana kompetitif harga ini untuk
how
industri
these
energi baru
competitive
terbarukan
prices for new
seperti
renewable
saya katakan,
energy,
seperti tadi solar PV, bahwa
just like solar PV, for
ini
instance,
posisinya sangat ketat di global.
there is
Tapi pada
strict
akhirnya yang kita bisa
competition
lihat adalah
globally,
pemenuhan kebutuhan dalam negeri yang mau tidak
but
mau
we
harus
need to
kita
also look
bisa
at the
sama.
fulfillment of domestic
Di
needs, yeah.
sini bisa dilihat bahwa kalau
And
menampilkan
this,
sedikit breakdown cost
you can
dan
also
juga
see the
potensi
breakdown of the
potensi yang bisa
costs
dihasilkan
on the
dari
potentials that we
adopsi solar
may
energi.
produce from
Yang
the
pertama
adoption of solar energy.
adalah dengan
First is that
estimasi
through
proyeksi yang ada
the
untuk
estimation of the
kebutuhan pembangkit
projects
listrik di
available,
Indonesia,
yeah, for the
diperkirakan kita membutuhkan
uh,
investasi sekitar 160 miliar
power
US dollar
plants in Indonesia, we
untuk
require
membangun
around
15 gigawatt. Tapi ini
uh,
sebatas
a
untuk
lot of
kebutuhan dalam negeri.
investment,
Kita belum bicara untuk
$110.6 billion
kebutuhan
in
domestik
Indonesia, yeah, to
Indonesia
achieve
dan
115
sebagainya.
gigawatt,
Dan
yeah.
Indonesia memiliki potensi untuk bisa
And
memenuhi
Indonesia has the
kebutuhan
potentials
dalam pasar dalam
to
negeri.
fulfill
Kenapa
the
menjadi hal
domestic
yang penting?
market.
Karena
Why is it
memenuhi
important?
kebutuhan
Because the
pasar dalam
fulfillment
negeri itu
of
adalah
domestic market
sesuatu yang mau nggak mau
is
harus dilakukan.
something that,
Itu menjadi
like it
demand
or not,
basis
we have to
utama
do.
untuk bisa
This is the
membangun
first
iklim dari
stage of the
rantai
demand
pasok industri
to
terbesar
build
ini.
the supply chain of this
Makanya
manufacturing industry.
kita mau
So
tidak mau
that's
harus
why, like it
memperhatikan
or not, we have to look at the
dalam industri
demand,
pasar
or
dalam negeri.
domestic demand,
Dan
as
kalau
part
kita
of the
melihat di sini adalah dengan
market.
potensi bahwa
And we could also
dari
see the
adopsi
potentials
solar
from the
energy ini
adoption of solar
diperkirakan
energy, so
dalam
that this
negeri
could
hampir
produce
24 juta
workforce
orang.
around 2.4 million workforce in
Beranjak
Indonesia.
adopsi
And let's move on to the
penggunaan turbin
adoption
angin,
of the
di sini
use of
Indonesia
wind turbines.
memiliki target untuk bisa
Indonesia has
mencapai
the target
37
to
gigawatt
achieve 37
sebagai
gigawatt
penyangga listrik dan
for
tadi dihasilkan
electricity, and we
Indonesia
estimate
membutuhkan
that
sekitar
Indonesia requires
24,8 miliar US dollar.
64.8
Dan
billion
dari
US
berbagai
dollars,
aspek
and out of from several
untuk
aspects,
direalisasi dari
including the landscape.
Indonesian Turbine Indonesia, Indonesia mampu mengambil
Indonesia is
andil
capable
di
to take
pengembangan
part
solar
for the
energi
development of
di
wind
rantai
turbines
pasoknya.
in
Tapi
the supply
ini
chain. But
perlu waktu yang
obviously,
intensif
this
dan
requires
kita
more
masih sebagai
intensive
negara mampu
studies
Indonesia untuk bisa
on
memanfaatkan
how far
transaksi
Indonesia's
energi ini
capability
untuk
to
mencapai
use this
keberlangsungan
energy
energi baru
transition
terbarukan. Dan
to
dari
sustain new
adopsi
renewable energy.
berbagai
And from the adoption of
turbin angin
new renewable energy in
diperkirakan
the
bisa
form of wind
memberikan
turbines, this is predicted to be
potensi
able
tenaga kerja
to
mencapai
give a potential of
4,9
workforce
juta tenaga kerja.
around 0.91 million
Adapun
workforce.
beberapa regulasi atau kebijakan yang
There are also some
diperlukan
regulations
untuk
and also
mendorong
policies
terbentuknya
needed to
iklim rantai
encourage
pasok energi baru
the
terbarukan.
establishment
Yang
of
paling pertama
the
adalah
new renewable energy climate.
membuat suatu
First
peta
is
jalan
to
yang untuk
establish the
bisa mendorong
roadmap
adopsi energi terbarukan di
to
Indonesia
encourage the adoption of new renewable energy in
dari
Indonesia as
pasar
part of
energi listrik.
the
Yang kedua
development of the
adalah
market itself. Second
bagaimana
of all,
membentuk
it is how
peta
to
jalan untuk
develop
industri
a
manufaktur
roadmap
energi
for
baru
the
terbarukan
manufacturing
sebagai
industry
bagian
of
dari
new renewable energy as part
hilirisasi
of the
karena ini
downstreaming
menjadi
program, because
ujung tombak dari
this is
mendorongnya terbentuknya
the
iklim
important part
feminis dan
to
iklim
establish
investasi
the
di Indonesia. Yang kedua,
domestic
bagaimana membuat
financing climate
suatu
in Indonesia.
mekanisme yang jelas
And
dan
also, there needs
transparan
to be a clear and
untuk bisa
transparent
memberikan
mechanism
model-model pembiayaan, insentif, subsidi,
for financing
ataupun
models,
keuntungan
subsidies,
lainnya.
and also other
Karena bagaimana kita
benefits.
bicara
Because at the end of the
subsidi
day,
harga
when
dari
it
pasar,
comes
itu
to
akan sangat
industries
tergantung dengan
and supply
kebutuhan.
chain,
Mau tidak
this is
mau,
really
kita
dependent on
butuhkan.
demand. So,
Jadi
like it or
apa yang
not,
bisa
we have
diberikan
to
kepada industri
see
ini untuk bisa
what we need to bring to the
berkontribusi.
industry
Dan yang
for its
terakhir,
development. And
bagaimana
last but not
memanfaatkan
least, it is how we can utilize
kemampuan bahan baku domestik,
the
khususnya mineral
domestic raw
terbatas ini,
materials,
untuk bisa
especially critical
digunakan
minerals, so
dan
that this could be
dimaksimalkan
utilized and
sebagai
maximized
bentuk
as
adopsi
part
dan
of
pengembangan
the
energi
adoption
baru terbarukan di Indonesia.
for new renewable energy in Indonesia as part of the market.
Atau
There are some key
peluang
enablers as
yang
well
bisa dikonsiderasi.
that
Yang
could
pertama adalah
be taken into
bagaimana memberikan
considerations.
suatu
First of all,
akses yang mudah
it is how to
terhadap
provide
energi baru
easy
terbarukan
access for
dengan
new
harga
renewable energy
yang
with
terjangkau.
affordable
Yang kedua,
prices,
bisa
and
diakses
this
secara
could be
terpisah.
easily
Karena
accessed in terms
mulai
of its availability.
dari
So because
industri
so many
itu memiliki masalah
industries
untuk akses ini
have
dengan adanya fluktuasi,
difficulties
kemudian juga
accessing this.
supplier juga
For
terpenuhi dan
instance,
sebagainya.
the suppliers
Yang
are
kedua
not
adalah
met and so on so on and so forth. Second of all is to promote this manufacturing industry so that this could penetrate the market and could develop well because the resources available, due to the resources available. And the third is in terms of building conducive atmosphere, there needs to be a role from the government to build communities that have good well-being. And also the next one for fossil fuel. And the fifth one, and the fourth one is removal and minimizing of fossil fuel and subsidies. And the fifth one is ESG, environmental impact control assistance within the limits permitted by regulations, so that this could develop and meet the standards required. Thank you. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Baik, kita berikan aplaus sekali lagi untuk
Let's
Bapak
give
Dr. Farid Wijaya.
applause for Dr. Farid Wijaya.
Presentasi yang luar biasa terkait dengan
An amazing presentation related to supply chain on the renewable energy. And this is also with Mr. Fabian, that came all the way from Colombia. And Dr. Farid has come all the way from Citerap, and has given his presentation. And next, what do we have next, Mbak Sasha? So next we will listen to the second presentation that will be relayed by Mr. Julio Retana as the team leader from UK Mentari with the title Closing the Gap Between Domestic RE Manufacturing Products with Global Industry. To Mr. Julio Retana, the time is yours.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Julio Retana. I'm the team leader of the Mentari program. I've been in Indonesia for a while, and I'm also a parent. I'm also a father of 2 kids. One is 2 years old, the other one is 5. And for those of you that have kids or that have had kids at that stage, you realize that handling a toddler is quite difficult. They're in that stage of looking for an independence, making their own decisions. And as a father, you try to implement different strategies. And the last thing that I was trying to do is give them a little bit of that freedom. And so he will come to me sometimes and he's like, Papi, boleh nonton lagi? Can I watch TV again? I'm like, okay, Sandra. Very wisely, I will be like, Sandra, you can watch and you can do whatever you want, but you know that there are consequences. So he starts thinking, what are consequences? I was like, okay, well, consequences, if you do something good, you get something good. If you do something bad, you get something bad. And so he thinks, and then he leaves, and then I hear him tell his mother, Mami, papi bilang boleh. I'm like, okay, that did not work. And of course it doesn't work. Kids don't know the meaning of consequences, don't know what consequences are. And I think at the end of the day, this discussion on global manufacturing of clean tech, it's more than just for direct investment, capacity building, competency, energy security. It's about trade-offs. It's about trade-offs with 3 very different topics. It's trade-offs between energy, it's trade-offs between industry, and trade. And each country will have their own decisions, each country will have their own guidelines, and getting those decisions right is a very complex process, of course, as you all know, but there will also be consequences and prizes and results of these policies that will be implemented. So I'm going to go through 3 main aspects. I'm going to talk a little bit about what's happening globally in terms of renewable energy manufacturing, trade, and clean tech development, and some of the trends that we are seeing. I'm going to talk a little bit about the case of Indonesia and how it can become quite an important player, not only regionally, but also internationally. And a little bit of a case study on solar PV manufacturing, some of the research and some of the activities that we've done under the Mentari program for PV in particular. All right, so 10 years ago, when only 1% of the fleet that was being developed was EV, when we were still talking about whether solar was actually feasible, when are we going to get grid parity? I think 10 years ago, we were talking about peak oil. The market for clean tech was around 200 billion, give or take. Now, we're looking at a market of 700 billion. We expect that under current policies, by 2035, that's going to triple. And when we talk about billions of US dollars or trillions, it's kind of difficult to put in perspective that amount of money. Right now, we're talking about a 700 billion market cap, around half of the size of the natural gas market. In 2035, if we reach 2 trillion, this is roughly how much the oil market is currently on a yearly basis being costed at. Now, what we see is that there has been a huge demand, but an even bigger installation of manufacturing capacities around the world. And without a doubt, China is the one that is leading the race, both in terms of local demand, as well as in local production capacity. Just to give you an idea, there is currently a plant being built in what I think is pronounced Shanxi province, that is enough to supply all of the demand of the European Union on a yearly basis. We see that in the last 2 years, between 2021 and 2022, production capacities of the 6 main technologies that we see here, excluding heat pumps, has either doubled or tripled around the world. And of course, mainly is coming from China, the EU, and US. We see more promises in terms of the new the new programs that are coming in, whether it's the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, or the ancillary industry from the EU, which could lead not only a more protectionist, but also local demand and local supply chains being created. Now, what are the cost factors for all of this? When you start thinking about why would an investor, why would a company or a technology supplier decide to put in a manufacturing facility in X country, there are several reasons. Cost is the main one. There's no doubt about it. This is a graph that shows China as a benchmark. If you exclude all subsidies, financial incentives, tax breaks from different regions, you will see that it's cheaper to produce anything in China at the moment. You can compare this to EU or the US, where without those incentives, solar PV panels will be, or are 40% more expensive to produce. And it's the same with other technologies, where you're looking at electrolyzers, heat pumps, batteries, and of course, wind turbines. With the increase of the demand, but with the, again, even increase more of the capacity, we see this trend continuing. Now, what does this cost structure mean? Are we talking only about the cost of producing it from a raw material basis, from a local production basis? It's more than that. We're talking about economies of scale, normally driven by domestic demand. We're talking about highly integrated firms with specialized knowledge. But as we wrote there, cost is not the only driver. We're also looking at an adequate policy support, access to markets, and the skills and knowledge of the people that are producing those equipments and materials. What does this mean for Indonesia? How can Indonesia, in the current state that we are, that Pak Farid already explained quite well, take advantage of this international situation and actually make a difference, or use this for their own energy security, their own development? I'm going to look backwards, and I'm going to start with the prize. I'm going to look at 2 technologies. If Indonesia were to install and support 2 particular technologies, in this case, we're looking at battery manufacturing and electric two-wheeler manufacturing, we'll be looking at changes of, or increase of GDP for the first one of around 15 billion between 5 and 10 years, and for the second one between 610 million over the next 5 to 7 years. This is including direct, induced, and indirect. We're talking about job creation of hundreds of thousands of new employment, both indirect and direct, and of course, cost savings. Emissions are also a huge part of it, so it's millions of tons that can be reduced. But to get there, okay, so how do we actually get to that status? What kind of policies are needed? That's hundreds of billions of dollar question, right? This is not a one-size-fits-all kind of policy pack and solution. This needs to be discussed, agreed, and again, looking at the trade-offs, what are going to be the types of sacrifices and incentives that will be need to put in place. Everybody knows that local demand is key to driving this, and we're going to talk a little bit about the TKDN or local content later. How to attract investment, what kind of tax breaks or subsidies, financial supports, or other incentives are in place for foreign companies to be there or to be here. What's the kind of operations to simplify business, incoming businesses? Build a skilled workforce and a comprehensive manufacturing firm will take years, if not decades. And there's a lot of progress being made, but we will still need more to get those hundreds of thousands of jobs in place. And of course, lower logistics, future-proofing technology, and facilitate access to global markets. Now, at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is creating resilient supply chains. And this is a complex topic in itself. It does have several trade-offs in of itself. And when we're talking about creating resilient supply chains, we're looking at creating supply chains that are secure, that are people-centered, and are affordable. And to do that, there are different strategies, as I mentioned, and we're going to deep dive a little bit more into some of these processes. Mentari has been, for those of you that know Mentari has been a very adaptable program. We started back in 2020 at the beginning of COVID. So we are quite adaptable in a way that we learn from what is really needed in the market. And at the beginning of 2021, when we were doing our own demonstration project in Sumba, where we were looking at some policy changes, something that kept coming up in conversations with donors and in our own analysis was the local content. Like the local content requirements were too high, were too expensive, and that was a barrier to entering in the market. So we started working on that. And we did that through a series of assessments, a series of policy engagements. And one of them, one that happened a few years ago, was a study of where we are in terms of the solar production in Indonesia. What are the manufacturing capabilities of Indonesia? This was in 2022. And we found that back then we had in Indonesia around 2.1 gigawatts worth of installed manufacturing capacity. At that time, at the beginning of the recovery of COVID, or still in the middle, we found that utilization was only 2 or 3%. That was very low. It has recovered in a bit, but, and this is not only particular to Indonesia, we're still nowhere near where it needs to be able to become really profitable. Even around the world, we see PV plants being run at 55% of the capacity, EV plants at around 1/3. So there is still a huge unused capabilities, unused capacities in terms of manufacturing that need to be managed and potentially will catch up with demand. We also found that it was not only an issue of lack of capacity or lack of demand, but there are certain issues with imports, or not in issues. There are certain disadvantages of local versus international or imports of PV models in that sense. Around that time, in several other studies, we found that 70% of the solar models that were being used in Indonesia were coming from outside. 3 main reasons. A, lower costs. B, better technology. You had lower degradation rates, higher efficiency, and generally better warranties. And the model size, the model capacity was also different. So in Indonesia, what we found is that most of the manufacturing was A, assembly, and B, tier 2 products. Products that, comparing apples to apples in a way, have a cost of double the amount that local production, that international products could bring in the country. Now, one of the strategies that, as I mentioned, was the LCR, the local content requirements, or the TKDN. And so one of the questions that I hear quite a lot when we talk about this is, with that international demand of solar PV, for example, with that level of international capacities, does it even make sense for Indonesia to go into the solar PV market? And it's a very valid question. And my position here today is that it does. It will depend a lot on the local demand and all of the factors that we mentioned before. But Indonesia is in a place where, according to our analysis, right now, for the new plants that are being constructed, which are tier 1 international suppliers are coming in, we will probably be seeing a price premium of between 12 and 15%. And this can be brought down to just a few single-digit percentages compared to China or other markets. Southeast Asia in general is forecasted to be one of the cheapest places to produce solar PV panels. And Indonesia is in a state where it can decide to be part of it or continue to wait and see. There's also another factor why investment in renewable energy manufacturing capacities is necessary now, is that PV models, even though they're quite standardized, they are not commodities. Innovation, R&D, and technology has a huge impact on gaining market share at an international level. Again, the local content requirements will make a huge impact on actually setting up that domestic demand for new and additional capacity. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with local content, it's just basically a percentage of the equipment or the project that needs to be produced or generated from a local perspective. It can be materials, it can be equipment, it can be human resources. But what we try to look at is the international kind of market demand and the situation of Indonesia, and try to propose a different way of looking at local content. We found that the market size and the stability will have an impact for a stable pipeline. Local content is not a magic bullet. You need complementary policy and regulations to be able to make that that leap, that bridge the gap. And the design is super important. And this is where we spent a lot of our work in designing something that was feasible with different parties. This has been, again, several iterations since we had it in 2021. What we suggested for Indonesia, which has thankfully been in a way implemented in the latest regulation 2024, is to allow an LCR exception for national flagship projects and to start introduce new support for new and directive manufacturing in Indonesia. We've seen both of this happen over the last couple of years. The stage 2 is to remove these exemptions and push LCR even more. And thus, this may be phased out over time. The percentages of TKDN or LCR will depend on the status of the development of the market and both demand and supply. And to maintain direct support based on those exceptions and the removal of those barriers. Once you have a thriving economy, then you can remove LCR. And this will be at a later stage once the market is developed, once you have the supply chain secured, and once the technology is there. Now, the takeaways from this is that when we're looking at clean tech in general, or RE technologies, this is not and it's better, one of the leads of a study from IA said it better. This is no longer a niche market. It's no longer fringe. This is no longer a climate story. This is in the top priority from governments, and everybody's looking into this. This is why we're here today. This is why we're having all of these conversations. What are the best solutions? What are the trade-offs that we need to take? And trying to figure out those consequences is difficult and it's complex, but it's necessary. Indonesia is in a very, very good situation right now. We, as Farid mentioned, we don't only have the potential demand for all of these technologies, we have a lot of the mining resources, whether it's nickel for batteries or silica for PV. And we have the people potentially to be able to develop and produce most of these equipment and most of the technologies. There's a lot of policy changes that need to happen, a lot of incentives and a different approach to what is done in the past, but we're in that gateway. And so as most of you are working here today, this is another opportunity that we need to tackle. So thank you very much, and happy to hear if you have any questions.
Baik. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan kepada Bapak
Okay, let's
Julio
give another round of applause to Mr. Julio Retana.
Thank you for your wonderful presentations. Mengutip Pak Julio Retana tadi, it's complex but necessary. Ya, Mbak Sasha.
To quote Mr. Julio Retana, it's complex but necessary. Moving forward, what do we have next, Mbak Sasha? So next we will go into the second panel discussion, and this second panel discussion will be moderated by Faricha Hidayati, Industrial Decarbonization Coordinator IESR. To Ibu Faricha Hidayati, we welcome you on stage.
Selamat pagi menjelang siang Bapak Ibu semuanya.
Good morning, entering afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Still enthusiastic. I hope you are still enthusiastic because we are nearing lunchtime. So I would like to ask all of you to be patient because we still have to be enthusiastic in this discussion session. Thank you, Mbak Benita and Mr. Aulia, for the introduction. And I'm Farisha Hidayati. I will be the moderator for this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know from the previous presentation from Dr. Fari and also Mr. Julio on renewable energy industry manufacturing development, more or less around that. So we will have a deep dive in this opportunity and on what are the key enablers that we need to encourage in others. So without further ado, because we only have a little bit of time, the committee has told me we only have 30 minutes max. I would like to call on stage and please give your applause, ladies and gentlemen. The first Dr. Farid Wijaya. We welcome you on stage. He is a senior analyst IESR for material and renewable energy. And our next panelist, please, Mr. Farid, you can pick the most comfortable chair. Our next panelist,
UK Mentari team leader, please Mr. Julio to come into the stage with us. Thank you so much and welcome for Dr. Farid and also Mr. Julio Retana. Maybe I'll start with to ask your conditions now. How are you today? Is it great?
I'm great, yeah. Thank you very much. How are you doing?
Great, I'm great. It's great to have you here and thank you for your previous presentations.
My pleasure.
And how are you, Dr. Farid, today?
I'm very good.
Oh, great. Okay. So, as for information, Bapak Ibu, so already mentioned that program Mentari stands for Menuju Transisi Energi Rendah Karbon Indonesia. It's a collaboration program between UK Embassy and also Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources Indonesia in advancing low carbon energy development. So, it's very nice to have you here to also expand our knowledge about renewable energy manufacturing as well. So, seperti diskusi sebelumnya Bapak Ibu, rules-nya sama, jadi nanti kita
as the previous discussion, the same rules apply. So in the first part, I will try to lead the discussion first for more or less 30 minutes. Yeah. So for the first 20 minutes, I will try to have a discussion with the panelists. And for the last 10 minutes, you may, if you have any burning questions, to write it down first. And then when it is the time for QA, you can ask those questions and feel free to raise your hand.
Saya mungkin memulai diskusi ini dengan satu pertanyaan ke Dr.
I would begin with one question to Dr. Farid, and this can also apply to everyone.
Nanti izin untuk bahasanya
So,
campur Indonesia Inggris
if I may mix with Indonesian and English, is that okay?
For Dr. Farid. Jadi, you mentioned that Indonesia has a significant renewable energy potential and also a lot of critical minerals that will also help to advance the renewable energy manufacturing industry supply chain. So, and you already mentioned 3 renewable energy technologies that may benefit mostly from the critical mineral utilization program, right? So, can you elaborate on that actually, Dr. Farid? Why do you think that we can gain benefit from hilirisasi program? That's the first one. And how much percentage of raw material from these 3 renewable energy technologies available for the development of a sustained renewable energy industry? Please.
Thank you. Mungkin saya jawabnya dalam bahasa Indonesia aja kali ya.
Silakan.
I will answer in Indonesian. So in Indonesia, we have many potential in critical mineral, and this is one that we're the one to or not, we have to be proud of this as Indonesians. And what is more important is how we can utilize this potential, because if we say how many critical mineral that we have in Indonesia, we have a lot. So the thing is how we can utilize this and invest in the form of product, because if we only sell this in the form of basic mining commodity, there is, as the former president has said, that there is no added value at all here. It will give loss, and where the loss potential is very big. If we are talking about the battery manufacture, the added value can be 1,000 times, 2,000 times more, depend on the market. But if we are only selling this in the form of feedstock, this will really reduce the value that we can actually adopt for Indonesia. So in the percentage, how many percentage of these critical mineral that we can utilize, from my point of view, from the overall potential in Indonesia, only 10% that is utilized. There are still more than 90% that is not utilized, meaning that this is not even talking about the reserve. So there are many resources that we do not know yet. So we need further consideration to investigate this. But in my opinion, the utilization as a part of the downstreaming, we need to encourage this as a regulation framework that binds. So with this, we can encourage or to put an effort of at least there is in minimum, there are 47% of critical mineral that is harnessed. And for the renewable energy where the benefit value is certain and there's a demand in Indonesia and also market, this will reduce the market, yeah. So we already have the market. So this is just an issue on how we can chip in, how we can invest there to build the ecosystem in Indonesia. Because if we do not use this downstreaming program or to make or establish a manufacturing industry in Indonesia, it will be such a loss for us because the economic value will be non-existent in Indonesia, and this economic value is the one that can develop many things from community, technology, infrastructure. Those are all, this will all be developed in Indonesia. Therefore, we have to, yeah, those are the numbers. Thank you. So from the 47 critical mineral, all can be utilized in all three, clean tech, manufacturing. What are the three? Remind us. Solar panel. Yeah, battery. So this depends on the technology. We can innovate in technology, and battery also has many types of technology. Solar PV also has many types of technology. So at the end is how we can utilize this to, and while Indonesia capability needs to be enhanced, yeah, to maximize this. Not well noted. Thank you. Maybe from Mr. Julio, do you have any response on this?
All right. So the second question.
Okay. So second question
SWOT analysis.
about SWOT analysis.
Dr. Farid first. So I would like to ask about the weakness part actually. So you mentioned that we are still lagging in technology mastery or apa ini ya? Penguasaan. Yeah, mastery is penguasaan, and also TKDN fulfillment for renewable energy product manufacturing. Meanwhile, also you mentioned that there are still big gaps in having a full circle domestic supply chain in renewable energy manufacturing industry, which means there will be a very huge chance that we are still requiring to import most of our raw or semi-finished materials for this industry. So my question is actually, do you see any improvement, like maybe in the last 5 years in one of this renewable energy industry, and to actually start improve their TKDN? Also, like, is there any projects or a new industry on the pipeline that accelerates progress in this industry?
Jawab pertanyaan itu, memang kalau kita lihat pasti ada perubahannya ke arah yang lebih
Well,
baik.
to answer that question, there certainly changes towards better direction, yeah. But it's now how we can utilize the potentials domestically, yeah. If we would like to have self-sufficiency, there will be an issue if we cannot access the technology. But in Indonesia, if we could develop the technology, then we could achieve the self-sufficiency, yeah. We have the market, we have the recycling, and so on and so forth, so we can build our self-sufficiency inside in our country. So if we look at as a whole, there are actually efforts towards that, but again, the market, is the market available or not? It is actually available, but there is uncertainty on the directions that Indonesia is taking. So it is going to be really helpful if we could build a roadmap, yeah, the roadmap of Indonesia on the directions that Indonesia would take. But sometimes the realization is slowed down or hindered due to several factors. But recently, there is an inauguration of a module plant in Central Java, and it gave a lot of enthusiasm. Yeah, Indonesia is trying to reach the self-sufficiency. Now the question is how we can make it into a regulation. So with downstreaming, this would certainly be helpful, especially with the efforts to improve economic growth of 8%. This would definitely require economic activities. And this is a very important step for Indonesia, especially with the new elected administration, to accelerate the establishment of Indonesian manufacture and also the supply chain in Indonesia.
Do you have any response?
Just to add a little bit, you mentioned if there has been any changes over the last, let's say, less than 5 years. And it has been quite interesting what we saw from the first study that we did all the way until now. Farid was mentioning about the central Java gigawatt plant, and that's probably one of the flagship projects that we have in terms of PV. But there's also been a huge movement in terms of storage or battery, both in terms of promises as well as we can see the initial phases of manufacturing kind of value chain being developed here. And I think in general, the conversations that we are having for either local content, this one, for example, in terms of manufacturing, as well as the potential for Indonesia to diversify, which I think is the name of the game at the end of the day. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. We were talking about hydrogen before. We've been talking about other technologies that some are ready to be deployed, some need a bit more R&D. But I think there is a structural change that has happened at least over the last, maybe post-COVID.
Okay. So like maybe just to follow up. Jadi untuk manufacturing dari masing-masing solar.
So for manufacturing for each solar, for both solar PV and batteries, in which supply chain do you think Indonesia is still lacking compared to other countries?
So as I mentioned in my presentation before, we had tier 2 manufacturers, which is mainly assembly lines. Now we're actually looking at developing models with high-tech, like tier 1 technology. Now, in terms of supply chain, there will still be a lot of investment and capacities that will be needed to be able to get the levels of purity that we need, to get the technology and also capacity, human resource capacity to be able to get to that level. As I mentioned in my presentation, one of the key issues that we see is creating secure and resilient supply chains. And to get that, you need a very long-term plan. So if we look at cases of EU, China, and US, those secure supply chains are critical to be able to create the confidence and the stability that an investor needs to be able to make that decision.
Okay, got it. Do you have any response as well?
Yes. Jadi untuk pertanyaan ini sebenarnya.
So for this question, Indonesia has a lot of weaknesses, yeah, because we don't know how much Indonesia needs and what Indonesia plans for the capacity of production, yeah. It is something difficult. The main issue is how big the investment that is needed in terms of the financing, and also what kind of technology that is suitable. When it comes to implementation of the technology, especially for a country, there are preferences, right? So what preferences do we need or do we want when the industrial sector gets into the country? They would see the demand, yeah. If it's not suitable, they would collaborate with others. They need to build networking or consortiums to fulfill the needs of that particular country. So with the availability of the roadmap, this would provide that overview. So when investors or industrial global manufacturers get into Indonesia, they would see that, oh, Indonesia has clarity. Oh, this is something that Indonesia would like to develop, something like that, yeah. So there needs to be contextualization, yeah, on what Indonesia needs, yeah, what Indonesia's market needs, and also the availability of the materials and so on and so forth, yeah. And we talked about TKDN, yeah, or the domestic component level. And you also mentioned in your presentation
energy manufacturing with implementation of RCR also. And I think there is one stage that I believe needs more clarification about the third stage that we should like phasing out the LCR policy entirely. Can you explain to us what do you mean by that?
So by design, we didn't put dates on that graph. And the reason for that is going to depend on several, and again, I keep making the statement that it's very complex, but it will depend on the status of your domestic supply chain, what kind of policies you have in place, and what's the status of manufacturing. We see that even in some protectionist policies, so the EU EV one that is limiting Chinese car companies coming in, the time frame is only 5 years. So look, these policies are not to be put in place for long term if you really want the market to be developed. These are policies to take advantage of a situation in a historical moment or a situation in time, get your ducks in a row, and create the manufacturing and supply chains facilities that you need to be able to compete with international markets. Now, Indonesia has an amazing potential, both in terms of like lower cost production compared to other countries, labor, access to minerals. It lacks infrastructure, it lacks the policy in place, but that is something that we need to work on. Now, when you get to that level, when you have the plants being developed and those plants being able to supply the local demand, which will depend a lot on what's happening in the conversations that we're having today in terms of the policies, JETP, to reach to that 33 gigawatts. And again, I'm thinking about solar. There's, when you get to that level, then you can start removing the local content requirements. But until then, it's a good strategy to give it a break, give it the relaxation, and then ramp them up, and then slowly ramp them down.
Oh, does it mean that if we are still implementing the LCR policy, that will not give any additional, any additional advancement for the renewable energy industries, or like it depends on the situation, I guess.
So that's what I mentioned, that in terms of trade-offs. If you have a very high level local content requirements, so TKDN, then you will inherently inhibit the development of new projects. The realization that we have right now, it's for projects that are expected to be completed by COD 2026, December. You will be able to take advantage of like the latest technology, cheap prices, and give it a time for local manufacturers to catch up.
All right, got it. I'm still processing that actually. But maybe if like someone's on the audience want to like have a follow-up questions on that, maybe we will choose two first for the first round. Please, I see on the back one first. Yeah.
Morning, gentlemen.
Can you please state your name, institution, also question, also mau ditujukan kepada siapa, gitu.
And who would you refer the question to?
Thank you. My name is Aryo. I'm from PwC. I'm asking for both of the panelists, and the topic that I'd like to ask is about the investments. Recently, we discussed a lot about investments, and as a matter of fact, in the last 10 years, I think there are more than 800 billions of funds raised by private equity to fund infrastructure that will drive the energy transition, by which around more than a quarter of it is specialist fund for energy transition. What I'd like to understand the gentleman's views on how can Indonesia make a quick win to attract those funds into Indonesia. Because in the past days, we understand that there is a lot of risk, there is a lot of uncertainty, but those funds are there. The dry powder are there. But how can we attract them? And we do the things that considerably are quick wins to tackle the biggest hurdles to attract those investors. Thank you.
All right, so who's gonna answer first? Like how to pinpoint quick wins for attracting the 800 million funds? Billion funds, I'm sorry. Okay, so maybe start from Mr. Julio first.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it was a few years ago when we were talking about lack of finance in Indonesia for renewable energy. And you would always get into these discussions between financiers, international financiers, whether it was MDBs, philanthropies, investors. And the message was quite clear. We have the funds. We are willing to invest in Indonesia, but we don't see the projects coming out. The lack of local demand has been a hinder and yeah, to be honest, disappointing for many investors over the last couple of decades. When you get to that level of economically investable, financially feasible, technically secure, and you have the regulation in place to make a profit, then the flow of capital will join. Or will come in. So I think that's if you look at it from quick wins, I think that's the main one. And if we're talking about project development and actually getting financial investment decisions, or you're talking about manufacturing, I think that's one of the key barriers that both many people are working on, and I believe the government and state-owned enterprises are also thinking about, among many other issues, but yeah.
Okay, do you have any response?
Sedikit memberikan pandangan aja. Jadi kalau memang
Yeah, I would just like to add a little bit, yeah. So I think there are funds or overseas funds that are ready to penetrate Indonesia, but we need to tackle the ecosystem, whether the ecosystem is ready or not in Indonesia, yeah. And the projects, as mentioned by Julio, are they in place? Are the projects in place? The one that can map this out is our own country, Indonesia. Because Indonesia, we need solar PVs and others. So the main aim is for electricity power or generation, yeah. And this will be sold to PLN for the to fulfill the energy needs in Indonesia. And we also need to look at the prices, yeah, the prices suitable, because for all investment, what investors want is profit, right? If there is no certainty on what they can gain in terms of profit, and also the ecosystem is still lacking or not sufficient, investors would think, oh, why do I have to invest there? But if we do have the clarity, if we do know what Indonesia would do, if everything is ready, there will be a lot of investors that are ready to chip in or ready to invest to invest in Indonesia. So yeah, those for quick wins, yeah. So we need to improve the commitment and policies, and also government's commitment, and the number of projects needs to be identified as well, yeah, on the feasibility. Once again, maybe one more.
Mungkin satu lagi dari belakang ya, Mas.
Maybe one more question, yeah, from the backside.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Julio and Mas Farid. Maybe my question is specifically for Mr. Julio. From your experience regarding this renewable energy supply chain, you mentioned earlier about what is it? optimizing the supply chain, logistic, and operational costs. So what is the optimum manufacturing capacity size that will reach a competitive price for the renewable energy technology? As we know, we in Indonesia have some manufacturing, but their product is way more expensive than the imported one. So so what is the optimum manufacturing capacity size?
We're talking about economic of scale, I guess. Yeah. Please.
Well, yeah, that's one key aspect, I think, and I think that's also a bit complex. So the issue there is, yeah, economies of scale play a huge part of it. It will depend also on how much you're going to use domestically. So what we foresee, for example, is that the local manufacturers that are currently there that are producing tier 2 will be able to supply, let's say, the DAK projects, solar rooftop, while the utility scale projects and for exports, you will be able to supply with new installations from tier 1 manufacturers. We've done several analysis. I think right now, optimistically, we could be looking at installed manufacturing capacity of solar PV right now at between, I think it was between 6 and 7 gigawatts to be per year, to be enough to cover domestic demand and also export to other countries. Now, to make it economical, economies of scale is a huge thing, domestic demand is a huge thing, but also the security of the supply chain, of the amount of materials and raw materials that you will be able to have, that's a key component as well. The trade agreements that you have, both either regionally or other countries, and the technologies that you will be using, what market cap you have for those technologies, I think will be even more essential to make it. There's also other considerations, whether, for example, what are the benefits of Chinese companies coming into Indonesia, installing their plants, and exporting to other markets such as US and Europe? Can they bypass some of the restrictions that they have currently in place? So that kind of cost competition that we see is very, very important to consider, but it's possible. There are other markets that are better set for other technologies, but in the case of solar, particularly, Indonesia can become a regional player and, again, a global player as well.
Does that answer your question, Hilmi? Okay. So maybe we have still time. So I think one question again, please.
Yeah, thank you. My questions to Julio. Julio, I mean, I've reviewed a study did by Mentari especially on solar, right? And if you look at the other countries, number of countries actually willing to, I mean, when it comes to solar, everybody now in the world globally discuss about diversifying supply chains. Because as China control between 70 to 80% of solar supply chain, it's seen as risk for global to transition to renewables. And we know solar, it's the prime energy technologies in many of countries' strategies meeting net zero emissions, right? But if you look at countries like India, Australia, and others, I also look at China, right? And also US, recently with IRA, it is about developing. It's not just about energy transition, but also developing new manufacturing capacities. In this case, clean energy technology. Either it is solar, it is battery, wind, or even other new technology. Right? Even solar, there is a couple of technologies that are being developed. One of the is that not unique, but I think all countries, when they want to develop a new industry or to beat the competition, because in solar case or even wind now, China is very dominant, but they have to lure the manufacturers, right, and the technology. What I see from a number of countries that they use incentive. So when they have a program, they always have different incentive, either it is fiscal incentive or even financing type, different kind of incentive. So when it comes to Indonesia case, from your study or from your insight from the study, because I understand that you also talk to different manufacturer, different clean technologies, right? So what kind of incentive that suitable for Indonesia to grow the manufacturing capacities faster? Because we need capacity, but at the same time, we have to ensure the competition. If you have only few dominant players, yeah, they will control the market. And that actually happened with Indonesia solar PV in the industry in the past. So maybe you can highlight a number of possible policies and incentives that could be provided for technology provider to set up manufacturing and production capacity in Indonesia.
Thank you, Fabi. So that's a good question. As you mentioned quite well, most of these countries are developing local manufacturing and supply chains. And some of them are even taking a risk or a bet to develop new technologies. So we see, for example, with the IRA, that US is becoming quite keen on hydrogen. And there's been potential mobilization of up to, I think, between 200 and 300 billion on just hydrogen technologies being promised until 2030. We see the case in Australia as well, made in Australia, made in Canada. We see that in India with their, I think it's IPL program. For Indonesia, when we've talked to some of these manufacturers, what they keep asking, first off, again, is domestic demand. But to bring them in, knowing that the LCR is going to eventually turn out, that is a huge incentive for them. Now, ideally, to be able to become cost competitive, to be able to reach that 10% or reduce that 10 to 15% premium of price, you would need either some kind of tax breaks, some kind of land facilitation, some kind of security of infrastructure to make it worth their while. These are huge investments, but we are seeing, new, as we mentioned before, the gigawatt plant Central Java. That is already starting to bring in, and it's also a bet that some of these companies are willing to make.
Okay, I'm sorry. Currently, the time is running out, so I'm sorry for any further questions that are not, can be answered by the panelists. So maybe to wrapping up, I would ask for each of you to give key takeaways from this session. My guiding question for that is, how do you see Indonesia's position in global renewable energy industry, and what strategies, maybe two best strategies to be taken to foster its advancement to go to international market? Maybe Mr. Farid, Dr. Farid first.
Ya, Indonesia memiliki potensi yang sangat besar.
So Indonesia has a huge potential. Now it is how we can promote this and encourage this and give support as well. So how we can make Indonesia adapt? First is we can build the ecosystem framework. This is something that we need to prioritize, starting from workforce, roadmaps, and others. Second of all, the subsidy mechanism or incentives, yeah. Because at the end of the day, when we talked about adoption, this would depend on how fast we can adapt the technology, yeah. From the technology side, or others, yeah, this could be driven by the policies in place and bound, and also the benefits, yeah.
Please, Mr. Julio. Do you agree with that or any other
So I think,
strategies?
so there's this joke in the nuclear fusion community that says that fusion is the energy of tomorrow, and tomorrow it's going to be the energy of tomorrow, and tomorrow and tomorrow, and I think it's and it's been like that for the last I don't know 30, 40 years. I feel the same with Indonesia, that there's a huge amount of potential, both in terms of natural resources as well as potential and growth in the demand. And it's been like that over the last 20 years. We are lagging behind our neighbors in the region. We are, but I think over the last 3 or 5 years, the conversation has shifted significantly. Things that were to one level not discussed, such as coal phase out or early retirement of coal plants, new technologies, and such as not only hydrogen, but tidal, offshore wind. These conversations are happening. Now, I completely agree, conversations are not enough. Policies need to happen to get that development going, to get the projects on the ground, and to get those green watts flowing through our grids. Now, to get there is a multilateral process that will take time. It's not only dependent on Indonesia, it will depend on international markets. What I think, and we've talked a lot about bringing in foreign direct investment, the policies in place, how to set the regulation right, local content, but I think something that is key and we need to start paying more attention is human resources. You can get a plant running in between 1 or 2 years, maybe some of the bigger ones, 5 years. Solar PV plants, you can bring in foreign technology and set up the trade agreements within a specific time frame. But to get people to be able to produce this equipment, I think it will take time, and it's a process that you need to start now to reap the benefits within the next 2 decades.
Very agree on that. So to summarize, the strategies is like, first is like to build like a regulatory framework that is like positive and also can attract investment, and also designing incentive that is proper, and also like induce the industries to become motivated to build more capacity and so on. And then do the multilateral collaboration to faster the development, and then also prepare the human resources while building transition into more cleaner production for the renewable energy technology. Oke, Bapak Ibu, terima kasih sekali lagi atas waktunya, dan semoga.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time, and hopefully this discussion will inspire you and will also improve your interest so that we could have joint collaboration in the advancement of renewable energy manufacturers. Yeah, I'm Farisa, and I would like to hand over the floor to the MCs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Faricha and also to the gentlemen, the panelists. Before you return to your seats, you may take a group photo first.
Ya, silakan Pak Julio boleh ke depan. Ya, saya akan bantu hitung. 1, 2, 3.
3, 2, 1.
Oke, boleh ganti gaya. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Baik.
Baik, menarik sekali ya sesi diskusi panel yang kedua ini.
Our second panel discussion was really interesting. there were some new
Selanjutnya, Bapak dan Ibu
questions and
hadirin
insights
sekalian,
that we gained.
kita juga akan
Ladies and
melangsungkan
gentlemen,
acara yang udah ditunggu-tunggu nih sebenarnya pastinya.
we will move on to the next
Karena
session that
kita
has
akan
been
melangsungkan lunch
awaited
break
for.
selama
Yeah,
1 jam.
we will have a
Tapi
1-hour
sebelum
lunch
lunch
break.
break, kembali
But
kami
before the lunch break,
mengingatkan kepada
I would
Bapak Ibu
like to
sekalian
remind you
untuk
again,
mengisi
ladies and
survei
gentlemen,
acara.
please fill out
Survei yang telah
the
terisi bisa
event
diberikan
survey.
ke meja
And
resepsionis di
if you
depan.
have filled out the survey, please
Dengan
hand
adanya
it
informasi
over to
tersebut,
the
kami
reception desk
mempersilahkan
in the
Bapak
front.
Ibu
Yeah.
untuk
So with that
menikmati
information,
makanan yang telah
we would
disajikan
like
di
to
foyer
invite you to
ballroom.
join the lunch in the foyer ballroom.
Informasi untuk musola berada di lantai
So for
2
the
dan kembali
mushola,
kami
it is
mengingatkan
available on
bahwa
the second
lunch
floor,
break
and we
ini
would like to
akan
remind you again
berlangsung
that this
selama
lunch
1
break
jam dan
will
diharapkan
last
Bapak
an
dan
hour,
Ibu
and hopefully
untuk
you
kembali
could
masuk ke
be back
ruangan
to the
karena kita
room,
akan menuju ke sesi selanjutnya.
because after lunch we
Dan
will
bagi
move on to the
Bapak
next
dan Ibu
session.
yang
And
hadir
for
secara
those
daring,
of you,
tolong
ladies and
jangan
gentlemen, who are
kemana-mana,
joining
tetap
us
stay di
online,
tempat masing-masing.
please stay tuned,
Karena
don't
setelah
go
jam
anywhere,
istirahat, kita akan
because
memberikan
after
cooperative
lunch
workshop
we will
sesi
move
ketiga.
on to
Jadi
the
stay tune
third
dan kita akan
series
kembali
of
lagi
the
pada
workshop.
pukul
And stay
13.30.
tuned, we'll be
Terima
back
kasih
at
dan sampai jumpa kembali.
13:30. Yeah. Thank you.
Sejak tahun 1961, tren kenaikan suhu rata-rata global berbanding lurus dengan peningkatan frekuensi kejadian bencana alam hidrometeorologi. Hingga tahun 2023, telah terjadi lebih dari 4.000 kejadian bencana alam di Indonesia yang didominasi oleh kebakaran hutan, cuaca ekstrim, banjir, tanah longsor dan abrasi, hingga kekeringan. Bencana hidrometeorologi memiliki akar permasalahan utama yang disebabkan oleh urbanisasi yang berdampak pada lingkungan dan alih fungsi lahan. Hal ini telah mengurangi kapasitas daya serap karbon dan air dari hulu hingga hilir. Urbanisasi juga meningkatkan emisi gas rumah kaca dan potensi perubahan iklim yang disebabkan oleh berbagai aktivitas manusia, termasuk aktivitas industri.
The emergency climate comes down to a single number: the concentration of carbon in our atmosphere. The measure that greatly determines global temperature.
Bencana alam yang ditimbulkan karena perubahan iklim tidak hanya menimbulkan korban jiwa, tetapi juga kerugian ekonomi dan menurunkan tingkat kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Je regarde la salle, je vois que la réaction est positive, je n'entends pas d'objection. L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
Pada tahun 2015, Paris Agreement disepakati untuk menghadapi potensi perubahan iklim dengan menjaga kenaikan suhu rata-rata dunia agar tidak mencapai 2 derajat Celcius. Sehubungan dengan hal tersebut, Indonesia juga meningkatkan kebijakan iklimnya dalam Enhanced Nationally Determined Contribution guna mengurangi emisi karbon pada tahun 2030 yang setara dengan mengurangi emisi karbon sebanyak 912 juta ton karbon dioksida. Sehingga, komitmen keberlanjutan terhadap lingkungan perlu dijunjung tinggi dalam segala aktivitas manusia. Perusahaan pada umumnya rentan terhadap dampak perubahan iklim, sehingga perusahaan perlu menetapkan sistem tata kelola perusahaan untuk mengidentifikasi dan mengatasi risiko perubahan iklim secara tepat, sesuai dengan kerangka pelaporan berstandar. Perusahaan juga perlu merumuskan strategi untuk memastikan bahwa perusahaan akan beroperasi dengan komitmen keberlanjutan guna mewujudkan perekonomian global nol karbon dan berkontribusi pada upaya pengurangan dampak perubahan iklim. Untuk itu, satu platform hadir sebagai solusi ESG Management and Carbon Accounting yang bertekad membantu perusahaan Anda untuk mencapai dan meningkatkan nilai keberlanjutan dengan pedoman dan standar nasional maupun internasional. Negara-negara di dunia kini mewajibkan perusahaan untuk mengungkapkan jejak karbon serta potensi dampak lingkungan. Dan satu platform hadir untuk membantu perusahaan Anda mengelola ESG dengan mematuhi peraturan dan beradaptasi menghadapi tantangan perubahan. Dengan semangat keberlanjutan, satu platform akan membantu perusahaan Anda menghasilkan sustainability report dan GRC report lewat berbagai fitur di antaranya manajemen pengelolaan aspek ESG perusahaan Anda, penghitungan emisi karbon skop 1, 2, dan 3, penetapan target dan pengurangan emisi karbon, pemantauan jejak audit dan performa real-time data ESG dan emisi karbon Anda, serta manajemen kolaborasi entry data dan dokumen kontrol. Dengan berkomitmen pada keberlanjutan, kami melayani berbagai industri antaranya barang konsumen, infrastruktur, teknologi dan komunikasi, sumber energi alternatif dan terbarukan, serta industri lainnya. Melalui satu platform, Anda dapat meningkatkan reputasi perusahaan, meningkatkan loyalitas pelanggan, dan berpegang teguh pada prinsip keberlanjutan. Demi masa kini dan masa depan, ciptakan komitmen bersama jaringan satu platform hari ini dan mulailah mendorong perubahan nyata untuk bisnis Anda. Wujudkan keberlanjutan bersama satu platform, Your ESG Management and Carbon Accounting Solution.
XY Zone Media, bagian dari grup utama XYZ Creative Media. hadir sebagai media yang mencakup informasi untuk generasi X, Y, dan Z. XY Zone Media berfokus pada media online dengan menciptakan ekosistem digital. Berawal dari media lensa berita Jakarta atau disebut LBJ, dari tahun 2021, LBJ konsisten menghadirkan berita-berita peristiwa, kriminal, dan politik secara aktual, baik dari Jakarta maupun dari seluruh Indonesia. Akhirnya, pada awal 2024, XY Zone Media berdiri menaungi LBJ. XY Zone Media dibangun oleh tim berpengalaman dan telah bersinergi dengan kurang lebih 50 komunitas dari segala generasi. Saat ini, portal media xyzonemedia.com telah hadir dengan wajah baru, dengan beberapa kategori yang lebih luas, seperti entertainment, sport, technology, lifestyle, and community. Bringing X, Y, and Z generation together, uniting all in one zone.
Energi merupakan kebutuhan pokok bagi kehidupan manusia. Dengan energi, manusia bisa menerangi rumah, memasak, dan bahkan berkendara. Energi juga merupakan ujung tombak sektor kehidupan dunia, mulai dari pertanian, pendidikan, kesehatan, transportasi, dan bahkan ekonomi. Sayangnya, dengan adanya penggunaan energi yang masif, dihasilkan pula limbah yang sangat besar, yang saat ini telah merusak lingkungan kita. Apalagi sampai saat ini, dunia masih sangat bergantung kepada energi kotor yang tak terbarukan. Hal ini membuat bumi diracuni polusi, membuat lingkungan rusak, dan mengakibatkan emisi gas rumah kaca meningkat. Dengan kata lain, kehidupan kita sedang terancam, dan apabila energi yang kotor ini tidak segera ditangani, maka iklim dunia akan semakin parah, sehingga perlahan tapi pasti akan menghancurkan kehidupan di bumi ini. Salah satu penyebab masalah tersebut adalah masih lambatnya laju transisi dari energi kotor menjadi energi baru terbarukan, terutama di Indonesia. Namun ironisnya, masyarakat sendiri masih kurang terpapar akan informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan, padahal mereka merupakan penggerak bagi transisi energi kotor menjadi terbarukan. Maka dari itu, di era kemajuan informasi ini diperlukan platform yang mampu mensinergikan antara sumber informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan. Menjawab tantangan zaman, zonaebt.com hadir berdiri sejak April tahun 2021 sebagai platform media informasi dan edukasi terkhusus energi baru terbarukan. Zonaebt.com menyajikan informasi-informasi hangat mengenai perkembangan energi terbarukan di Indonesia yang tentunya dikemas dalam konten menarik. Kami percaya masyarakat memiliki andil yang besar untuk menggerakkan perubahan, dimulai dengan hal kecil, yakni kesadaran akan keberlangsungan energi terbarukan di sekitarnya. Guna memberi informasi dan edukasi menyeluruh kepada masyarakat, kami mengulas berbagai informasi energi terbarukan dalam beberapa kategori, yakni aneka energi baru terbarukan, kendaraan listrik, bisnis terbarukan, lingkungan, dan lain sebagainya. Saat ini, jangkauan informasi Zona EBT sudah tersebar ke penjuru negeri. Sesuai dengan moto kami, sebar terbarukan. Mari ciptakan masyarakat yang sadar akan energi baru terbarukan bersama Zona EBT.
yakni Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue Forum 2018.
Merasa acara ini sangat baik ya, kita bisa ada forum untuk bisa membahas transformasi.
Kita akan bisa membuat sebuah arah kebijakan energi baru terbarukan yang baik, yang wabil khusus untuk tenaga surya ini.
Bagaimanapun nanti dari power plant yang energi dengan coal yang harus diberhentikan pada timetable yang sudah disusun oleh PLN.
Greetings Energizers, let's take a look di Jelajah Energi Jawa Barat Day 3.
PT KATEX is garment and textile company. PT KATEX production includes the production of polyester chips, clothing, sauce, polyester fiber, and other flexible products. PT KATEX is currently implementing clean energy by utilizing 100% biomass energy and solar panel.
Now, we are in the boiler of PT KATEX, and the boiler utilizing 100% biomass from palm shell oil.
PT Surya Energi Indotama or SEI was established on December 6, 2007, and on January 14, 2009, it became a subsidiary of PT Land Industry. PT SEI was the first solar module factory in Indonesia in 1997. Then, starting in 1999, it continued to develop until now in increasing its production capacity and had a spin-off production facility.
Our last stop today is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, precisely in Kamojang area. Here, we have a building named Geothermal Information Center that we can sightsee and enjoy while educating ourselves more about this power plant. Mojang Geothermal Power Plant is the oldest in Indonesia, where Pertamina's first exploration was carried out in 1974. The Kamojang area is in the Kamojang, West Java, where there are 5 LTP units operating commercially since 1983. As of now, the total installed capacity is 235 MW.
And now, we stop in Cirebon to finish our journey of Jelajah Energi Jawa Barat tomorrow. See ya!
Sejak tahun 1961, tren kenaikan suhu rata-rata global berbanding lurus dengan peningkatan frekuensi kejadian bencana alam hidrometeorologi. Hingga tahun 2023, telah terjadi lebih dari 4.000 kejadian bencana alam di Indonesia yang didominasi oleh kebakaran hutan, cuaca ekstrim, banjir, tanah longsor dan abrasi, hingga kekeringan. Bencana hidrometeorologi memiliki akar permasalahan utama yang disebabkan oleh urbanisasi yang berdampak pada lingkungan dan alih fungsi lahan. Hal ini telah mengurangi kapasitas daya serap karbon dan air dari hulu hingga hilir. Urbanisasi juga meningkatkan emisi gas rumah kaca dan potensi perubahan iklim yang disebabkan oleh berbagai aktivitas manusia, termasuk aktivitas industri.
The emergency climate comes down to a single number: the concentration of carbon in our atmosphere. The measure that greatly determines global temperature.
Bencana alam yang ditimbulkan karena perubahan iklim tidak hanya menimbulkan korban jiwa, tetapi juga kerugian ekonomi dan menurunkan tingkat kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Je regarde la salle. Je vois que la réaction est positive, je n'entends pas d'objection. L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
Pada tahun 2015, Paris Agreement disepakati untuk menghadapi potensi perubahan iklim dengan menjaga kenaikan suhu rata-rata dunia agar tidak mencapai 2 derajat Celcius. Sehubungan dengan hal tersebut, Indonesia juga meningkatkan kebijakan iklimnya dalam Enhanced Nationally Determined Contribution guna mengurangi emisi karbon pada tahun 2030 yang setara dengan mengurangi emisi karbon sebanyak 912 juta ton karbon dioksida. Sehingga, komitmen keberlanjutan terhadap lingkungan perlu dijunjung tinggi dalam segala aktivitas manusia. Perusahaan pada umumnya rentan terhadap dampak perubahan iklim, sehingga perusahaan perlu menetapkan sistem tata kelola perusahaan untuk mengidentifikasi dan mengatasi resiko perubahan iklim secara tepat, sesuai dengan kerangka pelaporan berstandar. Perusahaan juga perlu merumuskan strategi untuk memastikan bahwa perusahaan akan beroperasi dengan komitmen keberlanjutan, guna mewujudkan perekonomian global nol karbon dan berkontribusi pada upaya pengurangan dampak perubahan iklim. Untuk itu, satu platform hadir sebagai solusi ESG Management and Carbon Accounting yang bertekad membantu perusahaan Anda untuk mencapai dan meningkatkan nilai keberlanjutan dengan pedoman dan standar nasional maupun internasional. Negara-negara di dunia kini mewajibkan perusahaan untuk mengungkapkan jejak karbon serta potensi dampak lingkungan. Dan satu platform hadir untuk membantu perusahaan Anda mengelola ESG dengan mematuhi peraturan dan beradaptasi menghadapi tantangan perubahan. Dengan semangat keberlanjutan, satu platform akan membantu perusahaan Anda menghasilkan sustainability report dan GOQ report lewat berbagai fitur di antaranya manajemen pengelolaan aspek ESG perusahaan Anda, penghitungan emisi karbon skop 1, 2, dan 3, penetapan target dan pengurangan emisi karbon, pemantauan jejak audit dan performa real-time data ESG dan emisi karbon Anda, serta manajemen kolaborasi entry data dan dokumen kontrol. Dengan berkomitmen pada keberlanjutan, kami melayani berbagai industri di antaranya barang konsumen, infrastruktur, teknologi dan komunikasi, sumber energi alternatif dan terbarukan, serta industri lainnya. Melalui satu platform, Anda dapat meningkatkan reputasi perusahaan, meningkatkan loyalitas pelanggan, dan berpegang teguh pada prinsip keberlanjutan. Demi masa kini dan masa depan, ciptakan komitmen bersama jaringan satu platform hari ini dan mulailah mendorong perubahan nyata untuk bisnis Anda. Wujudkan keberlanjutan bersama satu platform, Your ESG Management and Carbon Accounting Solution.
XY Zone Media, bagian dari grup utama XYZ Creative Media, hadir sebagai media yang mencakup informasi untuk generasi X, Y, dan Z. XY Zone Media berfokus pada media online dengan menciptakan ekosistem digital. Berawal dari media lensa berita Jakarta atau disebut LBJ, dari tahun 2021, LBJ konsisten menghadirkan berita-berita peristiwa, kriminal, dan politik secara aktual, baik dari Jakarta maupun dari seluruh Indonesia. Akhirnya, pada awal 2024, XY Zone Media berdiri menaungi LBJ. XY Zone Media dibangun oleh tim berpengalaman dan telah bersinergi dengan kurang lebih 50 komunitas dari segala generasi. Saat ini, portal media xyzonemedia.com telah hadir dengan wajah baru, dengan beberapa kategori yang lebih luas, seperti entertainment, sport, technology, lifestyle, and community. Bringing X, Y, and Z generation together, uniting all in one zone.
Energi merupakan kebutuhan pokok bagi kehidupan manusia. Dengan energi, manusia bisa menerangi rumah, memasak, dan bahkan berkendara. Energi juga merupakan ujung tombak sektor kehidupan dunia, mulai dari pertanian, pendidikan, kesehatan, transportasi, dan bahkan ekonomi. Sayangnya, dengan adanya penggunaan energi yang masif, dihasilkan pula limbah yang sangat besar, yang saat ini telah merusak lingkungan kita. Apalagi sampai saat ini, dunia masih sangat bergantung kepada energi kotor yang tak terbarukan. Hal ini membuat bumi diracuni polusi, membuat lingkungan rusak, dan mengakibatkan emisi gas rumah kaca meningkat. Dengan kata lain, kehidupan kita sedang terancam, dan apabila energi yang kotor ini tidak segera ditangani, maka iklim dunia akan semakin parah, sehingga perlahan tapi pasti akan menghancurkan kehidupan di bumi ini. Salah satu penyebab masalah tersebut adalah masih lambatnya laju transisi dari energi kotor menjadi energi baru terbarukan, terutama di Indonesia. Namun ironisnya, masyarakat sendiri masih kurang terpapar akan informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan, padahal mereka merupakan penggerak bagi transisi energi kotor menjadi terbarukan. Maka dari itu, Di era kemajuan informasi ini diperlukan platform yang mampu mensinergikan antara sumber informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan. Menjawab tantangan zaman, zonaebt.com hadir berdiri sejak April tahun 2021 sebagai platform media informasi dan edukasi terkhusus energi baru terbarukan. Zonaebt.com menyajikan informasi-informasi hangat mengenai perkembangan energi terbarukan di Indonesia yang tentunya dikemas dalam konten menarik. Kami percaya masyarakat memiliki andil yang besar untuk menggerakkan perubahan, dimulai dengan hal kecil, yakni kesadaran akan keberlangsungan energi terbarukan di sekitarnya. Guna memberi informasi dan edukasi menyeluruh kepada masyarakat, kami mengulas berbagai informasi energi terbarukan dalam beberapa kategori, yakni aneka energi baru terbarukan, kendaraan listrik, bisnis terbarukan, lingkungan, dan lain sebagainya. Saat ini, jangkauan informasi Zona EBT sudah tersebar ke penjuru negeri. Sesuai dengan moto kami, sebar terbarukan. Mari ciptakan masyarakat yang sadar akan energi baru terbarukan bersama Zona EBT.
yakni Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue Forum 2018.
Merasa acara ini sangat baik ya, kita bisa ada forum untuk bisa membahas transformasi.
Kita akan bisa membuat sebuah arah kebijakan energi baru terbarukan yang baik, yang wabil khusus untuk tenaga surya ini.
menyusun bagaimanapun nanti dari power plant yang energi dengan coal yang harus diberhentikan pada timetable yang sudah disusun oleh PLN.
Greetings Energizers, let's take a look di Jelajah Energi Jawa Barat Day 3.
PT KATEX is a garment and textile company. PT KATEX production includes the production of polyester chips, clothing, sauce, polyester fiber, and other textile products. PT KATEX is currently implementing clean energy by utilizing 100% biomass energy and solar panel.
Now we are in the boiler of PT KATEX, and the boiler utilizing 100% biomass from palm shell oil.
PT Surya Energi Indotama or SEI was established on December 6, 2007, and on January 14, 2009, it became a subsidiary of PT Land Industry. PT SEI was the first solar module factory in Indonesia in 1997. Then, starting in 1999, it continued to develop until now in increasing its production capacity and had a spin-off production facility.
Our last stop today is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, precisely in Jakarta. Here, we have a building named Geothermal Information Center that we can sightsee and enjoy while educating ourselves more about this power plant. Mojang Geothermal Power Plant is the oldest in Indonesia, where Pertamina's first exploration was carried out in 1974. The Kamojang area is in the Kamojang, West Java, where there are 5 PLTP units operating commercially since 1983. As of now, the total installed capacity is 235 MW.
And now, we stop in Cirebon to finish our journey of Jelajah Energi Jawa Barat tomorrow. See ya!
Sejak tahun 1961, tren kenaikan suhu rata-rata global berbanding lurus dengan peningkatan frekuensi kejadian bencana alam hidrometeorologi. Hingga tahun 2023, telah terjadi lebih dari 4.000 kejadian bencana alam di Indonesia yang didominasi oleh kebakaran hutan, cuaca ekstrim, banjir, tanah longsor dan abrasi, hingga kekeringan. Bencana hidrometeorologi memiliki akar permasalahan utama yang disebabkan oleh urbanisasi yang berdampak pada lingkungan dan alih fungsi lahan. Hal ini telah mengurangi kapasitas daya serap karbon dan air dari hulu hingga hilir. Urbanisasi juga meningkatkan emisi gas rumah kaca dan potensi perubahan iklim yang disebabkan oleh berbagai aktivitas manusia, termasuk aktivitas industri.
The emergency climate comes down to a single number: the concentration of carbon in our atmosphere. The measure that greatly determines global temperature.
Bencana alam yang ditimbulkan karena perubahan iklim tidak hanya menimbulkan korban jiwa, tetapi juga kerugian ekonomi dan menurunkan tingkat kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Je regarde la salle. Je vois que la réaction est positive, je n'entends pas d'objection. L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
Pada tahun 2015, Paris Agreement disepakati untuk menghadapi potensi perubahan iklim dengan menjaga kenaikan suhu rata-rata dunia agar tidak mencapai 2 derajat Celcius. Sehubungan dengan hal tersebut, Indonesia juga meningkatkan kebijakan iklimnya dalam Enhanced Nationally Determined Contribution guna mengurangi emisi karbon pada tahun 2030 yang setara dengan mengurangi emisi karbon sebanyak 912 juta ton karbon dioksida. Sehingga, komitmen keberlanjutan terhadap lingkungan perlu dijunjung tinggi dalam segala aktivitas manusia. Perusahaan pada umumnya rentan terhadap dampak perubahan iklim, sehingga perusahaan perlu menetapkan sistem tata kelola perusahaan untuk mengidentifikasi dan mengatasi risiko perubahan iklim secara tepat, sesuai dengan kerangka pelaporan berstandar. Perusahaan juga perlu merumuskan strategi untuk memastikan bahwa perusahaan akan beroperasi dengan komitmen keberlanjutan, guna mewujudkan perekonomian global nol karbon dan berkontribusi pada upaya pengurangan dampak perubahan iklim. Untuk itu, satu platform hadir sebagai solusi ESG Management and Carbon Accounting yang bertekad membantu perusahaan Anda untuk mencapai dan meningkatkan nilai keberlanjutan dengan pedoman dan standar nasional maupun internasional. Negara-negara di dunia kini mewajibkan perusahaan untuk mengungkapkan jejak karbon serta potensi dampak lingkungan. Dan satu platform hadir untuk membantu perusahaan Anda mengelola ESG dengan mematuhi peraturan dan beradaptasi menghadapi tantangan perubahan. Dengan semangat keberlanjutan, satu platform akan membantu perusahaan Anda menghasilkan sustainability report dan GRC report lewat berbagai fitur, di antaranya manajemen pengelolaan aspek ESG perusahaan Anda, penghitungan emisi karbon skop 1, 2, dan 3, penetapan target dan pengurangan emisi karbon, pemantauan jejak audit dan performa real-time data ESG dan emisi karbon Anda, serta manajemen kolaborasi entry data dan dokumen kontrol. Dengan berkomitmen pada keberlanjutan, kami melayani berbagai industri, di antaranya barang konsumen, infrastruktur, teknologi dan komunikasi, sumber energi alternatif dan terbarukan, serta industri lainnya. Melalui satu platform, Anda dapat meningkatkan reputasi perusahaan, meningkatkan loyalitas pelanggan, dan berpegang teguh pada prinsip keberlanjutan. Demi masa kini dan masa depan, ciptakan komitmen bersama jaringan satu platform hari ini dan mulailah mendorong perubahan nyata untuk bisnis Anda. Wujudkan keberlanjutan bersama satu platform, Your ESG Management and Carbon Accounting Solution.
XY Zone Media, bagian dari grup utama XYZ Creative Media. Hadir sebagai media yang mencakup informasi untuk generasi X, Y, dan Z. XY Zone Media berfokus pada media online dengan menciptakan ekosistem digital. Berawal dari media lensa berita Jakarta atau disebut LBJ, dari tahun 2021, LBJ konsisten menghadirkan berita-berita peristiwa, kriminal, dan politik secara aktual, baik dari Jakarta maupun dari seluruh Indonesia. Akhirnya, pada awal 2024, XY Zone Media berdiri menaungi LBJ. XY Zone Media dibangun oleh tim berpengalaman dan telah bersinergi dengan kurang lebih 50 komunitas dari segala generasi. Saat ini, portal media xyzonemedia.com telah hadir dengan wajah baru, dengan beberapa kategori yang lebih luas, seperti entertainment, sport, technology, lifestyle, and community. Bringing X, Y, and Z generation together, uniting all in one zone.
Energi merupakan kebutuhan pokok bagi kehidupan manusia. Dengan energi, manusia bisa menerangi rumah, memasak, dan bahkan berkendara. Energi juga merupakan ujung tombak sektor kehidupan dunia, mulai dari pertanian, pendidikan, kesehatan, transportasi, dan bahkan ekonomi. Sayangnya, dengan adanya penggunaan energi yang masif, dihasilkan pula limbah yang sangat besar, yang saat ini telah merusak lingkungan kita. Apalagi sampai saat ini, dunia masih sangat bergantung kepada energi kotor yang tak terbarukan. Hal ini membuat bumi diracuni polusi, membuat lingkungan rusak, dan mengakibatkan emisi gas rumah kaca meningkat. Dengan kata lain, kehidupan kita sedang terancam, dan apabila energi yang kotor ini tidak segera ditangani, maka iklim dunia akan semakin parah, sehingga perlahan tapi pasti akan menghancurkan kehidupan di bumi ini. Salah satu penyebab masalah tersebut adalah masih lambatnya laju transisi dari energi kotor menjadi energi baru terbarukan, terutama di Indonesia. Namun ironisnya, masyarakat sendiri masih kurang terpapar akan informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan. Padahal mereka merupakan penggerak bagi transisi energi kotor menjadi terbarukan. Maka dari itu, di era kemajuan informasi ini diperlukan platform yang mampu mensinergikan antara sumber informasi dan edukasi mengenai energi baru terbarukan. Menjawab tantangan zaman, zonaebt.com hadir berdiri sejak April tahun 2021 sebagai platform media informasi dan edukasi terkhusus energi baru terbarukan. Zonaebt.com menyajikan informasi-informasi hangat mengenai perkembangan energi terbarukan di Indonesia yang tentunya dikemas dalam konten menarik. Kami percaya masyarakat memiliki andil yang besar untuk menggerakkan perubahan, dimulai dengan hal kecil, yakni kesadaran akan keberlangsungan energi terbarukan di sekitarnya. Guna memberi informasi dan edukasi menyeluruh kepada masyarakat, kami mengulas berbagai informasi energi terbarukan dalam beberapa kategori, yakni aneka energi baru terbarukan, kendaraan listrik, bisnis terbarukan, lingkungan, dan lain sebagainya. Saat ini, jangkauan informasi Zona EBT sudah tersebar ke penjuru negeri. Sesuai dengan moto kami, sebar terbarukan. Mari ciptakan masyarakat yang sadar akan energi baru terbarukan bersama Zona EBT.
Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Acara sebentar lagi akan segera kami mulai. Jadi untuk Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We will begin the event again soon. So for those of you who are outside of this venue, if we could kindly come back and please be seated at the assigned seats. Thank you. Yakni Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue Forum 2018.
Merasa acara ini sangat baik ya, kita bisa ada forum untuk bisa membahas transformasi.
Kita akan bisa membuat sebuah arah kebijakan energi baru terbarukan yang baik, yang wabil khusus untuk tenaga surya ini.
Bagaimanapun nanti dari power plant yang energi dengan coal yang harus diberhentikan pada timetable yang sudah disusun oleh PLN.
Greetings Energizers, let's take a look di Jelajah Energi Jawa Barat Day 3.
PT KATEX is a garment and textile company. PT KATEX production includes the production of polyester chips, clothing, sauce, polyester fiber, and other textile products. PT KATEX is currently implementing clean energy by utilizing 100% biomass energy and solar panel.
Now, we are in the boiler of PT KATEX, and the boiler utilizing 100% biomass from palm shell oil.
PT Surya Energi Indotama or SEI was established on December 6, 2007, and on January 14, 2009, it became a subsidiary of PT Land Industry. PT SEI was the first solar module factory in Indonesia in 1997. Then, starting in 1999, it continued to develop until now in increasing its production capacity and had a spin-off production facility.
Our last stop of the day is Pertamina Geothermal Energy precisely in Jakarta. Here, we have a building named Geothermal Information Center that we can sightsee and enjoy while educating ourselves more about this power plant. Mojang Geothermal Power Plant is the oldest in Indonesia, where Pertamina's first
Baik, selamat siang semuanya.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Selamat datang kembali ke acara
Welcome back to Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2024.
Gimana nih? Udah pada makan siang berarti udah semangat lagi ya?
How are you? Post lunch, it means everyone is already motivated and high spirits. So I see that everyone is more enthusiastic, even though just now before lunch, people are starting to feel a bit weak, but I hope that lunch re-energized you. And the next session, before we continue to the next session, this event is supported by a few of our community partners and also our media partners, in which the community partners are from Satu Platform, SRE University Indonesia Green Generation Foundation, and Teens Go Green. And our media partners are Tanah Air, Zona IBT, and XY Zone Media.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati,
ladies and gentlemen, those who attend on-site and online. Next, we will go to the third workshop series, producing the lowest cost for renewable energy. In this session, we will listen to a few presentations that will be continued with panel discussions. So without further ado, let us go into the first presentation with the title, Identifying the Economic Potential of Renewable Energy in Indonesia, that will be delivered by Mr. Pintoko Aji, Data and Modeling Group Research Coordinator, IESR. To Mr. Pintoko Aji, the floor is yours.
Ya, selamat siang semuanya.
Good afternoon, everyone. So even though this is the last session, last day, and we had too much carbo, yeah, from the nasi uduk, from the lunch menu, hopefully in this session, this can be an eye-opener so that we do not substitute the carbo with drowsiness or sleepiness. We will discuss on the economic potential. We are talking about project potential.
Uang gitu ya. Jadi
and also money, because everyone likes money.
Nah, sebelumnya gitu ya. Ini hanya sekedar mengingatkan.
This is just to remind all of you, because usually people use this emoticon, ya.
Itu deadline-nya tinggal 5 tahun lagi.
The deadline of JETP is only 5 years more. That in the end of 2022, at the end of G20, there was a joint statement that we need to reduce the emission in the power sector up to 290 million tons. Even though with time, as the JETP Secretariat formulated the CIPP, and maybe IESR is also engaged in it, the data related to captive is still very limited. So in the CIPP, it is only including PLN business area, and the emission target, which is 290 million ton, is lower to 250 million ton because it is only within PLN business area or on grid. Yeah. Even though PLN have isolated system, also have off grid, but what is meant here is that PLN's business area. And partners, colleagues, maybe some of you are engineers or researchers, please conduct power modeling or use energy modeling.
achieve 250
To
juta
achieve
ton,
250
itu
million
pasti
ton,
secara otomatis renewable energy
automatically
mix-nya
the renewable energy mix
pasti besar, hingga di
is
44% atau bahkan lebih.
large, not in
Kalau
44%,
silakan
but can be
dilakukan
more. Please
simulasinya,
conduct your
kalau bisa pakai
simulation,
list cost
and if possible,
optimization
use
itu
the list cost optimization.
diuji untuk
So
mendapatkan harga
try and test
yang
it to get the
paling menarik.
most attractive
Nah,
electricity price.
di sini sebenarnya saya tidak sendiri ya, di
So
tempat
I
ini
am not
rekan-rekan
standing
yang lain
here
ada
alone.
Mbak
I'm
Marta
with
juga
my other
dari
colleague.
cluster
We have
social
Mr.
policy
Marta from the
economy,
cluster of social
kemudian ada
policy
Mas Dwi
economy,
Cahya
and Mr. Dwi Cahya
dari
from
koordinator dari tim
power
program, dan juga
coordinator from a
Mas Odi
team
ya
program,
sebagai
and
GIS
also Mr.
analis.
Odi as the GIS analyst.
Project ini kita melakukan
This
riset
project,
untuk melakukan mapping sebenarnya
we carry out
manakah
research in this project
lokasi-lokasi
to
yang
map
secara ekonomis
location that
layak
in
untuk dicoba gitu. Ya walaupun secara
is
standar
we
belum
can able to do
memenuhi standar
trial in
bankability
economic
yang
way,
sebagai
even though
pertama
they
dunia.
have
Tapi
not
di sini kita
fulfilled the
berusaha melihat
bankability. But from here we can see
langkah awal atau
as
fondasi
initial step or the
untuk
foundation
bankable
to
renewable energy
develop the
opportunities.
bankable, reliable project opportunities.
Kriteria bankability
And
gitu
the
ya, ada risetnya
criteria of
gitu.
the bankability,
Ada
there's a
beberapa
research
dimensi.
here. There are a few
Kita mungkin
dimensions.
di dalam project ini
Probably in
banyak
this
membahas
project,
terkait tentang
we discuss
yang punya
a lot about
weight atau
those who
pembobotan
have
yang besar
the
ada di project specificity, karena kita ingin
large weight, which is in
mengidentifikasi
the project specificity,
di
because we
manakah
want to
site
identify
yang
the
untuk
optimal
generate
site
energi,
to
utamanya
generate
dari renewable
energy,
energy,
mainly from
dan yang
renewable
visible
energy,
untuk
and
dilakukan oleh
which
developer
is
maupun
most feasible to
lembaga
be developed
finansial
by
gitu ya.
developer and also
Dan juga
financial institutions.
di dalam project ini, di riset
And
ini
in
ya,
research in this
kita juga
project,
melakukan
we
simulasi
also carry out
simulasi
simulation,
skema
the
partnership
simulation of
antara
partnership
IPP dan
scheme
PLN.
between IPP and
Jadi nanti
PLN.
kita akan mengenal
So
nama
we will
mandatory
know
partnership
what is mandatory
atau
partnership
public-private
or
partnerships gitu ya.
public-private
Dan juga
partnership, and
model pendanaannya gitu ya, funding
the
modelnya.
funding model.
Dan sekarang kita sebenarnya
Now,
ada di tahap
we are actually in the
verifikasi.
verification
Jadi
phase.
hasil ini
So this
masih
result
sementara gitu ya.
is still
Hasil
temporary,
masih sementara. Dan diharapkan setelah
and it is
presentasi kali
expected
ini bisa
after
dapatkan
this presentation we can
feedback
gain
dari
many
rekan-rekan
feedback
developer,
from
supplier,
developers,
ataupun
suppliers,
lembaga
or
finansial gitu ya. Apakah
financial institutions,
asumsi-asumsi yang kita
whether the
gunakan,
assumptions
harga-harga
that
yang
we
kita
use,
gunakan
the
itu
prices that we use,
sudah relevan di masa sekarang
is
dan di
relevant
Indonesia atau tidak.
in current times and in Indonesia or not.
Nah, startnya itu tidak dari awal lagi gitu.
We
Jadi
are not
di IESR
starting
sudah
from the
punya
beginning.
riset di tahun
IESR have
2021,
already have
namanya
research
Beyond
into 2021. It is called
Itu adalah
Beyond
pemetaan
443. That is
potensi
the
teknis
mapping of
renewable
the
energy.
technical potential of renewable
Jadi
energy.
ada 5 teknologi.
There are 5
Tapi yang kita
technology,
lanjutkan
but
sekarang
what we
untuk
follow
sampai ke
up
tahap
currently
economical
to
potensial
continue to the
itu baru
potential
mencakup solar PV,
level is on solar
onshore wind,
PV, onshore
dan juga
wind,
mini hydro ya.
and
Dan untuk
mini
yang solar
hydro.
itu masih
And for the solar, it is
di
still
ground mounted
in
yang
ground
skala
mounted,
utilitas, karena kan
which is
harapannya
in the
ini
utility
untuk
scale,
menambah
because the
alternatif
hope
gitu
is
ya.
to add
Alternatif
alternative
pembangkit skala utilitas
for
untuk
power
di
plant in
JETP maupun
utility
di
scale for
PLN
JETP
sekalipun.
or for PLN.
Nah, adapun ada beberapa adjustment dari
There are
riset
a
yang
few
sudah dilakukan
adjustments
di
based
tahun
on the
2021.
research that was conducted
Misalkan
in
yang pertama
2021. The first
di
one
PLTB,
being
karena
in
perkembangan
the
teknologi PLTB ini sangat cepat gitu ya.
power plant, because
Sekarang
the
per
growth is
turbinnya
really
sudah
rapid.
skalanya langsung
Per
besar gitu.
turbine
Mungkin di
is
Sidrap tuh
very
dua
big,
setengah mega, kemudian di
2.5
Solo tuh 2 megaan.
mega
Sekarang udah
and
mulai
up to
masuk
3
ke 4
mega,
mega
and
per satu turbin.
we are going to 4
6,
mega per
9
turbine,
sampai 12
6,
untuk yang
9 to
offshore.
12 for the offshore.
Makanya di riset ini kita
That is
coba
why in
update
the
juga
research
gitu.
we try to update
Menjadi yang tadinya
to be what
basisnya
was
2 megawatt per turbin
the base of 2 megawatt per turbine.
4 megawatt per
Turbine
turbin
becomes 4
dengan
megawatt per turbine with
kecepatan angin yang kita
the
ambil gitu
wind
site-nya
speed
itu
that we
minimum
take in
5,5,
the site, minimum
yang tadinya
5.5,
hampir 8 meter per
which
square,
was
sekarang
which
diturunkan
previously
jadi
was
5,5. Kenapa?
0.5 to lower to 5.5. Why? Because technology is advancing and IEC, the standard from wind turbine, is already up to IEC class 1, class 3 level, or even to specific classes. So that there are a few adjustments that has to be made. And also for solar, we also limit those who have radiation in 4.5 kilowatt per hour. So, and for hydro, this is relatively mature, so we do not conduct many changes here. And there's also an additional to decrease the operational risk of the power plant. We also add constraint, the vulnerability constraint. So disaster vulnerability constraint. So there are areas that are vulnerable towards natural disaster, volcanic hazard, liquefaction, flood. So it is added here. So beyond 443, there is some addition, constraint addition to reduce the operational risk of the power plant. There's also addition of additional filter that we expect from this research or project. It can already give site option alternative for solar, wind, and hydro power plant that is ready to offer because it is already considering the substation. For example, for wind, it is given buffer. The radius must not exceed 50 kilometers from the current substation. So this is for short term. This is made for short term to midterm, and waiting for the electricity infrastructure to be upgraded so it can unlock the potential that is probably not captured in this research. The point of the methodology in this research is to convert parameters that are the spatial function. There is location factor for the tariff, rated capacity, related to availability that we have made many constraints, and also capacity factor because every location will have potential different generations. And also there's an addition of what is the spatial function is the interconnection cost, land cost, and also logistic cost. It has also already put into consideration, so it will all be added into the capex. We run this in the financial model until we get the economy parameter that is usually used to evaluate those sites or those projects and whether it is feasible or not. So the most general is IRR or NEV. So we expect that, we hope that the site that is taken, the IRS is above the discount rate, or it is, and the NPV or the NPV is positive. And we try to make classes, cluster into the classes per location. So the ones that are IRR class are feasible but low and mid and the most favorable classes. And also in the financing modeling, we can already see the output. Yeah, the depth in the project or the site is how many percent and so on and so forth. Before we go into the financial model, there are many infrastructure or projects that are using financing scheme of project financing. It is very general, especially for renewable projects where that is capital intensive. So this project financing is actually has prevalent since long time ago, since the times of the Roman Empire, just to give a depiction to technical, colleague from the technical side. So in the Roman times, there is Venus Nauticum. So there's this is the history from colleagues from insurance. There are lenders in Roman times that gives lendings to sailors. So we think of this project as a ship, or here we can call it special purpose vehicle. And paying of the lending is given after the sailor has returned from sailing and after he sold his goods. So it's like cash flow based repayment. So it's paid after they have docked or came back from sailing. So we can think of this ship as a special purpose vehicle, so that when we want to develop a renewable project, as an IPP, let's say, working with PLN, we have to form a new entity that is special purpose vehicle that is off balance. So it means that there is no longer the term of lending something to pay something, because it is a different or separate entity. To borrow something to pay off something, because it's a different entity, it cannot be united with the holding company. So the non-recourse project financing, it even does not have any guarantee. So what is being made as a bond is the project itself, the renewable project itself. And because there is no guarantee, there's no bond here. So let's say the wind power plant, my wind power plant project turns out that it is default, then my asset is not asked by the lender. So we both share the risk in the project of the special purpose vehicle project. And because there is no bond and no, does it make sense or not to make a lending without any bond? So the bond is the project that is currently being developed. And so that is why there is due diligence, yeah. Maybe there are some colleagues from consultant that frequently carry out due diligence as the third party that gives information of the site location where they will develop a power plant, whether it is feasible to be given. And it is given to the third party, yeah. So what we simulate, this project structure, when we try to, most project use this scheme, is that even though after we have carried out FGD, this is not called mandatory partner anymore, but it's voluntary partner. So if it is interesting, then you chip in. If it is not interesting, then you do not chip in from the side of PLN. So let's say we simulate PLN chip in 30% and IPP 70%. With the scheme prorate. So we will also discuss on equity, and it will all be divided again. Some equity or subscription that is injected directly to the special purpose vehicle. Some is in the form of shareholder loan. This is usually to optimize tax. In the IPP subscription, 10% of the total equity. And we also simulate this with the maximum debt, which is 80%. We cannot be more than get more or leverage more debt, because there is a regulation from the Ministry of Finance. And next, the financial assumption. And what we put in bold, those are topics that are interesting, yeah, in the sustainable finance aspect, because this is talking about margin. So why do we do blended finance? So let's say there's a concessional loan from JETP mixed with, and then it becomes a margin rate. So here we simulate this as, right now the rate is in 2%. So this is just a simulation. If there's a feedback, please, we welcome, because we are not finalized yet in the report. And in the financial modeling, there is an expenditure which is with the funding. Yeah, where does the fund comes from? Yeah, from famous religious leader. Yeah, where do we get the money from? So we have a capacity project of some number that is put in the capex, and then because of due to the financing fee, we try to shoot on how much the financing fee is first, and then they will influence the value of the debt, and the size of the debt will also influence the financing fee. So there are many feedbacks that is working in a financial model. If you use an Excel, this must use VBA. You cannot just use the ordinary Excel. So in the scientific language, it's like around. Yeah, it's like if we attack here, they will replace the upfront fee. Upfront fee will add to the capex and also influence the debt. So the process is interactive. And because we try to simulate this using financing project fund scheme, so there will be a due diligence. And also the SLR and others, maybe colleagues from financial are more familiar with this. Next is the capex assumption that we use. Even though after we have studied this, because of the IRENA report was just published lately, it turns out that our capex number is still very conservative, above the global weighted area. And even for the wind power plant, it is above the upper bound. So the capex is still too big and needs to be adjusted. And even this, yeah, there are many sites that are feasible with the capex assumptions that is conservative. There are many sites, even more if we adjust this with the latest data. Probably from IRENA can update on this matter. And also for the OPEX, it's the same. It turns out that it's still too conservative. The number is above the reference from IRENA. And in both of these, in both of the assumptions, both CAPEX and OPEX, we already consider insurance and others. So it is complete in all of the costs included up until we feel that it is overdone. Next is the result from the financial simulation model, and also it is feedback into the mapping. The pink color is the technical potential, and the purple, the circle, purple, orange, and green are the ones that are feasible economically, or what the term we use here is bankable potential. For the mini hydro, we can already see the locations. The locations are in North Sumatra, and in Sumatra Utara, the hydro resource is in abundance. With the total capacity that is feasible to be developed is around 755 megawatt from 149 sites. And since this is mini hydro, per site is below 10 mega. And from the data recapitulation per system, there's Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, and Bali. The total capacity, which is economically feasible, can be calculated as total or in the class, the class of IRR in 8, 810, and 1012. For the tariff assumption is already adjusted to the presidential decree 122 in the selling price. So if the IRR is 2 digits, this is beneficial for developer. Yeah, for developer, it means that the profit is a lot. For PLN, this is also interesting because why? Because they can still bargain on this. Yeah, so the tariff can still be lowered. If we reverse this, we lock the IRR to where what might possibly happen is in the 829, then it means that the tariff will go down for the site in the class 10 to 12, in the range of 10 to 12. These are the locations, mainly is in North Sumatra and West Sumatra, in which the IRR is interesting. And for the wind power,
surprisingly,
there are many interesting sites in the smaller islands in Maluku that is feasible to be developed, if the project is there. If the project exists and if there's tender, because in this research we have not yet considered the demand projection in those sites. And it is also dispersed in Papua, mainly in south part of Papua. So here the technical potential is up to 40 giga. So if there is a project in Papua to develop hydrogen for fertilizer, let's say, it is very suitable if we want to build or develop a wind power plant to produce hydrogen in Papua. And there's also an interesting site in Aceh. So to see the capacity factor, it is a bit odd. Yeah, we need to investigate further. This actually approaches 50%. And for the IRR, this is in the Maluku area. So here is the correlation with IRR. So for technologies such as wind turbine and solar, where the technology is really very advanced, the growth of efficiency is rapid, the efficiency goes up and the capacity factor goes up, while the price per turbine, per megawatt, goes down. So the effect of COE is double because the CF goes up added with the capex price going down. So the effect to the LCOE is double. That will probably be discussed further from IRENA. And next for solar power. Considering the existing infrastructure, Java is the winner in the technical potential. But technical potential is also many in Sumatra, and also for solar power plant is relatively dispersed. And for Papua, because there is no technical potential due to the infrastructure that is not adequate. For the total capacity for the wind power plant up to 100 gigawatt, and for the solar power plant 42 gigawatt. There are more sites but are much smaller than compared to wind power plant. And these are the dissemination per site and also the equity, and also we can calculate this per system, how many in Sumatra and Java. And for IESR, this is to do power modeling. Yeah, in power modeling means that the resources are a lot. We can give limitations that are economically feasible in the power modeling to increase the level of bankability to formulate the pipeline for electricity or energy. There's a bit of story for solar power plant. You are probably familiar with Global Solar Atlas. So in Global Solar Atlas, between it is being developed or updated in 2019, they are still using the 16% solar PV assumption. The assumption is the efficiency is 16%. Now, with the end pipe module, that is very significant. The efficiency goes up even up to 21%, and some already claim it is already in 25% for the end pipe model. So the capacity factor is also taken up if we already adjust with the latest solar power plant technology. So the LCOE is the same. Same with the case in the wind power plant. The capacity per module, let's say per watt, even now it is already in 0.19 USD per watt peak. So the LCOE goes down double. That is why in the wind or solar power plant curve, it goes down exponentially. This is what we can convey for now. Thank you.
Baik, beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk
Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Pintoko Aji.
Terima kasih kepada
Thank you to Mr. Pintoko Aji, or in the office we usually call him Gus Pinto, because of the depth of his knowledge, and he is also relatively young. Very insightful. Thank you, Mr. Pintoko. Ladies and gentlemen,
we'll be hearing
moving forward.
Second presentation that will be delivered by Jaydev Dafli. I hope I pronounced it correctly. As an Associate Program Officer from IRENA Innovation and Technology Center, with the title of Renewable Energy Innovations, Trends, and Projecting the Renewable Learning Curve. I think he'll be joining us online. Mr. Jaidev, the time is
Hi.
yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me, colleagues and friends? Yes, can I take that as a yes? So a very good afternoon to you all today, and thank you for this opportunity for allowing me to present on behalf of IRENA. And as mentioned by the moderators, the focus of my presentation will sort of be talking about what innovations are happening with regards to renewable energy development globally, and how that could potentially be useful for Indonesia as your country starts to also transition to a more sustainable future. So the title of my presentation is Tripling Renewable Power by 2030 from Targets to Action. So let's go to the next slide. Give me a minute, please. Yeah. Okay. So before I start my presentation, I just wanted to give a very quick overview on IRENA for those who are not familiar with our organization. So we are an intergovernmental organization that was established in 2011. We are comprised of 169 member countries, and there are 16 states that are in the process of acceding to become members. Our headquarters is based in Abu Dhabi and in the UAE. And then we also have an innovation and technology center in Bonn, where I'm delivering this presentation from. And then we also have a small office in New York, just to observe what dialogues are happening at the United Nations. And as our organization name states, the mandate of our organization is to support the adoption and utilization of all forms of renewable energy, and we have various facets by which we achieve this goal. So this is what we try to do at IRENA for those who are not familiar with our organization. So now I'd like to talk a bit more about the status of the energy transition to sort of set the scene. So as we're already in November, and it's already a week before we head into COP 29, which will be held in Azerbaijan. But just to give a recap, at the last COP held in the United Arab Emirates, there was a pledge that was adopted by a majority of the countries to triple renewable energy capacity and double energy efficiency by 2030. So this is the target that, or the pledge that countries have agreed to achieve by 2030 as soon as possible. And earlier this year, IRENA was the organization that was designated by the United Arab Emirates to track where the international community is in achieving in this goal. And we've been working with a lot of partners in this regard. So we've been working with the G7 countries, the G20 countries, of which Indonesia is a part of, and also trying to work with developing economies as well to facilitate the exchange of knowledge and best practices. So looking at where we are with regards to renewable energy capacity. So if we take 2022 as a reference here, essentially what we can see over here is that the total renewable energy capacity in 2022 was 3,382 gigawatts, and of which a majority of that actually came from solar PV. And as mentioned in the previous presentation, other sources of energy such as wind and hydro also constitute a good share of renewable energy developments. As of 2022, our 2023 data will be launched a bit later in the year. But to actually be compliant with the 1.5 degree scenario, it's going to be imperative that we try to scale up this capacity as quickly as possible. And to achieve this goal, we would need to reach about 11,174 gigawatts by 2030. So that's quite a significant gap that has to be addressed. And in our model, we still do envision that solar PV will play a crucial role in this regard, but then other sources of renewable energy such as wind, hydro, bioenergy will also start to have a more of a spotlight in this energy transition discourse that we're having. So now looking at the power capacity additions that we had annually. So what we see over here is that between 2010 and 2023, capacities for renewable energy have been growing. And the biggest, let's say, a player in this space has actually been solar PV. And in 2023, 473 gigawatts of capacity was added in 2023, and this is a record. So clearly shows us the solar PV technology is mature and is being leveraged by many countries. But then we also see that the other technologies such as onshore wind, which had 105 gigawatts annually capacity added in 2023, was also another great achievement. And then other sources such as offshore wind, which had 11 gigawatts, and hydropower, which had 7 gigawatts, are also gaining traction. But as I mentioned in my previous slide, more work and concerted efforts by different players have to sort of take place for this capacity to keep on increasing, to ensure that we're able to sort of hit that 11,000 gigawatts cumulative RE capacity by 2030. So it's going to take a lot of teamwork and collaboration to ensure that we achieve this goal. Okay, so this session is obviously talking about cost and finance. So I'm just going to provide a few insights from our latest cost report, power generation cost report that was launched last month. I've kept it to a few slides because there's a lot of information, but I've tried to ensure that I talk about the trends happening in solar PV and wind energy, because those are the two main sources of renewable energy that is really getting a lot of traction in the international community. So looking at solar PV, what we do see again is that the costs for utility scale solar PV projects are declining and are becoming more and more competitive. In Asia, so where Indonesia is located, there was approximately 230 gigawatts of cumulative solar PV capacity that was available. Between 2010 and 2023, the levelized cost of electricity for utility-scale solar PV projects decreased by 90%, and the total installed costs for these projects fell by 86%. So that is a great progress that's made in this sector. And what's contributed to this positive trend is basically the lower module costs, the continued improvement in efficiency, manufacturing optimization, and design and innovation within the space. Also, what's important to note is that a particular facet of solar PV modules, particularly crystalline modules, they actually had the highest cost decline between 2009 and 2023 with a 93% decline. And another trend that happened was that there was actually recently there was an oversupply of polysilicon globally, because between 2021 and 2022 there was a bit of a supply chain issue with regards to this particular component, and now the market is starting to recover, and this oversupply of polysilicon essentially allowed for a greater module production, which contributed to a lower LCOE and installation costs, as I just mentioned. So solar PV definitely is on the right track, and it will continue to play an imperative role in the energy transition. Now, looking at onshore wind, essentially what the messages I'd like to highlight from our costing data is that the 104 gigawatts of onshore wind that was commissioned in 2023, all of that was cheaper than fossil fuels. The LCOE for this technology decreased by 70% according to our data. The capacity factors for this technology increased from 27% to 36% from the preceding year, so more energy can be harnessed. And also the installation costs fell by 49%. So what have been the sort of contributing factors to these trends? It's basically comes down to the availability of having larger turbines that have significant technological components that make it possible. For example, in 2023, Sweden had the largest turbine capacity at 5.8 megawatts, and China had the biggest rotor size at 184 meters. So these advances in turbine technologies have basically contributed to decreasing costs. However, there are other factors that also contribute to the decreasing cost of this technology, and this was also highlighted in the previous presentation, which include choosing the right sites for these projects, looking at the economies of scale, and also the growing maturity of the market. So these are some of the sort of the cost trends that we see from onshore wind. Now, a particular, let's say, facet of wind technology that I focus on in my work at IRENA is actually offshore wind. And this is another a technology that is gaining more and more traction in this energy transition dialogue. So in 2023, there was approximately 11 gigawatts of offshore wind that was commissioned, of which 8 gigawatts was actually found in Asia. So now with regards to the costing trends that we observe from our analysis and our data sets, essentially the LCOE decreased by 63%. The capacity factor increased to 41% from 38%. And this is because at offshore sites, the wind speeds are actually much more when compared to onshore locations, and therefore there's more potential to be harnessed. And the installation costs decreased by 48%. Now, similarly to onshore wind, offshore wind farms have also seen advancements in turbine technology, and there's been a trend towards having larger rotor diameters and higher hub heights. And since 2010, the rotor diameters have grown by 84%, and they've reached an average of 206 meters in 2023, while the hub heights have increased by 25%, and they also now average globally around 126 meters. Now, these innovations have basically enabled the development of projects where even wind speeds are very low. And I think Europe definitely has some great project sites where the wind speeds are not low, but because of these advancements in technology, they're still able to harness the potential that this energy source has. So offshore wind is a particularly upcoming area that we observe in our energy transition analysis at a global level. So that's sort of, I mean, there are some key insights from our costing report, and as I mentioned, I focus on solar PV and wind technologies, but our dedicated report on this topic delves into this topic a lot more. I would invite the participants to please consult that report if you wish for more information. Now, I was also asked to talk about the innovations happening in renewable energy technologies, and I'd like to preface that by noting that there are many innovations that are happening. So I have decided to just provide a selection of innovations that we are observing, and hopefully we can touch upon them a bit more in the panel discussion. So one thing I wanted to highlight with regards to innovation is that innovation is not just looking at the technology aspect of it, because that's something that a lot of us tend to focus on when we hear the word innovation, but there are other aspects in innovation that need to be looked into as well. So innovations in market design and regulation, in the planning and operations of infrastructure assets that are associated with renewable energy technologies, and also business models for end users who will benefit from these technologies. So looking at all these four facets together is something that we, I think, term at IRENA as systemic innovation. So it's not just being single-mindedly looking at what's happening at a technological front, but also looking at the ecosystem as a whole. And I think this is something that we're trying to promote as we talk to our stakeholders when sharing our insights on innovations that are happening in the renewable energy space. So now this slide that you can see on your screen is actually taken from our innovation landscape report. And what we've done in this report that was launched in September of last year, but the trends still hold true today, is try to map out what are some of the key innovations that are happening in various sectors. So there are three sectors that we've focused on. So we've looked at power to mobility, power to heat, and power to hydrogen. And all of these, let's say, three facets, we've identified about 100 innovations across those four pillars that I mentioned that can really contribute towards an accelerated energy transition. This slide basically shows a snapshot of what innovations we see in power to mobility. And what we do notice is that there are actually many readily available solutions that countries can consider when looking at leveraging how renewable energy sources can contribute to the transformation of the transport sector. So, for example, what we can see with regards to technology and infrastructure on the top left of the infographic is that electric vehicles are almost, a tangible solution that can be leveraged by many countries to ensure that their transport sectors become clean and sustainable, and there is already a viable market for this area. Then with regards to market design and regulation, there are already models for dynamic tariffing, looking at smart charging for local flexibility, promoting the standardization and interoperability of grid assets is another avenue that can be leveraged by country. And that's sort of evidenced by those 4 circles, which are completely filled, which indicate that it's a very mature technology. On the top right, with regards to system planning and operation, there are certain approaches such as cross-sectoral cooperation between various assets that can contribute towards promoting smart electrification, sharing grid data to ensure that accurate load profiling can be done to ensure that supply and demand requirements are sustained is another avenue that's already there. And then connecting to the EV side, actually EVs can also support in creating a flexible load interplay whenever there are fluctuations in the energy system. So that's another innovation that can be addressed. And then finally, we're looking at the business models, having shared utilization of EV vehicles through aggregation of services, promoting e-mobility as a service through various end-use applications. These are all solutions that are readily available and can be harnessed on in the short term. So this is an example of some of the mapping that we've done, and in our innovation landscape report, which is available on our website, we would invite you to definitely consult the report, but also the toolkit that we have, which sort of talks about these examples in a bit more detail. Now, another aspect of this discourse that also needs to be talked about is how do we decarbonize end-use sectors with regards to our ongoing activities, because end-use sectors play a crucial role in our daily and economic activities. But currently, as they stand, they're still very intense with regards to the utilization of fossil fuels. And what we're noticing now is that in the discourse of the energy transition, there is more and more efforts to integrate renewable sources or renewable derivatives in this area. So with regards to heavy duty trucks, and this sort of connects to my previous slide, there's a great progress towards leveraging and making them more electric by leveraging developments in battery technology, and different charging models are also being explored to ensure that these heavy-duty vehicles are becoming more sustainable. With regards to shipping and aviation, there is a great efforts towards using fuels, green fuels such as ammonia and synthetic aviation fuels, to make sure that these modes of transport also become more and more clean and green as we continue on this journey. And then also with regards to key commodities like iron and steel, there are great efforts in making those green, and dedicated projects that leverage renewable energy to produce these key commodities are being explored. So in the chemical side, the development of renewable ammonia and methanol is growing, and this is achieved by, again, using renewable generated electricity to drive the key processes that are used to create these commodities. And then with regards to steel production, there are renewable energy and green hydrogen is also being used to inform key processes within the steel making process, such as the reduction of the iron ore. So there are developments happening, and this sort of also connects with the previous presentation. More and more investments in these areas will continue to make sure that these new models of producing these commodities or services gains more traction moving forward. Yeah, I also wanted to touch upon batteries just very quickly, because that's another a topic that's getting a lot of traction with regards to the energy transition. And battery technologies are also becoming more and more well, advanced, but also sustainable and accessible for many communities. And IRENA recently launched a report on critical materials for electric vehicles, and my colleagues actually did a very thorough analysis on what the landscape of various technologies are. And I think a lot of us associate, when we hear the word battery, we hear about lithium-ion batteries. So that's sort of what I think pops up in most of our minds. But there are advancements that are happening within this space to ensure that the balance of let's say, raw materials that are used to develop these technologies is sort of sustained. So key examples of this include lithium iron phosphate type batteries that can be produced without the utilization of nickel and cobalt. So that's a particular form of technology that's gaining traction. And another area of batteries that actually could be game-changing is looking at sodium-ion batteries, which is a very nascent technology right now. But advanced economies globally are really looking to see if this particular configuration can revolutionize the availability of batteries globally, and therefore promote the electrification of various end-use sectors moving forward. So it's lots happening in the battery space. And the graphic on that you see on the screen basically provides a breakdown of the various critical materials that are used in the different battery types that are there. Now, I've talked about offshore wind in my previous segment of this event, my presentation, excuse me. One particular technology that I just wanted to sort of raise awareness on, as Indonesia also continues its exploration of wind energy in its national energy mix, is actually looking at floating offshore wind, because this is actually a new upcoming area that's gaining a lot of interest from many stakeholders that we've been in touch with. And essentially, as the name implies, floating offshore wind essentially entails putting a turbine on a floating substructure, and then allowing those substructures to essentially be positioned at larger water depths, where the capacity factors are much higher. And what you see on the left of this excuse me, of this slide are the key foundations for floating offshore wind that are available. So you have the barge foundations, you have the semi-submersible foundation, the spar foundation, and the tension leg platform. So these are 4 configurations that are readily available on the market, and it just depends on the site configuration as to which substructure is the most appropriate. And to keep these substructures in space, and another important element are mooring lines, and those are basically catenary chains or synthetic rope that attach to the foundations of the seabed to keep those floating structures in space. So this is just something that I wanted to highlight as an innovation, because we are seeing many players who are in the offshore wind space looking at this form of technology to accelerate its contribution to the energy transition. So we actually did a report on this technology that was launched in July this year, and this slide just gives a very quick snapshot of what's happening with regards to floating offshore wind. So the global technical potential is 13 terawatts. That's tremendous. Right now, it's a very small market globally, with about 270 megawatts of available projects that are there. But by 2030, this is expected to reach about 2 to 4 gigawatts as more and more projects come online. But there's a huge pipeline of projects that are being developed, and they hope to be operational in the decades of the 2030s. So floating offshore wind will be a more visible technology moving forward. And then on the right half of this slide, you can see some of the countries that are actually leading the floating offshore wind developments globally. So Norway, UK, France, in the Asia region, China and Japan all have projects that are now looking at this technology to sort of increase its share in the energy transition. And the final, let's say, innovation, if you'd like to call it that I just like to maybe highlight, is a platform that we manage at IRENA. So this is the INSPIRE platform, which stands for the International Standards and Patents in Renewable Energy. So essentially, what this platform is, it's an online database which offers many stakeholders and knowledge on the various standards that are important for renewable energy technology, because that's something that we're also trying to highlight, is that there are a lot of various design and configurations of various technologies that are out there, but to ensure that technical safety and operability, but also to ensure that designs don't get out of control and there's a standard template that many countries can follow, it's important that technology developers that comply with these international standards. So we have a database that sort of highlights the standards that are available, mostly from ISO and IEC, but other organizations as well. And another aspect that we also try to analyze together with our partners, the European Patent Office, is looking at patents and what information we can glean from patents. So we actually have a patents dashboard on this platform where users can just see what innovations are happening in different parts of the world by looking at the number of patents that are filed in particular areas. And on this slide, you can see a few links. There's a link to the platform for anyone who's interested to access it. But then we also have a webinar that was recorded, which provides an overview on how this platform operates. I mean, as an example of how we've leveraged this platform, so at the Clean Energy Ministerial in Brazil that was held in September, we actually launched a report on environmental, social, and governance services for solar PV. And what you see on your screen are just some of the various, let's say, international standards that are available for ESG services for this technology, but then also looking at what private standards are also upcoming. And what we try to do in this report, and we also consulted the Inspire database for this, is to sort of basically highlight the message that it's important that these private schemes essentially harmonize with the international requirements to ensure that there's a uniform market with regards to ESG services for solar PV, because this is an important aspect that's getting more and more traction in the supply chain. And with regards to patents, I just wanted to give an example of how we've leveraged this information in a dedicated report that we launched in November last year. And this is essentially a patent insights report on offshore wind technologies that IRENA and EPO did together. So what we did together with the EPO is essentially look into the data a bit more, because our data source is taken from the EPO databases. So we work together with the data technicians at the EPO to really see what innovations are happening with regards to offshore wind by looking at what patents were being filed in this area. And this is just a snapshot, but it just sort of ties back to my previous point on floating offshore wind, where we do see that a lot of the patents that were filed between 2002 and 2022, a lot of patents were filed in the area of floating offshore wind, and many countries like Mitsubishi, General Electric, Siemens Gamesa, all of them are looking now towards this configuration of offshore wind technology. So the patent data and the insights also confirms that. So that's basically, I just wanted to sort of highlight that aspect of how we try to leverage our Inspire database and other resources to provide more insights on innovations that are happening in renewable energy technologies. And this is my final slide. So, I mean, what needs to be done with regards to achieving the tripling capacity by 2030? There are a lot of actions that have to be taken. So this slide sort of summarizes the barriers that are currently hampering achieving this goal. So there are regulatory and policy barriers towards the deployment of renewable energy technologies. As has been discussed in the previous presentation, but also in the subsequent presentation after mine, looking into the various costing and financing opportunities for the renewable energy technology also is something that has to be considered. And finally, an area that is gaining a lot of interest among key institutions globally is also looking at how supply chains can be reorganized to ensure that they are diverse and everyone can participate in the development of renewable energy technologies globally. So yes, with that, I thank you all for your kind attention. I'm sorry if I've gone a bit over time, but I thank you for bearing with me. Over here, I just presented a quick screenshot of the reports that we've used that have been used for this presentation. So I would invite you all to visit our website, our publications website, where you can learn a lot more about what I've presented in a bit more detail by reading these reports. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Tangan yang meriah untuk Jaidev Dafle. Thank you, Jaidev, for your wonderful presentation.
Baik, Bapak, Ibu, selanjutnya kita akan menyimak
Ladies
presentasi
and gentlemen,
terakhir
we will listen to the last presentation for this session with the title Stimulating Finance and Investment in Clean Energy. That will be delivered by Mr. Hakim Mulbati, PhD, Indonesia Program Local Representative, OECD. To Mr. Hakim Mulbati, PhD, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat siang, salam sejahtera buat kita.
Good afternoon, greetings for us all. I hope that we are all still enthusiastic. Yeah, if Gus Pinto just now
Sesi hari ketiga,
said that is session day 3, last session, first speaker. I am the last speaker. Hope we are all still in high spirits. I would like to get to know you first. Before we go to the material, thank you to colleagues from IESR for this opportunity to contribute in this event.
Saya itu adalah representatif dari
I am a representative from the program named Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization.
singkat CEFIM gitu ya. Program ini
Or put it shortly, it's CEFIM.
8 negara.
This program is in 8 countries. Indonesia is one of them.
Saya satu-satunya tim yang
And
ada.
I'm the only team in Indonesia. If I want to make a uniform, like colleagues from IESR, people will not know it's a uniform.
Fokusnya di mana? Fokusnya
Where is our
itu,
focus on? Our focus
tujuannya
is,
adalah
the
help
objective
us
is
clean
to
energy,
help accelerate green
finance
energy
and
finance and investment
by strengthening domestic
by
enabling
strengthening domestic enabling conditions. So the scope is in the grid scale renewable. There's also industry decarbonization and energy efficiency. So maybe later, yeah, the topics that I will deliver, some are also on energy efficiency and not mainly about energy renewable. In every country, we usually begin with clean energy finance and investment policy review in every country. In Indonesia, we have conducted this in 2019, and we continued this with activities that is more technical in manner. One of them, currently we are
report gitu ya tentang
making a report on need assessment for energy saving insurance and also for energy efficiency guidebook, and one of them is on clean energy finance training. This is where you have renewable energy and energy efficiency. Last month, we conducted same event in Manado. Colleagues from IESR also part of the committee there.
Terus kemudian ada beberapa hal
There
yang
are also a few matters that from the committee asked me to address. One of it is on
pandangan investor.
What is the point of view of the investor if we see renewable energy or green energy in general in Indonesia? If we see this from this study, this is still very current, 2024 from Ibu Alin and colleagues from UI or Universitas Indonesia. The title is interesting. It's a bit
abadi gitu ya, tapi abadi potensialnya. Kalau yang
it's like making fun of, yeah, but potential that is
dijadikan project gitu ya.
It cannot be done into a project, yeah, because it says here eternal, but something that cannot be made into a project, or perpetual, yeah. So we are locked in with fossil and technological, financial. Mr. Pinto has already mentioned a few conditions on how financial is part of the obstacle, and also this renewable energy, what is still very small here is being competed with something that is not balanced. This is also another obstacle if we are talking about land rights. Yeah, this everyone is very fully agree here in Indonesia. And if we make the how many times this regulation has changed or amended in this, it makes us also forget, yeah, how many times it has been revised or amended until we are confused in how to make the timeline. So imagine as an investor and you are viewing this condition. So the answer is in the paper, perpetual, yeah, the potential of the renewable energy in Indonesia. And we do not want then this is just a satire, but we do not want that. We want so that we can develop this potential. Again, I would like to begin from the initial process, from plan of the national energy first, yeah, before we talk about by technology, by location, as was delivered by Mr. Pinto just now. Let us try to see this from our energy plan. So imagine, ladies and gentlemen, as an investor, and then you see a document, yeah. So I took this. This is, yeah, from a few years ago, but this is actually in the National Electricity Supply Business Plan. And this shows the picture of the energy demand, yeah. So we do not know the technology yet. This is only the demand in the large scale. Between one version and the other, it is always changing, and it's not, the change is not, and it's vastly changing. So as an investor, what kind of risk do you want to put to cover uncertainties such as these? Before talking about technical, maybe we need to this needs to be our main focus. And since the initial planning, yeah, those of us in this room, we must be fully engaged to be able to give inputs that are beneficial. Oversupply of PLN electricity, potential power plants out of work. So going back to the plan, what is it like actually? So talking about consideration, if we want to make comprehensive energy planning, we need to view these aspects together. Not only this, but it can be a reflection for us, yeah, data availability, whether the data is available or not, is it reliable or not for the data input, the transparent approach and methods, whether the method that is in the graphic figure, do we know the figure behind that? What are the approach that is used? Combination of approach, both from top down, bottom up, macroeconomic, and others. We need to look further into this and balance between ambitious and achievable. This is also important to give signal to investor that if the target is not met, the planning is usually what we change. And this is what is later can give negative impact in the future if we keep moving this way. So we really need to make a proper plan, robust and inclusive, and multi-scenario. Multi-scenario means usually when we make a national plan, yeah, that is the demand. The demand is that one thing. If there is something that happened, which scenario do we shift to? Because the scenario according to the legal, yeah, it's this. So it's a bit difficult. Yeah. Multi-regions, this is important. Indonesia is not a country that is land-based. Yeah, it is an archipelago. There are regions. Ruwen is elaborated to Ruwet in provinces. and is implemented in the local area. Have you ever thought that Ruwet, if we calculate this the same with Ruwen? Maybe not, yeah, it's different. The assumption is that it is different in every area, so that we need in the future to have multi-region planning to explain or elaborate about the dynamics of every province. Let's say not province, but the corridor of the islands. These are a few things that are also positive from Ministry of Energy to depict that these are the combination of econometry and added with plans, and if it is supplied with less cost, even though what is used to calculate is not optimization but using LIM maybe, but the result of the electricity is Balmoral that is already optimized. So at least there are already information such as these that we can address on how transparent for those who are making plan. So I will move to the point that was asked for me to address, which is on subsidy. This is one of the activity of OECD in Bappenas, which is named SIPA, Sustainable Infrastructure for Asia. This is to give inputs. We have many teams there. There are colleagues from WWF, ISD, OECD. One of the pointer there for economic transformation is to reevaluate direct and indirect support of fossil fuel. And then this is high level, yeah. The recommendation is high level, but at least this then can become the main message of this book, which is reform of fossil fuel subsidies that is accompanied by reform to PLN. This is our task, our collective task, and also power wheeling, even though it is not, we still have to encourage this. And also fiscal policies, the relaxing local contents, addressing tariff issues, and also carbon tax. Actually, the reformation of the reform of subsidy gives us negative spillover. I would like to discuss a bit about reforming local context. I go back to the paper at the beginning on the potential of the perpetual, something that is eternal, perpetual. We talk about local content, but it is to quote-unquote nationalism, so that the pie that we produce, we can have more share. But then we ask, if we want to share a bigger cake or a bigger pie, do we not forget that is there someone who is making this pie? If there's nobody who is making the pie, then how can we have larger share? So Article 33 in our law, we can discuss on this. If fossil fuel is a stock is a reserve. If it's not used, it is there. But renewable energy is flow. What is flow? Flow is it flows, yeah. If we do not utilize it, they will keep flowing. The sun is always there. So if we, let's say, discuss with local content and other, but we forget that whether the project will be there or not, then we have to ask ourselves, each of us, will this be for the prosperity of the people if the potential stays potential only?
Ini ada hasil studi dari teman-teman.
This is based on the study from IESD, colleagues from IESD, Mr. Luki and the others there.
Kebutuhan kita untuk
our need for energy
energy
transition is on the green bar, yeah, in general. The exact amount is debatable, but this is approximate amount according to Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. But if we reallocate subsidy, half of it, we can do half of it from transport fuel, from coal. We direct this here. We can do this. And this is before we talk about JETP and others. This is what what we have in our hands actually, in our state budget, not from other country, from our state budget. This is where we have the right, where we can determine. It is here.
Kemudian tadi dari sektor kebijakannya.
Just now is from the policy sector. Now, I would just like to touch a bit on the sustainable financing. Sustainable financing is, by definition, it is already there in the OJK Regulation number 51, from 2017. And if we see from the law
pengembangan dan penguatan sektor keuangan di UU
Financial Sector Strengthening and Development in Law year 2023, there is already regulated on transition. There states transition. Why must it be sustainable financing? Because this is a new paradigm, new business opportunity, new risk management. So this is a necessity for the future. If we see this from the Sustainable Taxonomy Indonesia, FSA or OJK have already published this classification of economic activity that supports the effort for energy transition. There is already the revision for green taxonomy, and there's already included the word transition here. So even though it's not yet green, but the transition is already included. So this is just to encourage us to go to this direction. So I will just go straight to, maybe due to the limited time that we have. This is, Mr. Pinto mentioned blended finance. This is a report from OECD too, on how blended finance can address the barrier to invest. If the barrier is on scale, then the solution is aggregation. If the barrier is on stability of revenues, then the solution is guarantees. These are just a few examples that we can use to design the blended finance that we have later. I will just go straight to
memberikan sebuah contoh gitu ya,
to give an example on how de-risking instrument can
meningkatkan kepercayaan,
increase trust, so that investment towards renewable energy and energy efficiency can be unlocked. The example here is energy saving insurance. This is just as an example. Later on, maybe there will be the spin-off in the renewable energy. So insurance is to increase or enhance trust. If the technology provider, let's say ESCO, promised savings of 30%, but in reality it's 20% on the savings. So this is where insurance comes in. So those who did not trust ESCO previously now trust or becomes trusting. So the risk decreases and the rate can also be decreased. What about in renewable energy? We can later think more about this. I think that my time is up and I will just conclude this here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan kepada Bapak Hakim Mulbati.
Once again, let's give an applause for Mr. Hakim Mulbati. Thank you, Mr. Hakim Mulbati, for a very insightful presentation and refreshing in this afternoon. Just to quote a bit on what Mr. Hakim Mulbati said, we don't want this renewable energy potential to be an eternal potential when the implementation is just not there. Yeah. So according to Sapari Jamono, yeah, we are eternal. And what is mortal is only time. Yeah. So it is only a matter of when it will be implemented. Yeah, very good. Yeah, Masal. So based on the presentation of these three presenters, it seems that the last panel discussion will also be lively. And moving forward, we will just go straight to the last panel discussion, and this session will be moderated by Ibu Marta Jessica Mendrova, Research Coordinator for Social Policy and Economic IESR. So Ibu Marta, the floor is yours.
Oke, selamat siang rekan-rekan. Sore ya, sudah sore ternyata. Selamat sore rekan-rekan. Sore, oke.
Already near evening, yeah. So the information from this presentation is really enriching. I heard from technical, financing, policy, and others. So I hope that there will be many questions that emerge from the audience here. And we will spend around 30 minutes for question answer because I have the privilege to be the moderator. So it is up to me it is my privilege to pose my question first, and there will also be time for the audience to be able to also ask on or respond. The theme of our discussion is producing the lowest cost renewable energy. This topic is very relevant because we have already heard from many presentations from day 1 up to day 3 at this last session, and where we know that this renewable energy is very important for energy transition, and to develop this it not only has to be available but also environmental friendly and sustainable. There will be the 3 panelists that have already presented just now, so please give a round of applause for the 3 panelists. The first that I will call is Mr. Pintoko Aji or Gus Pintoko Aji. And the second is Mr. Hakim Mulbati, PhD. If you could please have a seat, take your seat in front, sir. And the third speaker is who is attending online, Mr. JDF Daphne.
Ya. Sesi tanya jawab ini akan
this QA session will be full in Indonesian, and Mr. JDF, yeah, I will address this in English. So without further ado, let's go to the point of this event or the session. I actually would like to ask my first question to Mr. JDF because it is really interesting to see the trend of the renewable costs globally and what you highlighted just now in Asia, how LCOE and the total install cost can be decreased. But according to you, sir,
how significant is the role of local innovation or local systemic innovation or local research and development, and especially local manufacturing, in order to increase the learning curves, reduce costs, and enhance the total general renewable energy development within the country. So what is like the real significant impacts or the real role of localized research and development in a country? Mr. Jadef, please answers, or like, yeah, thank you. The time is yours.
Thank you so much. No, thanks for the question. Getting straight to the point and this time being concise. Yes, no, I think in my opinion, local manufacturing, research and innovation is, I think, the solution to ensure that developing countries or emerging markets and developing economies, such as Indonesia, can really catalyze their ability to participate in the energy transition. I make this statement because all countries globally were at this stage at some point in their, let's say, journey in this transition. So no advanced economy in the space of renewable energy just got there, straight away. They had to invest resources, time, and sort of have the motivation to see what they could do initially to ensure that the prospects were feasible, and then obviously as stakeholders and other players in the renewable energy space gain more knowledge and experience, you're then able to then essentially scale up the activities, and then ensure that you can sort of harness the both the technological and economic potential of renewable energy technologies. I think what we heard in the presentations by my fellow panelists is that Indonesia has a lot of potential in the country. It's blessed with a lot of renewable energy resources, and there are many stakeholders in the country who are actively trying to now harness this potential. And therefore, I think it's extremely important that Indonesia and also working together with other partners are able to draw in the resources that are that can support these innovators to essentially contribute to the energy transition activities in the country. So I definitely think it's important to give a concrete example. I'm just taking into account the the various technologies out there, but something that I realized when working on this solar PV report that we launched in at the Clean Energy Ministerial in Brazil was that if you look at the solar PV supply chain from the raw materials all the way to the module production, it's a very long process, and there are many steps that that stakeholders or project developers or manufacturers have to go through before that module becomes ready to go on the market. What we see in the advanced economies right now is there's a lot of focus on the upstream segment of the solar PV supply chain. So looking at the polysilicon production, making the cells and wafers to the right configuration, and that's very advanced. But to get to that point, all these advanced economies, such as China, the United States, certain countries in Europe, they all have to start from somewhere. So I think one recommendation that we do have, especially with regards to solar PV development, is start where the quick wins can be gained. So one thing that we are trying to encourage our stakeholders in developing countries and manufacturers particularly is a quick win situation in solar PV is actually maybe starting with the module assembly of how these solar panels are created, to understand the various let's say components that are part of this technology. And then as you get more and more experience with the technology, then you can work your way upstream and then reach the point where you're then really dealing with the high technology stuff. So it's important that essentially, to get to your point, to have a strong foundational base, and then you progressively start to refine your area of specialization. So, and for that, to answer the question, local manufacturing and innovation is going to be key, and partnering with various regional partners around Indonesia, and then also working with various financial institutions is going to be key. And the government also plays a key role to ensure that the right enabling frameworks are there to ensure that these innovators are able to benefit from the regulatory policies to ensure that they're able to contribute to the energy transition activities. So I'll stop there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judith. It answers a lot of my questions. So it's the key to enhance renewable energy development in the countries. And it's very important to start somewhere. And it's very important to know the potential, what is the resource, and what is the position of the country within the global supply chain. And then the global partnership is also very important here to ensure that the global market is also supporting what's the local resource in Indonesia. And what do you think about like Inspire? You mentions about the platform in your presentations. Are there any data or insights that are perhaps helpful for Indonesia in order to understand better the importance of patents or like importance of innovations, or how this data and insights from Inspire, the platform, contributes more to the local policymakers here. Any insights?
Right. Thanks for the question. So, as I mentioned, Inspire is basically a database. So, what we've tried to do is collect information on standards and patents on various forms of renewable energy. To answer your question on patents, what we have on Inspire is we've tried to provide visualizations of the various patent trends that are happening in key markets. So, actually, before this presentation or this event, I just had a quick look at Inspire to see what the status of Indonesia was, at least to what we have found as of 2023. And what I found is that between 2008 and 2000 and I think 22, if I recall correctly, about 182 patents were filed, at least according to the EPO's database from Indonesia. And they focused on various aspects with regards to power generation, looking at transport, so charging stations and energy storage, looking at energy efficiency, etc. So yes, so essentially, Indonesia is still has a very nascent market when it comes to let's say the innovations that are happening. But I think what Inspire can do, if you access the database, is that users would be able to see which countries are actually leading in terms of various sectors and what innovations they are doing. And hopefully that would then inform Indonesia based on its own national priorities and economic priorities as to what areas they would like to let's say invest more resources in to ensure that they're also able to sort of join in on these technological developments. So that's, I think, how Inspire should be used, is sort of give a landscape on where innovation is happening, and then policymakers or other stakeholders can essentially then identify what sectors they would like to play with. And then what we do at IRENA to sort of take the data a bit further is we try to work with these data providers. For now, it's mainly been the European Patent Office, then really go into the specifics and then try to highlight certain patents that are relevant for particular technologies. So in summary, Inspire gives a very high-level overview on the innovation trends that we can sort of glean from patents. And then IRENA periodically with the data partners then tries to publish reports and other media to essentially provide a bit more details on what these trends are based on the patent data. So
Okay, thank you so much, Jadef. I think the audience here also will tell their questions later in the sessions, but I would like to move to another speakers. Baik, tadi kita sudah banyak bahas tentang bagaimana inovasi.
We have discussed a lot about innovation and how it's related with the economy of renewable technology. This is also related to Gus Pinto presentation on how turns out that IESR has already begun to see economic potential from the project financing, from the indicators of the economy and investment. And there's also a very interesting mapping from the three technologies. There is hydro, wind, and also solar. If you can give your overview, Gus, Mr. Pinto, on what is the unique factor so that certain areas have big economy potential. This is related to the assumption and the research method, but if you can give your overview, because you mentioned Aceh and other areas, what makes them unique from spatial and probably regulation, so that we can know in each area that they have big potential, economy potential. Please, sir.
Well, thank you very much for the question. When it comes to the uniqueness of each location, I think this is a natural factor. So in that particular location, like in Aceh or in Maluku, or maybe other power plants in West Sumatra and others, they are blessed with their nature. So if we capture the flow, as mentioned, to generate electricity.
Yaitu kita bisa kalau dari sudut pandang tadi ya, misalkan
from the perspective
potensi
of
ekonomisnya ya.
the economic potentials, we could generate cheap or cheaper electricity if the equity are above 12, for example. And when we do tender, the prices could be pressed so that they could become cheaper. Yeah, so that's from the off-takers. Yeah, but for the developers, so the sites that or locations that are blessed,
diajukan ke lender gitu ya.
if
Utamanya tentu
we propose this to the lenders, we need to wait for the tender process from PLN for that particular site or area. And if we propose it to the lender,
diekspektasikan gitu ya. Dia
it
bisa
is expected that this would be able to give good return to the private party, to the partner, to the subsidiary, or to the lender. Yeah.
Terima kasih. Kalau dibalik
Thank
pertanyaan,
you. Now, what
tadi
if the
kan
question
udah
is
banyak
like
tuh
this?
yang saya ingat peta-petanya berwarna
I
warna
remember
tapi yang
the
di-highlight
colored
beberapa.
maps.
Nah,
Yeah,
kalau dibalik
there were
pertanyaan,
only
apa
some that
yang
were
membuat
highlighted.
suatu site itu
So,
secara
what
teknis
makes
potensial,
those
tapi
sites
secara ekonomi
potential,
tidak mencapai
but
IRR standar yang 6%
economically
tadi itu?
speaking, it doesn't achieve the standard IRL of 6%?
Jadi ada parameter spasial tambahan.
Well, there were additional special parameters besides the technical potentials.
Infrastruktur yang
So
ada,
the existing infrastructure, the interconnections, and also the land cost, the estimation for areas far away from the city are usually cheaper in terms of the land cost, because the tariff it is simulated using the presidential regulation number 112. For areas outside of Java, it is higher than areas in Java Island. Yeah, so there are multipliers to give these tariffs. Yeah, this is done to attract investors. This is the location factor to attract investors to be so that they are willing to also build or develop outside of Java. Yeah.
Nah, ini nanti mungkin sangat terbuka untuk
And this is
diskusi ya
also
kepada para peserta tentu
this is an open discussion, yeah, for the other participants as well. Pak
nih.
Pinto, my last question from me
Implikasinya
is,
ke kebijakan kita saat ini
what
apa
are
ya?
the
Karena kan
implications to
sebenarnya
our
banyak
policy?
pemodal
Because
dan asumsi yang dilakukan itu
there are a lot
berdasarkan
of
kebijakan yang
financiers
sekarang
and
masih
assumptions, yeah,
berlaku.
based
Tapi
on
ke
the
depan nih kira-kira apa
existing policies.
kalau kita bisa bilang
But
call to
going
action-nya
forward,
gitu, apa
what's the call
rekomendasi yang
to
sebenarnya
action?
ingin
What are the
yang bisa disampaikan
recommendations
dari research ini?
from this research?
Sebenarnya dari satu riset itu
Actually,
bisa
from one
digunakan
research, this could be used
oleh beberapa pihak.
by many
Pertama, misal
parties or
kalau
stakeholders.
kita ngomongin soal land,
For example, when it comes to
kita bisa
land,
rekomendasikan ya.
we could
Site-site yang
recommend
memang secara ekonomis
sites
visible
that
tadi
are economically
dimasukkan ke
visible.
dalam misal
So this could be
perencanaan
included
taruhan
in the
RTRW.
spatial
Jadi,
plan.
kalau kita bisa rekomendasikan
So if we
site
could
yang
recommend
potensinya
the
abadi
sites
tadi,
that have perpetual potentials,
semoga di dalam RTRW itu sudah
hopefully in the
dicantumkan
spatial
bahwa
plan, this is also
di
included.
wilayah area tersebut
That
cocok untuk
those
energi,
areas
untuk peruntukan energi gitu. Jadi
are suitable
nanti kalau
for
ada developer
energy
udah siap
or the
izinnya
energy
gitu,
sector. If they are
kemudian
developers,
sebenarnya sudah cocok
then we are
itu di
ready
sudut pandang
with the
land gitu,
permits
di
and so on and so forth. Yeah,
land areanya. Kemudian
in
kalau
terms of the
dari
land area.
SDM gitu, berhubung ESS
From
juga sedang melakukan
the energy and
revisi
mineral
Kepres itu
resources,
harga
yeah,
selling price-nya
we
gitu.
have revisited the
Kalau
presidential regulation on the
legislatif
selling price.
revisinya jatuhnya lebih ke karena tren harga
But
turun, selling
because
price tambah ditekan turun gitu ya.
the prices are down, then the selling prices
Nanti
are also
kalau
down.
dari model finance yang site-nya banyak ini gitu,
For the finance model
bisa
that has a
gunakan
lot of
untuk
sites, we can
changing
use
price-nya
it
tadi gitu.
to adjust the
Kalau
selling
selling price-nya
prices.
segini,
Oh,
potensinya
if the
langsung
selling
turun
price
sekian,
is at
sekian
this
gitu. Kalau
level,
selling
then
price-nya dinaikkan,
it
potensinya
could
langsung naik sekian.
be down like this, and the potential could be down or up.
Agak nyocok,
Yeah, it depends.
nyocokkan dengan planning
So we have
energi
to
maupun ketenaga listrikan.
match it with the
Kemudian
energy
untuk di
planning and
planning
also
ketenaga
electricity
listrikan gitu.
planning. For the
Misalkan
electricity plan,
most likely itu IRR itu sekarang
most
udah
likely
di 2 digit
IRL is one digit
untuk beberapa project di
for several
renewables.
projects in
Nah itu
renewables.
kita tadi di lock dulu, di lock
So it is
IRR-nya.
locked.
Jadi
We lock the
tarifnya
IRL.
Jadi
So we lower the tariffs. So from the electricity plan, we can put the sites in order from the PPA tariffs, yeah, the lowest tariff of PPA, and then going up and up, something like that. From the IESR, the economic potentials are used for the capital for electricity, and there's also things to work on, yeah. So from the financial model that has been developed, hopefully we can develop it as well using programming language, yeah. So we can make an open source tool, for example, Python, yeah, for the language, programming language that could be used by other think tanks for the evaluation of economic potentials in other areas or in other sites in an open source manner. So this could be accessed by anyone. So from IESR, this is used for evaluation for the electricity and also energy modeling.
Oke,
Thank you.
terima kasih Pak Pinto atas tanggapannya.
Thank you, Pak Pinto,
Berarti ada
for your
beberapa
response.
insights yang
So
bisa
there are
masuk ke
some
policy di berbagai
insights, yeah, that
aspek
could be
sebenarnya,
included in
dan
several
juga
policy in some
ke
aspects,
berlanjutan riset
and
ke
also for the
depan. Kita
sustainability
juga
of the
langsung ke
research going
pelaku
forward, and
bisnisnya ya sebenarnya.
also
Nah,
directly
ini
to the
juga
business
terkait
players,
sama yang tadi Pak
and
Bati
also
banyak presentasikan
relevant
sebenarnya
to
ya.
what
Saya jadi
Pak
langsung
Bati
sambung
has
ke Pak Bati
presented.
aja.
Yeah, I would like
Karena
to
keekonomian proyek
go
ini
to Pak
memang
Bati now, yeah,
jadi
because
itu
this
Pak tadi,
project,
supaya itulah yang membridgingkan supaya potensi itu tidak
this
hanya
is to bridge the
menjadi potensi
potentials so
abadi
that
gitu,
the
supaya
potentials
terpakai
will not only
potensinya gitu
become
kan Pak.
perpetual
Nah,
potentials, but
terkait dengan policy
how to make
side-nya
these
nih Pak,
potentials
planning seperti apa sih yang
usable,
sebenarnya
yeah.
yang perlu kita
So
pastikan
regarding the planning,
research-nya?
what do
Apakah
we need
memang
to
harus
ensure
satu
to happen?
lembaga atau
Is it only
koordinasi,
one
kalau
institution
menyebut teori
or
pentahelix
agency,
atau apa,
or
approach
maybe
apa sih
using
yang
the
sekarang ini
pentahelix
sebenarnya paling
theory?
cocok
What
untuk
approach is
Indonesia
most
dengan
suitable for
struktur
Indonesia
yang ada,
with
struktur
the
pemerintahan dan kebijakan yang ada,
existing structure
supaya
and
nih
also
policy
policy
certainty
so
ini
that
bisa kita jaga,
this policy
supaya dia
certainty
tidak
could be
menjadi batu
maintained
sandungan gitu
and
ya
this will
ke
not become
keekonomian
an
proyek
obstacle
yang sudah di-research
to
oleh
the
teman-teman tadi.
projects
Silakan Pak Bati.
that have been researched by our colleagues.
Jika prinsip ya, ketika
So in
kita
principle,
melakukan exercise di policy,
when we do exercise in our policy,
usulannya adalah pakailah struktur yang ada dulu gitu ya.
just use the existing structure.
Mungkin kita tidak mengusulkan yang harus
So
ada
maybe we do not
lembaga
propose
baru,
that
ini
there
baru.
needs to be a new agency or institution. Just use the one, the existing one or the one in place. What we need to be transparent of is the process inside it. It needs to be more inclusive. And being inclusive is not only about the outside thing, but maybe the stakeholders, quote unquote, need to be engaged and do joint exercise. And this could be joint control as well. So during the process, especially IESR, yeah, and also from those from other countries, could give inputs as well. This is not to threaten the government, but this is how we can make credible planning. What is meant by credible here? When we are credible, investors will look at us. Oh, the planning is right and proper for targets of investment. Investors have a lot of choices because they are the ones having the money, yeah? So if we do not improve ourselves, then investors may go anywhere else, yeah? May go to other areas because the choices are in their hands. So in order to be more inclusive, we have to be down to earth as well. So it's a planning that is equipped with plan implementation strategies. So not only the plan, but how to implement the plan. There needs to be a plan on how to implement this.
Terima kasih Pak Bati. Jadi
Thank you,
sebenarnya
Pak
kita bisa
Bati.
fokus memperbaiki kualitas
Yes, we can
kelola
focus
yang ada
on
sekarang.
improving
Dan
the
mana poin pentingnya adalah
governance that we have
transparansi.
today. Yeah,
Sebenarnya
the
tadi di
important
energy
point
planning
is
yang Pak Bati
transparency. Yeah,
cantumkan di
in the
presentasi
energy
yang
planning that
berikutnya
you
tadi,
mentioned in your
apa
presentation,
proyeksi demand
we
yang
have a
dibutuhkan
lot
di
of demand
berbagai
predictions. Yeah,
institusi gitu.
from
Seharusnya kita
different
bisa buka
institutions.
kan
So we
segala
can
ini
actually
supaya bisa
open it, yeah,
didiskusikan dan
so that
bisa
this could be
mencapai
discussed
satu
and we could achieve
sumber yang sama untuk membuat planning tersebut. Dan
the
proses
same
planningnya
source
juga
for the planning
perlu
process, and the process
diperkuat
of the planning
dari
needs to
segi
also be
inclusivity.
strengthened in terms of its inclusivity. If
orang
it's
mungkin punya
from
pendekatan
different
berbeda.
institutions, I think it's normal because they
Dari
have different
institusi yang
approaches.
sama, itu tuh
But if
yang
it's
mungkin
from the same
benar-benar perlu
institution
kita
or
harus
agency, then this is
dorong
something that we need to work on, and we need to make a better
Kalau dari
planning.
sisi fiskal atau perbankan
From
ini,
the
Pak,
fiscal
kalau bicara
side
soal
or banking
keekonomian
side, when
proyek,
it comes
sebenarnya
to the
menurut
economy
Bapak
of the
posisi
project,
Indonesia itu seperti apa sih?
what do you
Tantangannya itu
think
masih sangat
Indonesia's
besar atau
position
sudah
is?
semakin turun?
Do you think the
Atau memang
challenges
masih
are
karena
still
manusia
there,
kita yang
or
tidak itu, jadi kita
are
stuck
the
seperti itu?
challenges
Dan apa sih yang harus kita
decreased,
lakukan
or are we stuck,
supaya
yeah,
perbankan
on
ini
this?
domestik
What do we
dan
have to do so that
multi bisa
banking,
lebih melihat
domestic
proyek
and
renewables ini sebagai
multi-banking
proyek yang layak
could see
dibiayai?
renewables as projects that deserve funding? If you look at the trends, whether we are moving towards that direction, yeah, we are moving towards that direction. The challenges have been tackled, yes, some, but we still have some challenges.
Sebenarnya bank kalau di
Actually, banks in Indonesia, we could say that in this regard, after discussion with our friends, maybe our colleagues, it is overprudent, yeah. The banks are overprudent.
harus banyak ngomong ke teman-teman OJK gitu ya.
I think we need to discuss more with colleagues from
Yes man
financial authority, yeah, Financial Services Authority or OJK, yeah. They are so prudent. They have a strong position. We need to discuss more with the Financial Services Authority or OJK. We need to engage our colleagues there as well. And in OJK,
POJK 51 terus kemudian ada
they have
TKBI.
regulations of the OJK number 51 and others.
Diterjemahkan kepada
But
quote unquote gitu ya.
it is translated
Itu bisa
into quote unquote the loosened rate, yeah. Actually, banks also want to have better renewable energy portfolios, yeah. Another thing is the role of donors. In one of the schemes that I presented just now, insurance, there were donors, meaning that it's not visible. If there are still donors, it means that it is not, this thing is not economic, but this serves as a catalyst. Donors serve as a catalyst. So if we are here, we talked about capacity building,
information asymmetry itu
to
peran kita,
reduce information asymmetry. That's our role. But for the technical side, maybe to be able to finance quote unquote the third party, as mentioned by Pak Pinto, that could give judgments, a neutral judgment. This one is visible. This one is claimed by ESCO, and this is the real number, for example. So maybe donors could be used to cover this, yeah. So it doesn't burden the bank anymore, yeah, and the rate could be lowered. Thank you very much, Pak Bati. Now I would like to give this opportunity to our colleagues joining in person to ask questions. Yeah, maybe the gentleman wearing batik, please stand up and ask your question. My name's Agus Chayana, Pak Febi's member. There are actually 3 questions from me, just short ones. Economic calculation with, what's your name again? Gus Pinto, yeah? I think this is a question for you. So the economic calculation, Have you calculated battery costs and fees? Because this is intermittent. Yeah, this needs to be clear so that we know how it goes. And I have friends who work in mini hydro, yeah, but the mini hydro is shut down because during dry season they do not have any water. There's no water at all. Has it been addressed, like the weather? So not just looking at the rainy season, but also the dry season. Have you considered this? And also this afternoon, I heard that in Australia, I asked the comparison of those having power plants was 20% government and 80% private sector. So it is interesting for us. We are 100%, right? So I saw the challenges, the problems. It comes down to rupiahs, return or revenue. So it was 22 cents there. While for us it's 6 cents. Yeah. So thank you. Those are my questions. Yeah. The next person who would like to ask a question? Let's just collect all the questions first. Thank you very much, Martha. I'm Babi Tumiwa from IESR. So the question has been prepared actually. So thank you very much for the explanations. And as presented or as explained by Pak Bati, and to refer to the paper written by Alim and friends, I think what's written, it shows the real problems. Yeah? So we have issues with the potentials of huge potentials of new renewable energies that have been researched hasn't been materialized. If we look at in detail on how these new renewable energy projects are not bankable. To be bankable, there are several factors. Yeah. So from my observation, at least there are 4 things of why these projects are not bankable. So this will not become perpetual potentials, not become a capacity or energy. Yeah. First and foremost, unfavorable regulatory environment. So if you look at all the regulations that we have, it is not interesting for investors. Yeah. For example, something that is being faced by developers or investors right now is when they want to develop renewable energy, they have to partner with PLN or the state electricity company, because most energy, it is more like assignments, right? They have to partner with PLN, and when they partner,
mereka jadi minority
they
shareholder.
become minority shareholders, but they are requested to cover equity from the majority shareholders. And this would definitely increase the financing cost. And this is just one of the things, yeah, one of the problems. There are also other factors. Second of all, there are a lot of restrictions. One of which is the other day it was an issue, yeah, local content regulation, even though today this has been more lenient until the end of the year. Local content regulation has made a lot of new renewable energy projects cannot be executed, including solar. Yeah, so we need local content regulation because this is national policy, but the TKDN or the national element is not in line with what we have domestically, yeah, and also the low tariffs. Presidential regulation number 112, according to several developers, it doesn't really reflect the investment costs, the real investment costs, especially for geothermal, because geothermal is higher. In RUPTL, we can see a lot of geothermal and hydro, yeah. Those bear the highest costs, actually. So at the end of the day, investors would see big risks that are not in line with tariffs that are equal to the risks that they have to bear. This is also a reflection because PLN, we know that the margin is low because this is regulated by the government. So if they provide high return to investors, where does the money come from? Yeah, because it has taken the margin from PLN. And the third one, what we see in person is the procurement process of PLN. Yeah. Overall, if I may say, one of the obstacles is the structure of the industry. So everything needs to be PLN based. Yeah. So this is an issue because the projections of demand, modeling, those will not have any credibility because PLN will be able to model electricity demand, but PLN doesn't have any authority to regulate electricity demand. So electricity demand comes from economic activities, and economic activities, the one that mobilizes it is the government policy, right? So what has been done by Chevin, I would like to get an overview, yeah, on how those things that I mentioned are dug deeper and what are the solutions actually. A more structural solution, because I've read so many recommendations or reports made by international institutions. Yeah, it's good on paper but cannot be implemented or executed. Yeah, so superficial. Yeah, so I would like to know how to address all of these structural problems. Thank you. Thank you, Mas Fabi. Maybe the last question due to the limited time. Please make it short. Yeah, please hand over the microphone. Rekson Silaban from KSBC Indonesia. My questions are similar to those of Fahmis, but I would like to add more points here. We've heard a lot, stories like we have a lot of energy potentials, even hydrogen is the highest in the world, but Indonesia has failed to reach the energy transition, yeah, only 22% something, yeah, from the previous target. So I would like to know how did we fail? Yeah, maybe was it due to the regulations, cost competitiveness, or maybe the barriers came from uncertainty or unclarity in terms of tariffs? Many have come to the renewable energy because the development is fast. Yeah. So even though we have been committed to renewable energy, it doesn't mean that it is the cheapest. Yeah. There could be any other potentials of energy that could be cheaper going forward. Yeah. The same applies for hydrogen and others. Yeah. Maybe a village is developing nuclear. So maybe people would wonder, oh, is it going to be better than the previous energy or not? Something like that, yeah. So I would like to summarize, yeah. So maybe Pintoko, you can answer the first question from Pak Agus on special assumptions used, whether they have researched the battery parts and also hazards. And also you can address the question, yeah. In terms of the failure, yeah, the causes of the failure. Maybe for Pak Bati, you can address the third question from Pak Agus on the comparison of the enabling environments between Indonesia and Australia on the current electricity structure, and Pak Fabi's question on the factors. There are 3 factors. Those are structural, but what are the structural recommendations
insights on those questions, please. Maybe in the letter I can give you time to give your insights. First, pertama dari Pintoko Aji, silakan Pin.
First from Pak Pintoko Aji, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih tadi pertanyaan dari
Yes.
Pak Agus ya.
Thank you very much. Question from Pak Agus ya.
Gara-gara MC jadi dipanggil Gus terus.
So because the MC called me Gus, everyone started to call me Gus as well. Yeah, I'm not the religious leader's son. Yeah, so I would like to address that question. Yeah, it's a technical question.
Di dalam studi yang sudah kita lakukan itu
So in the study that we have conducted, it doesn't take batteries into account. It could be added actually. We add the costs and look at the presidential regulation number 112. Yeah, the selling is higher. Yeah, compared with the ones without batteries. The research team and the program team, there's a debate, a heated debate last week. Yeah, on batteries. So technically speaking, yeah, we do not have any justification whatsoever on how many batteries are needed for the capacity of each power plant. Even though there is a case in Tanah Laut that has considered additional batteries of 10 kilowatt hours, but we haven't really found balance here. 10 kilowatt per hour, what does it like? Yeah, and like, let's say one side turbine, if it's compared with low core system, it is very small. And there are also considerations like, for example, for wind turbines, because there is inertia, like how much is smoothing needed for these power plants? Yeah, and it includes VRE, yeah, because this is from the runoff of the rivers. So we haven't taken this into account. I think the justification is you would like to have revenues or return or cost. If we would like to add this, we need justification, yeah, in the system, but we need to do modeling in the electricity model. Well, in terms of hydro, we have heard a lot of stories, especially for the Sulawesi grid, yeah, because it comes from a lot of hydro. When the global temperature rises, what is mostly impacted is the hydro, yeah. So it recedes, the water recedes. So to maintain the stability of the system in Sulawesi, we are overwhelmed, especially during dry season. In hydro, we haven't carried out powerful duration analysis for each site because it is going to be quite a few and it is going to be an exploitation. Yeah. For the research, it hasn't been done because it is still in the study. So the data that we use still from Copernicus, and this is pro rate per year. Yeah, it is not really representative to see the limit. Yeah, we haven't done it per site. Yeah, so the PFD, maybe P50, P60. Yeah, this is going to be different. Yeah, so it hasn't been done yet, or it is still beyond the limits that we have done. Yeah. For the order of the failure causes, well, for the causes of failure, I think this must be answered by Mas Fahmi or Pak Bahdi. Yeah. Because I'm a new kid here. Yeah, I'm just a newbie. Yeah. But is it right? Is that one of the factors is we still waited for the latest technology, and how does this plan prioritize certain technology? Is it right like that? For technology, with the latest presidential regulation tariff, yeah, there are a lot of potentials to be built.
Saya dari klaster pemodelan gitu ya.
Because I'm from the modeling cluster.
Iya, salah satunya itu pemodelan.
So one of which is our demand modeling.
Overestimate-nya tuh agak mengerikan memang.
The overestimation is a bit worrisome.
Terus kita kan bicara soal misalkan kita nyusun demand energi.
For instance, we formulate demand for energy or electricity. The approach is usually top-down or GDP. The GDP is 8%, for instance. If 8% is not achieved, then automatically the demand for energy or electricity is non-existent. Yeah, so uncertainty is high for investors and also developers.
Nih ada satu bocoran angka aja deh.
And then there's one figure, yeah. Our UKN adjust demand can for electricity or for national energy policy. It has reached 100 terawatt hour, yeah. For TSR, we are formulating bottom up for ceramic industry, for example. This is the need for a household and also industry in Indonesia. It becomes bottom up. It's the 700 TWH, yeah, and then 2060.
Ketidakpastian untuk investor,
so the uncertainty for investors and also developers and also the mixed planning, the plan is to have the fossil fuel and to add the renewables, but the demand is not that high, so that the additional renewables are also not that high, so it doesn't contribute to energy mix, yeah. So that's from the modeling, yeah. From
Oke,
Gus,
terima
yeah.
kasih Bintoko.
Thank you, Pak
Bati,
Bintoko.
Pak, mungkin bisa menanggapi dua
Thank
pertanyaan
you,
tadi.
Bintoko. Maybe
Tiga
Bati
sama.
can respond to the three
Saya
questions.
mungkin ingin
I would like to just dodge a bit, yeah, with a bit of philosophy, that those three questions I can touch on all three questions a bit. I would like to begin from the concept of understanding affordability. So the failure, what is the first order? In my opinion, we are already wrong from the mindset. So affordability is considered that energy must be cheap or affordable. It means that when, as Mas Fabi just now said, that PLN's margin is not a lot. The solution is actually, frankly speaking, we need to raise the price, raise the tariff. And this is what, when this is increased, everything will be, what was perpetual can be utilized. So when we are talking about in the politics level, talking about affordability and everything is cheap, we're actually lying to ourselves. All of you here already understand this maybe, but this concept, we need to put this influence out. The affordability means it's affordable, but when the price is high, but people can afford it, then this is affordable. So this is what we can be addressed by Mr. Agus, yeah. And one more is on what is the contribution of CEFIM, the international program where sometimes the recommendation is too high level. That is more structural, maybe, sir. Yeah, sometimes in every international institution, they have different mandates. Some are going up to the project level, until it happens, and some are to the policy level. So OECD is a policy organization. For us, in CEFIM itself, the maximum that we can implement is how we quote-unquote equip to make enabler in our counterpart here. In this case, if we from FSA or Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, we have secondary program that is placed here. So they are exposed, in the internal, they are exposed with sustainability concept, clean energy concept, net zero emission concept. And one of them that might is be a bit real, and how in the energy efficiency sector we encourage so that energy saving insurance can be real. So we try to let them do the research, let colleagues from the government, from the policymakers exercise on the experience from the international and is brought here. What is the roadmap like? That is probably what the contribution can be like, probably a little, but it's on how to unlock from the green energy finance. Is it possible to adapt AC energy saving insurance, ASI, to insurance for renewable energy projects, sir? Yeah, so insurance itself, the principle is to increase trust. And savings is the performance of the energy efficiency. So we just need to tweak, perform for what is the performance for renewable energy? Maybe the capacity or the production. Is it according to what is promised by or assessed by the third party that we have discussed upon? Thank you, Mr. Bati. So at the very last, I would like to ask insight from JDEF, who is with us online.
Insights on our current discussions on how policy uncertainty is very relevant constraint and barriers here in Indonesia in order to enhance renewable energy projects. Do you have any relevant stories or insights in arenas on these topics? Please, Jadef.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. Again, it's been great to hear my fellow panelists and also the audience share insights on what's happening in Indonesia. I mean, from a global perspective, I'd just like to echo the point that was made by the final panelists regarding the OEC and how IRENA operates. I mean, yeah, we also are an intergovernmental organization. So our main focus basically has been to work together with various officials in different ministries among our member countries to ensure basically how we can inform how our analysis can basically inform their policy amendments or developments moving forward. So at the point in energy efficiency, for example, we are working very closely with our various partners to sort of work together with governments to see how these energy efficiency regulations can be adapted to ensure that this aspect of the energy transition is given more importance, because sometimes it's a bit overlooked. So ensuring these initiatives and eco labels are sort of becoming more and more technical requirement to ensure that let's say funding is given for a certain project. I think this is something that we're trying to advocate for. In terms of developing countries, maybe I can just give an insight from a project that I'm personally managing right now at IRENA, and it's going to come to a conclusion. And for the past 2 years, I've been working on a project to essentially support the development of a global roadmap for the development of quality infrastructure for green hydrogen. So very quickly, quality infrastructure basically refers to terms like standardizations, certifications, testing, inspection, and accreditation for generally speaking. And what we're trying to do in this project is raise awareness that for the sector of green hydrogen, which I think was also raised by one of the participants, it's important to also look at these aspects with regards to its development moving forward. And what we did with this roadmap is we actually applied it to a particular case country, and the country we chose was Tunisia, because we basically, from our own analysis, we found that Tunisia was very keen on developing its green hydrogen economy sector. So what we did basically was that we tried to apply our roadmap approach to Tunisia to see what their level of quality infrastructure services were for green hydrogen. And actually what we've been able to do is, based on our findings, we've been able to inform the national hydrogen strategy development for Indonesia to have this aspect included as sort of proposed as they now continue to move on towards implementing it. So this is an example of how IRENA tries to sort of use our capacities and capabilities to inform strategic vision developments in developing countries, and then the countries are then responsible then to work together with the stakeholders and associated partners to ensure those strategic visions become a reality. So that's something I completely agree with. It's important not just to have high-level ambitions, but also go to the, let's say, grassroots level. In my presentation, I didn't have time to talk about it, but IRENA is also engaging in the let's say grassroots level activities. We have certain partnerships like the Alliance for the Industrial Decarbonization Initiative, and also our Energy Transition Accelerator platform, which are examples of which we are also trying to leverage this high level, let's say, capacity that we have, but then taking it down to a grassroots level. So hopefully that just shed some insights that, international organizations like the OECD and IRENA, we all have our mechanisms to ensure that we're operating at the various levels with regards to the energy transition. So yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jada, for the insights. Jadi pertanyaan dan tanggapannya sudah
So the question
terjawab
and response
semua.
has been answered. I can conclude a bit that when in our discussion, we were discussing on a global level and to the local context level, and to bridge the potential so that it will not be merely potential. We begin this from policy uncertainty and planning, but this is not only a step that we do, but we must also do this with other structures and activities that can be done by various roles that we all have, be it from academics, think tank, and now from government, or even from the global perspective. So the policy certainty is one of the key, but it also has to be done together with increasing other enabling environments so as to not make this potential merely a potential. Let us give a round of applause for all of the panelists, for Pintoko, Pak Bati, and also JDEF, and all of the audience. And I will give this back to MC. I am Marta. Thank you. Thank you, Mbak Marta. Let's give a round of applause once again to Mbak Marta and also all of the panelists. Before we move forward, Mr. Bati, Mr. Pinto, Ibu Marta, if we can have a photo session, if you can move to the front of the stage. Thank you. Please, sir, move here.
Yeah, and JDEF, please keep your
and JDEF, please
turn on so that we can get a picture of you also. Ya, saya bantu hitung, Bapak Ibu. 1, 2,
1, 2, 3.
Oke, sekali lagi ganti gaya, boleh Gus?
One more time, another pose. 1, 2, 3.
Oke, sekali lagi, JDEF,
one more time,
once more.
JDEF.
Oh ya, mungkin geser sedikit. Oke. Now we can see your brightest smile.
Yeah, move a bit so we can give space for JDEF. 1, 2, 3.
Oke, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen from the panel and moderator.
Baik, sesi yang sangat insightful ya, Mbak.
A very insightful session ya, Mbak Sasha. How do you feel, ladies and gentlemen? Are you starting to feel sleepy or more motivated? Usually, this is dangerous times for us all, yeah, because after lunch, coffee break, And after this, we have something refreshing coming up. So, yes, correct, Mbak Sasha. So after this, we will have an entertainment for those of you who have already attended up until now, almost 4 p.m. here. So for all of you who are still outside of this room, or you have colleagues that are still in the restroom, you can come in, bring your snack and coffee, because there's a special entertainment this afternoon, Mbak Sasha. He is a lecturer and a scientist. Lecturer, but also scientist. Lecturer, researcher, and he is also a finalist of a talent show, which is Stand Up Comedy Indonesia Season 6. So he is in the same with Indra Jagel, if not mistaken, one of the famous stand-up comedy. And yeah, since he's also a lecturer, we also have to be research. We also have to research first, yeah. So we have valid information. It turns out from the material video of his previous stand-up comedy material, aside from being a lecturer, a scientist, and yeah, even though he is quite senior in generation compared to us, he is also a Wota. Who is a Wota here? Yeah. Maybe you can hold off on your light stick for now. Yeah, he's a Wota or fans of JKT48. If you don't know that yet, and he is one of the only scientists who came up here not to present but to entertain us. Yes, that's very correct. And without further ado, since he's already in the room with us, let us welcome Mr. Irfan Kartawirya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore IETD.
Good afternoon. IETD is already afternoon, but your smile is still energized. Thank you, MC, that have already given introduction and told that, informed that I'm senior. I'm not old, I'm vintage.
Yes, sekali lagi terima kasih untuk IESR.
Once again, thank you to IESR, Mr. Fabi, and all of the other colleagues that have invited me to speak here in front of all of the colleagues here. So the committee actually do not want to take risk actually. Let's just Pak Irfan do this. Scientist, researcher in energy. If it's funny, it can be entertainment. If it's not funny, keynote speech. So I just want to remind the committee, a different fee for this.
Ya teman-teman,
yeah, so friends, 3 days talking about energy transition from Monday, and I followed that on Monday. I attended online. Extraordinary, the conversation, very packed 3 days, all the conversations and discussion. Thankfully, it's only 3 days. If it's more than 3 days, we might, yeah, force transition is not only us, but also our, where we live, yeah, make a new ID, live in Jakarta, mainly because I'm from Tangerang. I live in Tangerang, and my ID is from Bandung. So if I move to Jakarta, my fate will not be as good, because at the end of this month, there is the election of the Jakarta governor, and the candidate one is former West Java governor and the other from Banten. Yeah, do I have to elect the same person or not? Well, okay, it's just for you, yeah, the people from Jakarta. If you want to replace them, please do so. So yeah, for 3 days we have talked about energy transition. It's very heavy, all the energy that we spend in this room and also online. Maybe we felt that, yeah, our weight is a bit lower because we burn so many calories talking about energy transition that is equitable. Or maybe we add, yeah, if we add, just consider it bulking up, because the energy that we spend in the past 3 days is equal to the energy from the people going to the gym after they after they have broken up. Usually in Jakarta, yeah, the youth of Jakarta, for those of you who don't know, yeah, Mr. Fabi, yeah, the Jakarta youth, sir. You and I are vintage, sir. The youth of Jakarta, if they break up, they go to the gym, or they usually have a haircut. Someone is laughing there. So they felt seen there.
Ya 3 hari kita ngomongin ini.
So
Hari
for 3 days,
pertama,
we've been talking about this. The first day,
saya ingat tuh hari pertama tuh
I
Prof.
remember the first day, Prof. Bambang Brojonegoro. There's one statement that if it goes out of this room, it can be viral. He said that energy in Indonesia is not efficient because one of that in the street there is congestion, and those who cause congestion are two-wheelers, motorcycles cause congestion. So our energy is wasted on the road.
Saya setuju sama beliau.
I agree with him.
Iya, motor itu nggak
Yes,
efisien.
motorcycle is inefficient
Penumpangnya satu kendaraan cuma satu.
because the passenger
Kalau
is only
kendaraan
one
politik,
vehicle,
penumpangnya
one
48
passenger.
loh satu kabinet.
Politics, one cabinet has 48 passengers.
Belum staf khusus.
That's not talking about executive staff.
Masa badan nggak ada kepalanya?
Body without a head.
Ya, apalagi yang dibahas di
What else
hari
was
pertama?
discussed in the first day?
Ya, elektrifikasi tentu
Yeah,
dibahas
electrification
juga
is also
tentang bagaimana
discussed
kalau
a
supaya
bit
lebih
on
efisien
how
ya. Berarti
to
kalau
be more
listrik
efficient
jalan,
means
kita
that
harus
if there's
ganti
congestion, then we
listrik
must
misalnya. Tapi ya
replace
kendaraan
this
listrik
with
kita tahu
EV. But
semua
EV, as we all know here, that
praktisi energi ya. Jadi
we
kita
are energy practitioners, so we know
mengkonversi menjadi kendaraan
that to
listrik
convert this
itu
into
justru yang
EV,
kita obrolin
that is
sebagai
actually what we are
bagian dari
discussing as part of
transisi energi berkeadilan. Nah, ini enaknya kalau stand up comedian-nya
equitable
begitu.
energy transition. Yeah, this is the benefit of
Masalahnya gini
having a
teman-teman,
stand-up comedy that is
kalau
also working in energy. So
semua
this is the issue.
kendaraan
If
benar-benar
all
bekerja
of
di
the
kendaraan
vehicle
listrik,
becomes EV,
saya cuma mau kasih tahu aja. Di
I just
seluruh
want to
Indonesia
tell you
itu
that
ada
in
7.800
all over Indonesia there are
pom bensin.
7,800 gas stations.
7.800 pom bensin.
7,800
mungkin
gas
tidak akan
station
beroperasi
that
lagi
will
kalau semua
probably not be
kendaraan
in
berbasis
operation if
kendaraan
all
listrik.
vehicle becomes EV.
7.800 lokasi pom bensin ya saya bikin
7,800
nggak masalah
location
ya.
of the
Jadiin
gas
taman
gas
aja.
station. Yeah. For the
Enak kan?
location, it's no problem.
Jadi
Can
kita
make it
tiba-tiba
into a
punya
park. Yeah, it's good.
7.800 taman baru.
So suddenly we have
Taman
7,800 new
strategisnya
parks.
adalah
But what we have to
bagaimana sih
remember is what
pegawai-pegawai pom bensin ini?
about the
Mereka
employees of the
selama
gas
ini
station.
ngisi
All this
bensin
time,
kerjaannya.
that
Satu-satunya
is
skill
their
mereka
job.
adalah
That the
ngisi
only
bensin.
skill that they know is in filling up
Kalau
gas.
semua
If
harus dikonversi pekerjaannya,
everything
mereka mau ngisi
must be
apa?
converted,
Ngisi
what is
tausiah.
their task? What will they have to fill up? To fill up
Ini baru
religious
tuh jadi Gus semua. Tadi mana Gusnya?
religious
Oh,
teachings?
mungkin karena itu Gusnya jadi pembicara.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe that is
Untuk
why we called
mengkonversi
Gus, yeah,
pegawai
as
pom
a
bensin.
speaker
Kalau
to
Pertamini,
convert
ya,
the
satu lagi yang
gas
lebih banyak
station
ada
employee.
Pertamini.
Yeah, what
7.800
about
itu pom bensin.
Pertamini or the
Pertamini tahu ya, pom
smaller
bensin yang kecil-kecil itu. Kalau itu
Pertamina
agak
gas
gampang
station? You all know that, right?
konversinya.
Yeah,
Karena
that's a bit
Pertamini,
easy to
sepanjang
convert this because
pengamatan saya dari
Pertamini, as far
Serpong
as my
sampai ke sini
observation
tadi, saya
from
ngelewatin
Serpong
beberapa
up to here,
Pertamini.
I
Di
passed through a
sebelah
few
Pertamini
Pertamini.
selalu ada
Next to
es teh Solo.
Pertamini, there is always teh solo or a
Jadi mereka
stall
bisa
that sells
konversi
iced tea.
langsung
So
gitu.
they
Sekarang
can
kalau ngisi es teh
directly
Solo
convert.
berapa liter mas?
If we
Dari
fill
nol
es
ya.
teh solo, how much, sir? From zero?
Iya. Ini apa transisi berkeadilan itu
So
banyak
this
gitu
just
aspeknya. Dan
transition, yeah, there are many
kita
aspects to it.
ngomongin transisi
And
energi
we're
tentu
talking about energy
pemicu utamanya
transition.
adalah
The main
climate change.
issue is climate
Kenapa kita
change.
ngomongin transisi energi berkali-kali
Why are we
setiap bertahun-tahun
talking
kita ngumpul
transition
terus di
so many
IETD
times, many years,
sejak
always
beberapa
here
tahun
in
yang lalu
IETD
sampai
since a
sekarang
few
karena
years
kita
ago?
tahu isu paling besar di
Because we
sekarang
know
climate
the
change dan
biggest issue and the
merasa
trigger is climate change. And we
udara
really feel this.
udara
The
cuaca beberapa hari
weather
ini beberapa minggu ini nggak
this
karu-karuan.
past few days, past
Dan
few
bikin
weeks
sakit
are
ya.
just
Bikin mungkin sering dengar yang batuk, bersin-bersin flu gitu ya. Saya 2 minggu yang
and
lalu
it
saya
makes us ill. Yeah, many people have cough and flu. 2 weeks ago, I experienced a
udah lama
very
nggak flu
rough
kayak
cold.
gitu.
It's been
Saking
quite some time since I experienced this kind of
khawatirnya
flu.
saya 2 minggu
And
yang
since
lalu
I
tuh
was
flu-nya
so
begitu
worried,
berat sampai akhirnya saya
because 2 weeks ago
tes
the cold
antigen.
was really
Udah
heavy,
lama
that
kan
I
nggak
did
dengar
an
tes
antigen
antigen.
test. Yeah,
Udah lama
it's been a
nggak
while
udah
since we
kita
heard
langsung
about
nyari kalau mau tes
antigen
antigen
test.
mas
Yeah,
sekarang di mana Pak?
are
Susah
people still
nyarinya
looking for it?
sekarang.
Yeah, it's
Tapi ada
difficult to look for
beli
antigen
sendiri
test
akhirnya
nowadays.
kitnya.
Yeah,
Terus
but yeah,
dia mesti
there
ngirim
is,
kit
and we have to buy the kit by itself. You still remember, right? The box
dari zaman
from
itu berapa puluh tahun yang lalu ya kita pakai
how
itu.
many years ago did we
Udah
have to
lama
use
banget gitu.
this? It seems
Ya
like
itu
it's so
saya
many
sambil
years
tes
ago.
antigen itu.
So I did an antigen test
Ya
on
masih ingat
myself.
ya. Yang
Still
kalau
remember,
garisnya
right?
1 itu
That if it's
negatif,
one
kalau
line,
garisnya
it's
2
negative,
positif.
2 lines, it's
Saya kemarin garisnya
positive.
3,
So
katanya negatif
my
tapi positif 5.
line was 3 lines yesterday said that it's negative, but I have positive 5. Yeah, but thankfully negative. That's why it's safe for me to come here.
Ntar pulang-pulang pada, Pak, beli antigen di mana, Pak?
And then later when you come home, you will say, where can I buy antigen test? Because you're worried.
Climate change,
So yeah, climate change
efeknya gede dan ini harus
has
kita
a big
ulang-ulang terus
effect.
karena
And we need to keep
stok
repeating
global.
this
Kalau orang
because
ditanya
we
dulu,
keep forgetting when people ask, yeah, why are you always talking about energy transition? Yeah, so it'll be more cost effective, affordable, available. But the biggest issue here is climate change. And we have to remind our friends out there a few years ago, due to the vast change of our climate, Twitter turned off their data center, one of their data center in US due to heat. Okay, the data center has to be cold, use AC as cold as we are in here, yeah, it's very cold. Outside is hot and the AC cannot go up to capacity, so they turn that off, yeah. So those who will lose jobs if climate change, in case of climate change, is not only the employee of gas station, but also celeb tweet like myself or Twitter celebrity like
Masa saya
myself.
mau ganti juga jadi ngisi tausiah?
Do I also want to shift into filling up religious teachings or tausiah?
Habis ini.
Maybe I have to learn with Gus.
Bulan Oktober
Pin.
ini kita dengar berita.
This October, we heard news about the first time we heard the news in 130 years that Fuji Mountain, all along October, did not experience any snow.
Bukan apa-apa, teman-teman. Gunung Fuji ternyata kalau kita lihat
Fuji
fotonya,
Mountain, if we see the photo, yeah, if Fuji Mountain does not have any snow, it looks really similar to Semeru Mountain.
buat apa? Dan ini dampaknya apa buat kita
What is the
semua?
impact for us all?
Bayangin teman-teman yang
Imagine
berwisata ke
those
Jepang,
who go to Japan for
juta
tourism
dihabiskan untuk terbang ke
spend
sana, sewa hotel,
millions of
pakai tour guide,
rupiah to
foto,
go there,
hasilnya sama kayak ke
rent a hotel,
Lumajang.
tour guide,
Foto di
take a
depan
picture in
Gunung
front of Mount
Semeru.
Fuji, and the result is the same as
Cuman
if they
bedanya
went
kalau
to
di situ nggak usah
Lumajang
jualan
in
Indomaret.
Java, Central Java. The difference is there, it's in front of Lawson mini market, but here's Indomaret.
Kita transisi energi ya,
So
dari
our
kemarin saya
energy
dengar,
transition
yang sering dibahas
from
itu
yesterday, what I
solar
heard
panel
frequently
ya,
discussed is
solar
solar panels, solar
geothermal,
power,
microhydro.
geothermal, microhydro.
Kita punya sebenarnya satu potensi
We
energi
actually have a
yang
potential, one energy
dari kemarin saya
potential
dengar
that
3 hari ini jarang dibahas.
since these 3 days is not frequently discussed.
Biodiesel.
Unisel.
Biodiesel mah barang lama, Pak. Kita udah B30,
Unisel
sekarang mau
is
B50.
old thing. We
Bentar dulu. Biodiesel
have
kalau
about 30.
B50 artinya sumber bahan bakunya dari CPO.
It means that the
Kalau
feedstock
CPO,
is from
artinya kita harus
CTO. If
tanam
CTO
sawit.
means that we have to
Kalau
plant
kita harus nanam
palm
sawit,
oil. If you have
artinya
to
kita harus buka lahan. Karena sampai
plant
sekarang
palm,
saya belum
then it
pernah
means
nemu
that we
orang
have
yang
to
nanam
open a
sawit
land.
hidroponik.
But until now, I have not heard of people planting hydroponic palm.
Ngapain Mas nanam sawit gitu? Di balkon kos-kosan?
What are you doing, sir? I am planting palm in the balcony of their rented rooms. Hydroponic.
Tapi kita punya sumber bahan baku
But
CPO
we
lain yang
have
jarang dibahas.
other CPO feedstock that is not frequently discussed.
Teman-teman, saya kasih tahu sesuatu ya. Menurut data yang saya ambil dari kata data, ini beneran datanya. Konsumsi gorengan orang
This is
Indonesia.
used cooking oil. Now, this is the data that I got from the Kata Data. The consumption of fried food in Indonesia is 3.8 pieces per person per month. 280 million population of Indonesia eat fried food every day. And in a year, we consume around 46 million pieces of fried food. 46 million. That is what is recorded in Kata Data. This is not considering those who ate 5 but admitted only 1. What does it mean? It means that all of the fried food needs to be fried using cooking oil. So it means that our used cooking oil is plentiful. So this is only in fried food. We're not talking about other cuisine. And the end product is used cooking oil. So one of the data from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, are there any representative here? Probably they also forgot that they have published this data that there are 6 million kiloliter potential of the used cooking oil in Indonesia. 6 million kiloliter of potential that can be converted into biodiesel. Imagine if this is used for bus, the whole town will have the aroma of pecel lele or fried catfish. We have energy source that is fragrant and delicious. So this can be a new discussion for energy security in Indonesia, because just to compile this, to collect this, becomes a new job, green job.
ngumpulin minyak jelantah, gampang tukang gorengan
collect
itu.
used cooking oil. Very easy, just go to the people who sell fried food. The location is always in front of schools or in front of Indomaret, so we already know their locations. This is like point source origin, yeah. We can map what is the amount of Alfamart and Indomaret in Indonesia added with the schools, yeah, elementary school in Indonesia. That is the number of the fried food sellers in Indonesia. We can collect that. It becomes a green job. In day one, Mr. Bambang Harimurti also asked, can the ecology sins, energy sins is made into a sin that is equal to eating pork for Muslim, yeah? No, we cannot do this. But if green job is made into a criteria for looking for spouse, yeah, then we can do it. Like if we go to the parents' house and then they say, where do you work? I work in oil or I work in coal. Okay, wait a minute. But if the job is I collect used cooking oil, yeah, green job, that's good. So what we can convey to Bambang Harimurti is that, sir, to convert ecology sin equal to the sin in religious sin is a bit difficult, but to make green job into green flag, we can do that.
Selain biodiesel, kalau nggak salah Pak Prabowo juga waktu pidato itu ngomong bioetanol. Sebenarnya penelitian saya bioetanol, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Cuman
Prabowo also mentioned bioethanol, yeah. Actually, my research is also bioethanol because the source is from sugarcane. Yeah, what is the alternative then? Cassava. So to replace 15% of gasoline in Indonesia with ethanol, based on my calculation, because the paper was written by me, this is based on my research, yeah. I'm a cocky comic, yeah. We have thousands of hectares of cassava plantations, yeah. And do you know how many cassava plantations are there in Indonesia? 700,000, yeah. It is actually up and down. It's during Ramadan, fasting month, this number will reduce because they will shift it into pepper plantation, yeah. So 700,000 hectares of cassava, and if all the cassava is turned into ethanol, this could replace 15% of gasoline that is consumed by Indonesian people. But what does it mean? 100% of conversion of cassava into gasoline, meaning that we will not be able to get tapioca flour. And if we do not have tapioca flour, we will not have crackers. And we will also not have seblak. Yeah, seblak is a dish, Indonesian dish made of crackers. Yeah. And if we do this, it's not going to be just transition because it's not fair for the Gen Z. Yeah. Because Gen Z loves seblak. Because at the end of the day, what we need to take into account is our own happiness, including Gen Z's happiness. Yeah. So Gen Z's happiness is much more important than Gen Z's money. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Baik, round applause sekali lagi untuk Pak Irfan semuanya.
Alright,
Luar biasa.
big round of applause to Pak Irfan ya.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Irfan sudah.
Thank you very much Pak Irfan for making time.
Atau barangkali
So
mau ke
if you
teater
want
ya,
to
Pak,
buy
di FX.
seblak after this, or if you want to go to the theater in FX ya. So what about you? Are you ready to become a used cooking oil collector? It's a green job actually, yeah. So I remember the first day, yeah. It hasn't been taken into consideration by Coaxi, yeah. There's no standard of competency for used cooking oil collectors, yeah.
Baik, selanjutnya Mas Saul.
Ya,
So
setelah
Saul
tadi
next.
mendengarkan,
So after we
refreshment ya dari Pak Irfan Kartawirya,
watch the refreshment
Bapak Ibu
from
sekalian, ini
Bapak
kita sudah
Irfan
selesai
Kartawirya,
untuk
ladies and
pembicaraan
gentlemen,
IETD,
we are nearing the end of
acara Indonesia Energy
IETD
Transition Dialogue 2024.
event,
Untuk
Indonesia
pembahasan
Energy
dari hari
Transition
pertama
Dialogue
kemarin
event.
sampai
Hopefully,
dengan hari
the
terakhir
discussions
atau hari
from the
ini
first day
menjadi
until the third
inspirasi,
day
referensi,
could
dan juga
become
dapat
an
menjadi
inspiration,
acuan untuk terus
reference,
bekerja sama
and
dan
also
berkolaborasi untuk menentukan
something that
langkah-langkah
could make
lanjutan
us collaborate
dalam
for
mencapai
further
keberhasilan
collaboration
transisi
to
energi.
achieve the success in energy transition.
Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian,
Ladies and gentlemen,
untuk selanjutnya kita akan mendengarkan
next
kembali
we
ringkasan
will
rekomendasi
listen
IETD
to the
2024
recommendations and also
yang akan
summary of
disampaikan
IETD
oleh Bapak
2024.
Fabi Tumiwa
This will be
selaku
presented by
Executive
Bapak Fabi
Director
Tumiwa
ICEF
as
dan
Executive
IESR
Director of
yang
ICEF and
sekaligus menutup acara
IESR,
IETD
and this
2024.
will
Kepada
also
Bapak Fabi
close
Tumiwa,
the
kami
IETD
persilakan.
2024 to Bapak Fabi Tumiwa. The stage is yours.
Selamat sore,
Good
Bapak dan
afternoon,
Ibu sekalian.
ladies and gentlemen.
Terima kasih Anda masih
Thank you very much
hadir di ruangan ini ya untuk
for
mengikuti
staying with us
penutupan IETD Indonesia Energy Transition
during
Dialogue
the closing of IETD, Indonesia
2024.
Energy Transition Dialogue 2024.
Dan selama 3 hari kita
And
telah
over the
tadi
course of 3
membahas
days, or in the
mengenai
past 3
transisi
days, we have
energi di
discussed
Indonesia.
energy
Dan
transition
3
in
hari
Indonesia.
ini
And
kayaknya banyak
these 3
tapi
days
nggak banyak juga.
seems to be a
Artinya
long
cukup lama
period
3
of
hari
time,
tapi
but actually not too
dalam
long.
kita
Yeah,
membahas transisi
we haven't
energi.
really
Mungkin
discussed the energy
perlu 5 hari.
transition in depth. Yeah, maybe we need
Terima
5
kasih Pak
days.
Irfan tadi yang sudah
Thank you,
memberikan
Pak
saya
Irfan,
sebuah inspirasi
for giving me
bahwa saya harus
such an
kembali
inspiration
rajin-rajin main ke gym
that I have to go to the
untuk
gym
bisa memberikan
to be able to
penghiburan bagi hati-hati yang terluka.
give
Kan tadi katanya kalau
solace
Gen Z
to the
main
heart,
gym kalau hatinya lagi
to
putus
the broken
cinta.
hearts. Yeah.
Siapa tahu setelah
So
bertemu
Gen Z
saya
goes to the gym when they
putus cintanya bisa
their
sampai
hearts
begitu
are broken.
kira-kira.
Yeah. So if I go to the gym, maybe I can mend
Ya, saya
my
udah
broken
agak
heart.
jarang ke
Yeah.
gym lagi. Jadi
So
mungkin ini jadi motivasi baru.
I haven't gone to the gym for
Nah,
quite some time. Yeah. So this could be a new
pertama-tama
motivation
saya ingin
for me.
menyampaikan banyak terima
So
kasih
first and
kepada
foremost, I would like to
tim
extend my
panitia
gratitude to the team and
Indonesia
also
Energy
committee
Transition Dialogue
of
2024
Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2024
yang telah bekerja keras mempersiapkan
who
acara ini
have worked
selama
hard to
berbulan-bulan
prepare for this
dan
event for
menavigasi
months,
segala macam
and also for having
perubahan
navigated
hari, perubahan tanggal,
the
perubahan
changes
tempat,
in the
perubahan
dates, the
pembicara ya.
days, the
Dan kita
locations,
bisa
the
menyelesaikan acara ini
presenters,
dengan baik. Saya ingin ucapkan banyak terima
but
kasih.
we
Saya mau
finally
satu. Jess,
are able to
mana Pak Jess?
conclude this event very
Oke,
well. Yeah, I would
Jess.
like to call out one by one. Jess, where are you?
Fala,
Pala,
berdiri dong.
please rise.
Rehan,
Rehan,
Zora,
Zora,
nah, ada juga
and also,
lagi, Dion,
who else?
ini?
Dion?
Aulia,
Aulia,
lalu kemudian
and also
Anggia, Faisal.
Anggia, Faisal.
Ya, ini dari berbagai tim di IESR ya.
They
Dan
come from
semuanya.
different teams
Dan
in
juga
IESR,
IO ya.
and also
Ya, saya tahu Anda
our
dibayar, tapi
EO friends.
Terima kasih ya.
I know you you are getting paid, but still, thank you.
Kalau nggak dibayar nggak mau, tapi
If you don't get paid, you may not work here. Yeah. So, but thank you very much to the EO. Hopefully, the prices could be more affordable next time.
Terima
Yeah.
kasih kepada semua yang telah
And also,
mendukung
thank you for
acara ini.
everyone who has
Kita punya
supported this
community
event.
partner,
We
punya
have
media
community
partner ya,
partners,
kita
media
sebutkan satu
partners that
persatu.
whose names I cannot mention one by one. And also thank you to the IESR team members who have assisted or helped in the conduct of this event. And I'm convinced that those who are at IESR, when they are no longer at IESR, they will probably have a better life, yeah, as a professional MC, yeah. So if you look at, since the first day, our MCs have been our staff members. So I always say it is tough to be at IESR because you need to be multi-talented. If you just have few talents, maybe you will not be hired at IESR, yeah. So you may have a talent to become an MC, a presenter, or a stand-up comedian, yeah.
Ya, itu yang kemarin jadi MC itu sebenarnya
So
tadinya mau
the
disuruh
one who
tampil.
became an MC yesterday was actually asked to perform today, but he was not ready with his stand-up material, yeah. So
Komedian yang saya khawatir
when he becomes a stand-up comedian, I'm worried that Pak Irfan will be less popular.
acara ini dan juga untuk
Thank you very much for those supporting this event, IESR team, Uli and friends,
press release ya, hasil
who
dari
always
atau
issue
rangkuman dari
press release every single day, yeah,
setiap hari.
on the discussion results of IETD every single day. Thank you for your hard work, the hard work of IESR colleagues, and also all the other colleagues who have supported this event.
Yang menutup acara ini harusnya Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro.
It is actually Professor Bambang Brojonegoro who's supposed to close this event. However, because he has another agenda item, I was requested to close this event and also to read out the recommendations
dari IETD
from IETD 2024.
Bapak dan Ibu sekalian,
So, ladies and gentlemen,
di masa kepemimpinan Presiden Prabowo Subianto dan Gibran
during
Rakabuming
the
Raka,
administration of newly elected President Prabowo Subianto and also Vice President Gibran Rakabuming Raka, Indonesia has very important opportunities, and we must use this momentum
menyiapkan sekaligus melaksanakan
to be able to prepare and also
transisi energi
ready for
sesuai dengan
energy transition
statuta
plan
Presiden
in line with the statutory program of the President, and also to achieve
8%,
the target of economic growth of 8%,
membangun
and also to develop the foundation to achieve the Golden Indonesia Vision 2045.
Transisi energi merupakan
Energy
peluang
transition
bagi
is an
Indonesia
opportunity for Indonesia
untuk bisa mencapai target-target tadi
to be able to
dan
achieve
juga
those
untuk menarik
targets and to
investasi
also attract investors
dari pendanaan
from
proyek dan
funding
program energi
of
bersih
projects and also clean energy
yang terus
plans
meningkat
and
dan
programs
untuk
that
mendorong
have
pertumbuhan bisnis
always increased, and
dan
also to
industri energi terbarukan serta
encourage
efisiensi energi di
business
Indonesia.
development and also energy efficiency in
Indonesia Energy
Indonesia.
Transition Dialogue 2024
Indonesia Energy
menyorot
Transition
transisi
Dialogue
energi Indonesia
2024
dari sudut pandang
highlights
berbagai
Indonesia energy transition
aktor
from
dan
different
pemangku
perspectives of
kepentingan
different actors
dan
and also
juga
stakeholders,
perubahan sistemik
and also the
sistem energi
changes,
dan
the systemic
implikasinya
changes
pada
in
berbagai
the
sektor.
energy system and also implications
Berikut
in several
adalah
sectors.
ringkasan dan rekomendasi
These are the
dari IETD
recommendations and
2024.
also summaries of IETD
Kami membagi
2024.
dalam dua
So
rekomendasi, satu
we have
rekomendasi
divided
jangka
this into
pendek
two
atau
recommendations.
kita
The
sebut
first
dengan
is
quick
the
win
short term or the
dan
quick win,
rekomendasi jangka panjang.
and the long-term
Rekomendasi
recommendations.
jangka pendek
The
yang
short-term
pertama adalah
recommendations, first
menetapkan
and
target
foremost,
dan
is
peta
to
jalan
set
transisi
the
energi
target and also the
dengan
roadmap
pilihan
of
biaya
energy
yang paling murah
transition
atau
with
cost
the
efektif dengan
most
kehandalan
cost-effective
pasokan
one, with
energi yang optimal
the optimal
dari
energy
penurunan
supply,
emisi gas rumah kaca
and
yang
also
setara
the
dengan
reduction of
target
greenhouse gas emissions
membatasi
that are in
kenaikan
line
temperatur
with the
global
target
1,5 derajat
to limit
Celcius.
the global temperature of 1.5
Komitmen
degrees
transisi
Celsius.
energi perlu
The
diperkuat dengan
commitment
peningkatan target bauran
of
energi
this
terbarukan
needs
dalam
to be
kebijakan energi
also in
nasional
line with the mixed
dan untuk
energy target
mengembalikan
at the national
target
level, and
23%
to also
bauran di dalam
to
pada
restore the
2025
target of
dan
23% of
meningkatkan signifikan
energy
target
mix,
bauran pada tahun
and
2030
to make it
selaras
more
dengan target tadi.
significant by 2030 in line with those targets.
Kebijakan energi nasional perlu
And
merefleksikan arah dan
energy
dukungan yang lebih kuat
policy
untuk
needs stronger directions for the development of new renewable energy compared to other energy sources. Energy capacity building of this will drive lower electricity prices that are affordable for the community industry and will also open an opportunity for electrification of the industry to achieve the net neutral climate target. That's why the formulation of roadmap needs to be done for energy transition, and there needs to be transparency for the implication of costs from different scenarios that are considered so that we can get the most optimal price. This is very important because energy transition must produce affordable energy, and in our opinion, what we have been through so far is not the most cost-effective choices. That's why we encourage transparency of the roadmap for energy transition in terms of the costs. Second of all, to accelerate the regulations and also regulations of the energy transition in the pipeline in order to support the roadmap of Indonesia's energy transition. There are several policies as part of the support that need to be finalized in the first 100 days of the administration of Prabowo and Gibran. First is the CAN, the National Energy Policy, and also the National General Electricity Plan, and the phase down plan of coal power plants as mandated by the Presidential Regulation 112 of 2022, and the General Plan for the Provision of Electricity, or RUPTL. And some of the regulations and plans have almost approved or issued during the tenure or the term of office of Jokowi, the previous president. And because the new energy bill or renewable energy bill has been drafted, because the process has started with the new members of House of Representatives. So we hope that this draft will be renewable energy draft or bill, yeah. For nuclear, this could be the revision of the energy bill, yeah, that was done in the previous period. Next is compensation of energy and also subsidy reform to the social support directly. So for fossil energy, the support needs to change, and we also recommend the establishment of a team to formulate a strategy and to convert for energy compensation, yeah, to social aid directly, not only to the poor and also the marginalized, but also to the aspiring middle class. And this is also to make competitiveness between fossil fuel and renewable energy equal, yeah, so that we can create affordable energy in line with the conditions of the market. The fourth one is to implement policy reform in the electricity sector in line with the recommendations that are drafted or formulated in the Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan, or CIPP. This CIPP document gives priority documents for the priority of electricity that covers the improvement in the procurement, especially for renewable energy, the formulation of purchasing and selling of electricity with the risks that are fair between PLN and also private developers, and also the elimination of regulations for this one, and also for PLN to have forward-looking income, and also the regulation for phase down of coal power plants and also the flexible operations of coal power plants. This reform of regulations will also enable Indonesia to encourage the funding of GADP or JETP and also advance funding in line with the joint statement of GADP. The fifth one is the elimination of the desalination program. Now we have 5,400 units of PLTD or diesel power plant with a capacity of 3.5 gigawatt owned by PLN, and this needs to be replaced with new renewable energy power plants to provide sufficient electricity for the electricity access level of Tier 3, the minimum of 692 kilowatt hours per capita per year. So that is the minimum. So from diesel to new renewable energy, besides improving access to renewable energy, this will also be improved the access, hopefully. So these days, you can see that Indonesian people, especially those living outside of Java or remote islands, they haven't been able to enjoy electricity with the same quality as what we can enjoy, at least in Java Island.
Dan program di desalinasi ke pembangkit energi terbarukan
desalination program will give benefits on the reduction of the local electricity bill, to reduce the needs for import and diesel, and to also for the sustainability of local energy with the easiness in expansion. The plan of this desalination has been delayed for several times in the past 3 years. And this needs to be accelerated with the clear finalization target. So the desalination target that was announced in 2021 hasn't been realized yet. And we hope that this could be accelerated to improve the renewable energy mix, and will also be able to decrease the import of oil fuel. In terms of the long-term recommendations, first is to build energy diplomacy to attract investment and also transfer of technology through South-South cooperation. Now we see that China leads the technology with the mastery of technology and also electricity. Indonesia could make use of this good relationship with China to develop South-South cooperation so that this could become hub of the energy transition global, and also for the energy transition that will shift energy opportunities from north to south. And we just heard news that Trump will be elected as president again. So this will also impact the energy transition and also other things. So cooperation, South-South cooperation should be one of the strategies of Indonesia to accelerate our transition of energy. Second of all, to create enabling environment that will encourage transformation of the model of industrial business and state-owned enterprises in energy transition. Energy transition makes state-owned enterprises and also industry in each sector. So this happens due to the clean energy that has become cheaper. The role of PLN could shift, not only in the provision of clean energy, but also providing energy with high quality to consumers, or the separation of operators of energy to improve the distribution of energy carried out by PLN. The role of chemical companies that sell products like hydrogen and ammonia, not only for fertilizers, but also for energy. Fossil energy companies invest on clean energy, and decarbonization of energy is possible with the support of each industry along the supply chain to integrate clean energy for its operations. That's why the government needs to identify those trends and formulate supporting framework to support and to create enabling environment for business and also the state-owned enterprises of our industry. Third is the translation of the development target of clean energy, including renewable energy, hydrogen, to the roadmap of the development of industry, development, and also preparation of human resources to improve the economic growth. Yeah, to support the economic growth of 8%, we need to attract more investment for the development of industry. With the need of the development of green hydrogen and renewable energy, it will ensure the growth of the local manufacturing industry and gives multiplier effects of the transition energy towards the growth of the economy. So in order for this to grow, the government needs to provide preparation, including the workforce that is in line with the competency, the support of research and also innovations of low carbon innovation, and also the development of facilities like electricity grids and energy storage, and also other standards and also tests for clean energy. So we would like to emphasize that the development of this ecosystem is important, especially the preparation of workforce, and this would help the transition of workforce working in the fossil fuel industry to work in the clean energy sector
dan industri bersih.
And clean industry. The fourth one is to improve transparency and participation in decision or policy making in the energy sector, and also the engagement of more extensive actors. We know that this will impact extensively to the actors. So that's why the formulation of this energy transition documents need to require actors and also the impacted actors, industry, indigenous peoples, the youth, academia, women, media, and so on and so forth. So these vulnerable groups need to also be engaged in the discussion of energy transition. So not only those who are considered as experts or government institutions. Besides that, the channels need to also be made for information, needs to be scheduled and be easily accessed by people. This is for all elements of Indonesian people to be able to anticipate the changes made or that happen, and also to use the opportunity to collaborate and also to innovate in the development of renewable energy and also energy efficiency in each capacity. This is a very important step for us to ensure that energy transition is carried out in a just manner and no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the recommendations that were produced during the three-day Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue, and these recommendations will be put forward to the President, or will be forwarded to the President and also Vice President and the ministers who are engaged and must be engaged in designing or implementing energy transition in Indonesia. So that wrapped up my presentation for the recommendations and summaries of Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to close this event by saying that in the next 5 years, this is a very crucial time for Indonesia, whether we would make or break energy transition.
Masa depan kita semua,
and our future, your future, my future, especially my children and your children who have been born and haven't been born, because some of you are still single, yeah. So this will be determined by what we are going to do over the course of the next 5 years. And the situation is not easy. It's not going to be easy. Today, the world economic situation is not really good, and the same goes for our country's economic situation. There are a lot of challenges. The US elected president that only thinks of himself. That's why we will face a difficult situation, yeah. But this is important. Why? Because no matter who the US president is or the Indonesian president is, climate change will not wait. It is projected that if we still carry out the activities that we are doing today, then the global temperature will reach 31 degrees Celsius, far above what was expected during Paris Agreement, which is under 2 degrees Celsius. And Indonesia is one of the important actors that could determine the success of the world in the effort to reduce the impact of climate change. Why? Because we are one of the biggest economies in the world, and we are also the fifth biggest emitters or emission producers in the world. Yeah. So we ranked the fifth. Yeah. Because we would also like to have high growth. So the opportunity is to investment in energy transition. Everyone has said this, and IESR calculations also say that it requires $30 billion of investment in the energy sector on an annual basis. So if this investment is fulfilled, then this would definitely impact to the economic growth that we hope to have. Yeah. But if we don't do it right, then the greenhouse gas emissions will increase, then global warming will continue. Yeah, this can be seen now. Yeah, in many areas we see floods happening in Europe as well. If you saw news on Valencia, yeah, it hasn't been mitigated well yet, and in Spain as well. And in all places, in many places in Indonesia, we see the increase in the temperatures due to El Nino. Last year and this year, this has caused drought, failure in harvest, electricity crisis in Sulawesi, and this would also threaten the targets and also the aspirations that we wish to have, which is self-sufficiency in energy and also food. Yeah. So that's why Indonesia can lead by example by encouraging energy transition that is proper, not recycling old ideas like turning coal into DNA by producing hydrogen from coal. Yeah, we know that everything is expensive and it's not financially worthy, and this would make Indonesia trapped in the fossil fuel and also high cost energy. But Indonesia could actually choose another alternative by carrying out energy transition that is proper, by developing energy transition that is very huge in Indonesia, and Gus Pinto has also calculated this, yeah, and we can also provide energy prices that are more affordable, and to also reduce energy subsidies if we could develop the potentials of energy. And if we are able to do so, then Indonesia will become the leader in energy transition among all G20 countries. So this is actually our wish, and that's why we encourage South-South cooperation, because it is unlikely that we request other countries to collaborate if we do not walk the talk. So on the 8th, President Prabowo will be visiting China, the US, G20, APEX, and also the UK. So hopefully he could also bring this spirit, that Indonesia is ready for energy transition, and therefore we would also like to ask other countries to collaborate with us to ensure that greenhouse gas emissions could be reduced by 45% from the level of 2010 to the level of 2030, and we could prevent climate crisis, even though the elected US president is Donald Trump. So we don't care about what is happening to other countries. Let's just focus to our country. So this is what I expect from you, for the participants who have joined IETD for the past 3 years, 3 days, to also voice this issue, that we need to be ambitious. And being ambitious is good for our country, for our economy, for our citizens, and for our world, and for our future as well. So that's my expectation. So after you leave the room, after this IETD event, please, in your family, in your circle, with your friends, with your lovers, please forward this message, and we have to do energy transition. That's all from me. See you in IETD 2025.
Baik, terima kasih sekali lagi untuk Bapak Fabi Tumiwa untuk rekomendasi yang
Thank you to Mr.
sudah
Fabi Tumiwa on the recommendation that is given. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Fabi Tumiwa.
Dan kalau meminjam istilah
And
Pak
to
Batik
borrow
tadi,
Mr.
semoga rekomendasi yang
Bati's
kita berikan ini tidak
terminology,
hanya jadi
we hope
rekomendasi
this
abadi,
recommendation
sekali lagi,
will
tapi juga
not
harus
just
menjadi
be
energy
a
transition
perpetual
yang
recommendation,
sesungguhnya,
it can
yang
be
hakiki.
the real energy transition.
Baik, Mbak Sasha dan
Yes,
Bapak Ibu
Mbak
hadirin
Sasha
yang sudah
and ladies and
hadir
gentlemen
secara
that
daring maupun
has
secara
already
luring.
attended this event on-site and online.
Rangkaian acara IETD 2024
This concludes
dari hari
the
pertama
series of
sampai hari
events of
ketiga.
IETD 2024 from day 1 to day 3.
Baik, mewakili Indonesia Clean
On behalf
Energy
of
Forum,
Indonesia Clean
ICEF,
Energy Forum,
Institute
ICEF, Institute for Essential Services Reform,
serta
IESR,
Kementerian Energi
and
dan
the
Sumber
Ministry
Daya
of Energy and Mineral
Republik
Resources
Indonesia,
of the Republic of
kami
Indonesia,
mengucapkan terima
we would
kasih
like to
banyak atas
convey
kehadiran
our
Bapak dan Ibu
gratitude for
sekalian,
your
baik
presence,
yang hadir secara
those
langsung
who
di sini
attend
maupun yang
on site
bergabung
here
secara
and those
online.
who attend online.
Tidak lupa, kami juga mengucapkan
And
terima
we would
kasih
also
yang
like to convey our
sebesar-besarnya atas
gratitude, our
dukungan
deepest
dari
gratitude
British Embassy
for the
Jakarta,
support of British
Climate
Embassy
Transparency,
Jakarta, Climate
Climate
Transparency,
Emergency Collaboration
Climate
Group,
Emergency
dan juga
Collaboration
beberapa
Group,
community
and
partner
also
kami,
a few
satu
of our
platform,
community
SRI
partners, satu
Universitas
platform
Indonesia,
SRI, University
Green
Indonesia,
Foundation,
Green Ration
Teens Go
Foundation,
Green,
Teens
serta
Go
beberapa
Green,
media partner
and
kami,
also a few of our
yakni
media
Tanah
partners,
Air,
which is Tanah
Zona
Air,
EBT,
Zona EBT,
Kompasiana,
Kompasiana,
dan XY Zone
and
Media.
XY Zone
Dan
Media.
atas nama panitia
And
yang
on behalf of all
bertugas,
the
kami juga memohon
committee,
maaf yang sebesar-besarnya
we would also like
apabila
to
terdapat
ask for
kesalahan baik
apologies
teknis
in
maupun yang
everything
bersifat
that we lack
non-teknis
of, both
yang
technically
kami
and
perbuat.
non-technically.
Semoga tidak hanya
We
Indonesia yang
hope
net
that
zero, tetapi
it is
juga
not
dosa
only
cucuran
Indonesia
kami
that is
bisa
net
net zero
zero, but
kembali.
our sins and mistakes
Dengan
can
demikian,
also go back to
saya
net
Muhammad
zero.
Aulia.
Dan
I'm
saya
Muhammad
Fenita
Ailia
Sasha.
and I'm
Kami
Fenita
pamit undur
Sasha.
diri dan
We would
sampai
like to
bertemu
close this
kembali
event
di
and we'll see you again in
Indonesia
Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2025.
Sampai jumpa.
See you again.
Cek perhatian untuk rekan-rekan IES.